Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes are sweet and sexy. Have fun and enjoy the journey. Or just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. And not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade. Sipping motions of lemonade. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. There's a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Sack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Machegas. Ridiculous that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Bro said, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes sweet and sassy. And not just a YouTube show. When you know. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Happy Hump Day. Happy Hump Day. Today is Wednesday, April 22nd, 2026. 2026. How's everybody doing today? Welcome to part 4 of the Michigas, that is the defamation lawsuit of Jennifer McCabe, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, and Colin Albert against Karen Reed and Turtleboy. We're going to get through it, maybe eventually, but the problem is, one of the many problems with this lawsuit is that they have so many footnotes that they've attached to the lawsuit that that purport to be examples of the defamatory things that Karen Reed and Aidan Carney have said about the plaintiffs that they seem to want to include with their lawsuit. And so I feel the only proper way to go through this lawsuit is to look at every single footnote. Like my hat? That was a great game last night, huh? I got a little nervous when it was 4-0, and then all of a sudden it's 4-2. And I was like, come on, it's like 2 minutes left. Can we do this? And it was great. It's great. I told you I'm a Ranger fan, but I will start rooting for the Bruins when, if and when the Rangers suck, and they sucked this year. So there's nothing I can do about that. So now I am a Bruins fan and an Avalanche fan. Sorry, LA. But if LA beats the Avalanche, then I will root for LA. I love playoff hockey season. It's my favorite season of the year. How's everybody? I mean, if they want us to look at this stuff, we're going to look at it, because we cannot do an effective analysis of this complaint and this lawsuit unless we look at all this stuff. And so far, none of the footnotes have referred to Karen Reed. It's all of the hyperbolic statements that Aidan Carney has made against the Haas defendants. What was brought to my attention last night was Dave Portnoy, one of Dave Portnoy's pizza reviews from Northeastern Mass. Did you guys know this? I don't know. Turtleboy might have covered this at one point. Yuri Buchanan is in the video of Dave Portnoy's One Bite Pizza review with a bunch of Hingham kids that were so unruly during the video that it made Dave Portnoy decide that he never wanted to have children. Did you guys ever see that? I don't know. I kind of thought that it was like a new thing that somebody showed me, because I don't remember ever hearing about it before. All right. Today is Wednesday, April 22nd. I got to look for the quote, the motivational quote of the day. We didn't read one. I don't know. We didn't read one yesterday, did we? No, because we read that proverb about letting people into your house. I didn't see where Dave was yesterday, Scott. Where was he? Was he on Long Island? Where was he? You guys haven't seen it? Oh, look at me. On to something new. Amityville. Oh, really? How did he like the pizza? We do have great pizza on Long Island. I mean, I think New York has the best pizza. I don't know what's going on. Interesting. All right. So yesterday's quote, which we did not read, Tuesday, April 21st, is Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela said, "The greatest glory in living in living lies. No, the greatest glory in living lies not in never failing." All right, this is falling. I need glasses. Okay, we're gonna start again. Ready? Back to one. Nelson Mandela said, "The greatest glory in living lies not in never falling, but in rising every time we fall." How do you like that? The greatest glory in living lies not in never falling, but in rising every time we fall. Thank you, Nelson Mandela, for that quote. Come on, fuck us. All right. And then today's quote, motivational quote of the day. Arianna Huffington. Oh, I know who she is. She invented the Huffington Post. Whatever happened to the Huffington Post? Is it still in existence? Oh, interesting. Okay. All right. I like this. Fearless is like a muscle. I know from my own life that the more I exercise it, the more natural it becomes to not let my fears run me. I like that. Arianna Huffington dropping some wisdom on us. Fearless is like a muscle. I know from my own life that the more I exercise it, the more natural it becomes to not let my fears run me. Thank you, Arianna Huffington. In case any of you needed a little bit of motivation today, and there it is. We also pull an empowerment card every day from this deck of empowerment cards. And let's see what's in store for us today. As we shuffle the deck. Women who invest in themselves go further. Women who invest in themselves go further. You heard it here first. You'll never make a better investment than the one you make in yourself. Good morning. All right. Moving on. Cupcakes for Justice, gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so very much. You're so kind and generous this morning. I appreciate you so. Couple new members, Paul Ward, Iceman. Hi, Iceman. You've been a member for a long time. Julie Jensen says, "I love the new intro. Thank you very much." Emily C did that video montage for me. She's awesome. Sandra M became a new member. Makazi G became a new member. I thought you were already a member. Thank you, Makazi G, my hero. And Lucy says, "I put my pants on backwards today, so let's go. Let's go." Sorry, Lucy. You can fix it. All right. Well, back to the papers. We are on. Yesterday, we left off with footnote 41, which contained all of the weird messenger messages between Paul O'Keefe and Aidan Carney. And just to catch up a little bit, we'll read that paragraph again. We're on paragraph 93. Oh, Karen DePasquale gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much for your generous donation to all of the new members. Welcome. We have special emojis for you. Most of them were invented or curated for the Karen retrial. And one of my favorite ones is "We are outraged." And I think we discussed yesterday, I know we discussed this, but many of you said that reading this complaint and going through all of the footnotes is giving you, it's renewing your outrage. You're newly re-outraged, if there's such a thing, re-outraged. Outraged again. You tell me if you're outraged again. Hold on. But in order to get you in the mood first, hold on. Let's go back to the Bang Bang song. I found a part of the Bang Bang song that I think I can use in my outro because it doesn't have like any of the curse words in it that I usually don't like to use. And so I think if I start at a certain portion of the song, which is like right here at 2:12, I think it'll be good. Listen, because you can hear my voice in it. You can also hear Emily Baker's voice. Listen. This is right at 2:12. This song was produced and curated by our friend Varys, who goes by Voos, V-O-O-S-E in the chat. I did not know that. You guys told me that yesterday. Okay, here we go. Let me know you can hear it.
The bang bang, the bang bang, pull up. The bang bang, the bang bang, pull up. Bang bang, do it. Right?
Yeah.
The bang bang, the bang bang, pull up. The bang bang, the bang bang, pull up. Bang bang, do it.
Yeah.
We ain't got no quit.
We ain't got no quit.
We ain't got no quit.
We are outraged.
The bang bang, the bang bang. We ain't got no quit.
We ain't got no quit.
We ain't got no quit.
We are outraged.
Bang bang, do it. We ain't got no quit.
We ain't got no quit.
We ain't got no quit.
We are outraged.
Pull up. We ain't got no quit.
We ain't got no quit.
We ain't got no quit.
We are outraged.
I am
Outraged.
We ain't got no quit.
We ain't got no quit.
We ain't got no quit.
We are outraged.
Do it. We ain't got no quit.
We ain't got no quit.
We ain't got no quit.
We are outraged.
I like it. It shouldn't get me copyright stricken because I was given that song in exchange for being able to use my voice in it. So did you hear me? Did you hear me? Wasn't that great? Okay, we were on paragraph 93, which we're going to read again just so that we know where we are. Paragraph 93 says, on July 29th, 2024, Carney published part 3A2 of his Canton cover-up series. Footnote 41, which we went over yesterday, was all the messages between Paul O'Keefe and Aidan Carney. In this post, Carney explained, quote, I've been fighting for justice for John for the last 15 months. I sacrificed my freedom for that. But because the O'Keefe family can't get over their hatred for Karen Reed and they have too much pride to admit that they've been conned by John's killers, they want me to rot in prison. End quote. No lies detected. Carney also explained that the reason he faced witness intimidation charges was, quote, because I'm standing up for justice for John and because I have questioned the people who the evidence shows murdered John. Again, no lies detected. We watched some of that yesterday when we were watching the video outside the courthouse. Aidan Carney had a restraining order against Kate Peter, and Kate Peter was protected instead of the holder of the restraining order. It's wild. They showed us in real time who gets protected. Paragraph 94. On August 17th, 2024, Carney hosted his weekend live show on YouTube, footnote 42. In his show, Carney discussed a documentary about Scott Peterson's involvement in Lacey Peterson's murder in 2002. Carney stated, that's how I view the McAlberts, the same way those reporters view Scott Peterson. I view the McAlberts. I didn't view the McAlberts as witnesses. I view them as murderers because they are. Well, look at that. I view them as murderers because they are. Sounds like an opinion to me. Like they're effing murderers. They put this in my charging documents. So let me say it again in case I wasn't clear the first 1,000 times that I've said this. And then they put this all in bold font and italics. The McAlberts murdered John O'Keefe. They did. The McAlberts murdered John O'Keefe because it wasn't Karen Reed. Okay. Well, let's go to that show. That is Turtleboy Live, August 17th, 2024. And here it is. Every time we start watching these old shows, we fall into rabbit holes because then he starts talking about something else that's really interesting that, in my opinion, only bolsters his case and his opinion because he's been through every shred of evidence in this case, every police report, every court document. He's actually gone out there and spoken to witnesses. Just going back to August of 2024. This is after the mistrial. There we go. You can find it on YouTube. You can just search Bang Bang Song. It'll come up for you. All right, here we go.
And they're doing a Melbourne standout on Labor Day weekend. That should be cool. So give her a sub. I had a really good time on there. I had a good conversation with them. We got deep, man. We got deep. I talked about some personal shit on there, about jail and stuff like that.
Oh, for those of you who usually watch me when I don't curse, I can't control Aiden Carney's mouth. So there's going to be cursing. If you can't have it on a public TV or your kids are in their car with you when you're watching this, just put earmuffs on them. Blanket trigger warning for the whole entire show. Thank you.
Conversation revolved around that. So it was cool. Direct people to your Twitter might be risky. Like what's so here's I don't know how this works. Like, so Netflix owns their material, right? Like, and so like if somebody has shared a clip of this on whatchamacallit on Twitter, right? And so if I share the video on here, will I get in trouble on YouTube? I don't know. But there's people out there just waiting to lock me up. So I'll just narrate it for you. Okay. So here's what happens. So just check out my Twitter. I retweeted this from an account. What was the account that tweeted this out? It was at Louise 873-68774. What is with you people that pick like a million numbers on your Twitter accounts? Like, why would you do that? It's so hard to like tell people what your Twitter account is when you use that, but just fair use it. I don't know if you can fair use Netflix though, and I feel like that's like an automatic strike. I feel like Netflix. Let me just narrate this real quick. So I'm going to tell you what happened. So they are outside. So there's a bunch of cameras outside of Scott Peterson's house in episode 2. And this is before he's been arrested or charged. I don't know how long between Lacey Peterson's disappearance and when he was arrested, but like during that time frame, everybody was kind of like, everybody looks at the husband and he's acting wicked shady. I don't know if he had been busted for having a mistress yet. He had this mistress, Amber Fry, I think her name was. But I'll narrate kind of what happens here from Louise's account. All right. So there's a bunch of cameras outside. And there's a reporter, and Scott Peterson gets out of his truck. He's in his house. There's all these reporters outside his house. He gets out of his truck, and a reporter yells, "Hey, Scott. Scott. Hey, why don't you come and talk to us and tell us the truth?" This reporter's saying. And the reporter is on a microphone. He's on a megaphone, like me, the things that Ken Mello hates. He hates the megaphone. So why don't you come outside and tell us the truth? This is almost word for word what I said outside of Juliana Nagel's house, except I didn't no, like this is like what they're doing is even more aggressive. You're not fooling anyone with your phony story. That's what the reporter says. Why don't you do the decent thing and tell the truth? Tell us where she is.
He's talking about Scott Peterson.
Okay. So, that's what the yell. So I'd like to point out, this is another thing we'll use in our case. Like, bro, this has been going on since the beginning of time. Those people, Scott Peterson was not a defendant at the time. And
wait, Scott, was that really JLR? I'm not DB. Was that really JLR that he's talking about in the Netflix documentary? Shocking.
At the very least, at the time, and even after he was arrested, Scott Peterson was a witness. Like, because criminal defendants are witnesses. If you allegedly killed the person, then you're a witness to it. Like Karen Reed was on the witness list. Was she not? I don't even know if she was, but obviously she could have been called, right? And so when Grant Smith Ellis or Jesse, what's his name? JLR, douchebag guy, prison boy, I call him. And by the way, Jesse, I just want to point out what a bitch you are, dude. You came one day and I punked you down and you ran a fucking way. You ran back to whatever fucking little hellhole you came from, you little maggot. Don't ever come back to Dedham. Ever.
He did come to Dedham, and he chased after Karen Reed, calling her a murderer and a murderer and a murderer and a murderer. Somebody said, who's JLR? He's a YouTuber. He's been spending a lot of time outside of Nancy Guthrie's house lately.
It's my city. It's my town, my state. Get the fuck out of here, JLR. Anyway, he tried. He thought he could come here and like intimidate Karen Reed and intimidate me. And no one was impressed by his bullshit. So he just moved on. Like he was expecting us to be like, get out of my face, please stop. Like that's what he's used to. And I'm just like, prison boy. Anyway. Yeah, so like the Brian Laundrie clip, like they do that to him too. But you know, Scott Peterson was a witness at the very least, because they're asking him, where's your wife? Like he's talking to police, he's a fucking witness. And these people are outside and he hasn't been arrested yet, and they're yelling, tell us the truth. That's how I view the McAlberts.
Okay, this is what they quoted in the lawsuit. But also I'm going to point out Brian Laundrie's parents, they were camped out on their lawn for a very long time. Dave Matthews' neighbor says that JLR was in prison when Scott Peterson was confronted. I know I wasn't around back then, on YouTube anyway. But also Casey Anthony's parents, Sebastian Rogers' parents. Here's the part that's quoted in the lawsuit.
Tell us the truth. That's how I view the McAlberts. The same way those reporters view Scott Peterson, I view the McAlberts. I didn't view the McAlberts as witnesses. I view them as murderers, because they are. Like, they're fucking murderers. And they put this in my charging document. So let me say it again in case I wasn't clear the first 1,000 times I've said this. The McAlberts murdered John O'Keefe. They did. I don't know who delivered the fatal blow. I don't know how it started. I don't know all the details of it, because the police didn't do their job and find out. But the McAlberts murdered John O'Keefe because it wasn't Karen Reed. And if it wasn't Karen Reed, it had to be the McAlberts, because he was inside that house and then he was left on the lawn. How the fuck does that happen? Every single person who was inside that house is as guilty as the rest of them, because they all lied. They all witnessed a murder and they covered it up. So fuck them all. Fuck them all. So for me to say, oh, Julia Nagel, tell the truth. Why don't you tell the truth? Nothing wrong with that. You're allowed to do that. She should tell the truth. She should. Everyone should tell the truth. There's nothing wrong with telling the truth. Julia Nagel's a liar. She's a fucking liar. It's not my version of the truth. It's the truth. She didn't see a body. She didn't see a 6-foot black blob on the front lawn. Literally, no one believes that, Julie. No one believes that. It's like saying you're a fucking Abercrombie model, Julie. Nobody fucking believes that. Nobody believes you saw a black blob. Like, nobody. Absolutely no one believes that. And personally, I don't know if she's a spiritual person, but like there is a spot in hell waiting for her. If she dies and this is on her conscience, a spot in fucking hell waiting for her. It's going to burn her fucking alive. And Bukkake ain't going to save you from the devil, girl. He ain't going to save you. All right. You know, Brian Tully is not going to save you from Satan. He can't, because he's going to be joining you. Yeah. I hope you know that. They're all the friends and family. They're all going to be in there burning, and your souls are going to be there for fucking eternity. Unless somebody comes clean and tells the fucking truth. Because we all know what you did. We all know what you people did.
I mean, it sounds to me, tell me if I'm wrong, you can certainly have your opinion about this, but it sounds to me like he really, really believes what he's saying. It doesn't sound to me like he's making this up. He's hyperbolic. That's his personality. He's satirical. That's his personality. But he really, really, really believes that he is saying what he is saying. And would reasonable people like yourselves, who have also dug into all the evidence, watched 2 trials, read transcripts, we even got a hold of some of the sidebars, would reasonable people such as yourselves, being that Karen Reed was acquitted twice, come to the conclusion that something else happened and that some other people might be involved? And that's why it's so important to listen to the context of this. Listen, if they're not going to timestamp it exactly to the stamp of the quote, I had to search for this morning, and the transcript searcher wasn't working, so it was a pain in the neck. But if you just look at this on a piece of paper in the complaint as a quote, it sounds a lot more horrible than it does, in my opinion, when you listen to him saying it. And he's got reasons backing up every single thing that he's saying. He's got the receipts. He's got the proof. Let's let it keep going. But in the complaint, they want it to sound like he's comparing them to Scott Peterson. Not really. No.
Anyway, as I was saying, that's just how I view these people. That's how I view Jennifer McCabe. I never viewed her as a witness. The fuck, and they're just hiding behind it. I'm a witness thing. You can't criticize me. You can't protest me. You can't do all this shit. You can't be like, tell the truth. So yeah. All right. Anyway, so that's my my rant about that. Abercrombie Bagel, I see in the comments. Oh yeah, if anybody wants to have their message.
Okay, so then he talks about, his donations, but I wanted to. He had a little section here on Jennifer Coffenhofer. I want to hear what he said about that. I think it was in this one. Oh, please. I think this is the clip where Kate Peter admits to making up the rumor that Colin was a drug dealer. Listen to this.
Okay.
He will run with any sort of gossip that bolsters his claims. And I want to prove this. So anyone who believes him should realize that a lot of this is getting sent out. I just went ahead and I emailed turtleboysports@gmail.com. I wrote based on a movie plot. This is based on a movie plot. You could do the same thing. You'd probably run with it too. If anyone gets their fake stories mentioned by this schmuck, please email me. We'll have a prize for you. Listen to this.
Yeah, this is an honest, I don't know who this person is, but I'm just gonna read the email. So she sent me an email
Kate
from
Peter.
an anonymous account with the tip. And listen to what I say here. Listen to what I say.
You could do the same thing. You'd probably run with it too. If anyone gets their fake stories mentioned by this schmuck, please email me. We'll have a prize for you. Listen to this.
Yeah, this is an honest, I don't know who this person is, but I'm just gonna read the email I got. Bear with me. Because hi, I've been really scared to talk to anyone about this. And I know I'm not the only one, but I see you're keeping people anonymous, and I think it's important people know. The problem that Colin Albert had with John O'Keefe is that Colin Albert sells pills and weed, and John knew about it because he lived across the street from one of Colin's friends who runs Colin. So she sends me an email as a prank saying that Colin sells drugs. So I go on my show. I'm like, I got this email. And do I say this is real? I go, no, this is just an email. I have no idea if this is real or not. I put that disclaimer out there, just like I did with the Aaron O'Keefe thing today. This is what people have reported, but this is not confirmed. Really important to say that fucking part. Like the not, again, Colin Albert says, hi,
stories mentioned by this schmuck, please email me. We'll have a prize for gmail.com. That information based on a
I don't know who this person is, but I'm just gonna read the email I got.
Same thing. You'd probably run with it too. If anyone gets their fake stories mentioned by this schmuck, please email me. We'll have a prize for you. Listen to this.
Yeah, this is an honest, I don't know who this person.
So Kate Peter, aka Mafia Masshole, aka the one that was in the group text messages with Ken Mello, Brian Tully, Lindsay Gattani, and Kate Peter when they were trying to set up Turtleboy to send him to jail, and it worked, admitted on the internet that she made up the rumor that Colin Albert was a drug dealer. What's interesting about that is that we heard, I don't remember if it was part 2 or part 3, we were watching some Canton Select Board meetings because they were attached as a footnote also, and Chief Helena Rafferty said in the beginning of August of 2023 that it was absolutely true that John O'Keefe reached out to and had extensive detailed correspondence with the detective unit at Canton PD to report drug dealing in his neighborhood. Now we know now that Kate Peter's been working with the McCabes and the Alberts and Tully and Mello. I got a couple of questions. because I don't know when that was that she admitted it. Was it before or after Helena Rafferty's disclosure that John O'Keefe indeed had complained about drug dealing to Canton PD? Two things could be true. Number one, it could be true that Colin Albert was the drug dealer. It could be. And if that's true, since she's working with them, did they tell her she needs to take the fall for this? Just say you made it up. And I remember you guys told me yesterday that, or the day before, I can't remember. They're all blending together now. That when the FOIA request was made for all correspondence between John O'Keefe and the Canton PD detective unit regarding drug dealing in his neighborhood, that the FOIA requesters were told that they couldn't release any of that stuff because it was still an ongoing investigation. Maybe it wasn't Colin. Helena Rafferty said it had nothing to do with anybody who was in the house at 34th Avery that night or something such as like that, or any of their relatives. I mean, it's just food for thought.
But I'm just going to read the email.
But did the McCabes and the Alberts know that Kate Peter made that up? Or did they tell her to say that she made it up? I don't know. Now I have a lot more questions than I did before this lawsuit was filed.
Bear with me for a minute. Because, hi, I've been really scared to talk to anyone about.
No, imagine this is your
I
life.
know I'm not the only one, but I see you're keeping people anonymous, and I think it's important people know.
Again, just imagine that's your life. Like, you're such a loser that you see me being commercially successful, a lot of new subs, a lot of followers, and you're like, I have to get involved in this, so I'm going to send him a prank and say that's not true and see if he reports it. And he doesn't really report it. He reads the email, but he doesn't say it's true. Isn't that fucking funny? We're grown-ups. We're so funny.
So bizarre.
Imagine that's your life. Like, what a fucking loser.
The problem that Colin Albert had with John O'Keefe is that Colin Albert sells pills and weed, and John knew about it because he lived across the street from one of Colin's friends who runs Colin. Colin's dad knows, and sometimes the drugs go to the pizza shop, from what I've heard. The whole Albert family makes money from it. I don't know. That's like that makes it a little far-fetched. Like, you're making the Albert family relies on marijuana sales and what other pill sales.
Bizarre.
Like, that sounds. I'm just reading the email.
I literally go, I don't believe this. This sounds fucking ridiculous. So I'm like, you sent me a fake thing, a fake story about Colin selling drugs to see if I would report on it. And I read it out loud and I basically say, this sounds like bullshit.
From it, and I don't know if his Uncle Brian knows or not, but I think he probably does and explains why they're really covering it up. I have screenshots of Colin selling drugs because sadly, I have bought from him before. Well, that's interesting.
Wow, that's an elaborate lie.
So interesting.
So again, this person asked for anonymity. They will be granted it. Just to be clear, I have not said your name, and I'm not going to say your name.
Yeah, very trustworthy man.
I don't know whose show she's on, but she's gloating about the fact that she made this up and she sent it anonymously to Aiden and that he reported on it. It's wild, right? So that is footnote number, I think we're up to 42. Let's go back to the papers. I'm learning a lot more about the backstory and all the things that Aiden reported on. Because I don't have time to watch anybody else's shows, so I've never seen most of this stuff. Paragraph 95. On September 14th, 2024, Carney hosted his weekend live show. Another one. Carney stated, think of how much that cost the Commonwealth, all to protect Jennifer McCabe, all to protect her, a murderer. Let me be very clear about this in case I haven't a million times. Jennifer McCabe is a murderer. Like, full stop. That's it. She's a murderer. She did it. She actively participated in the murder of John O'Keefe. I can't stress this enough. I'm begging for them to sue me if it's not true. They haven't done it yet. She actively participated in the murder of John O'Keefe. Okay, so is like part of your lawsuit that he's been begging you to sue him, and so now you are, and he wants this? Like, what are we doing? And that's footnote 43, which is episode 694 about Enrique Delgado Garcia. And I think I couldn't find this exact quote in here because I couldn't search the transcript, but it's a show about Enrique Delgado Garcia and the key cycles and more witness intimidation. Maybe that's where it is. Hold on. I mean, it'll be interesting to see Coffindoffer's take on Enrique Delgado Garcia now that 4 people have been arrested here. Hold on. Let's see what he's got to say about that. Episode 694 from September 14th, 2024.
Twitter. Okay. So he's saying here, to be clarified, and as a family, we demand justice. Enrique was an extraordinary, exemplary young man for our family, which is good. And I'd love to have this guy on and talk to him, except he tagged Coffin-Doofus in it. And this is what she initially said. This is what this fucking moron said. Oh my God, she's stupid. She wasn't done embarrassing herself after getting spanked by Yannetti yesterday. It says, training is typically difficult at federal and state police training academies. Did Enrique Delgado Garcia have an underlying condition not detected in his physical? Immediately, what is she doing? She is immediately making excuses for the state police. No, they couldn't have done anything wrong. It's Enrique Delgado's fault for having an underlying condition. She knows nothing about him, and she's immediately just covering for the state police. She is a bootlicker. She is a bootlicker. Goes on to say, do they teach carotid hold?
Carotid.
And it was held too long? Was he practicing, why was he practicing taking a non-compliant person into custody, and during the struggle he was mortally injured? That's what happened. I don't know, but there's often blood, bruises, concussions, unconsciousness, and sometimes broken ribs and limbs that have resulted during new agent training classes. You have to prepare for battle against people who want to kill you, but no one should die in training. Okay.
Well, that didn't age well, did it?
And then she just gets roasted. Are you serious? He had severe brain trauma, broken teeth, broken neck, and multiple contusions. In your professional experience, do these injuries even seem slightly possible to be the result of a boxing training accident? And she says, I do see these are the reflections from the family. I am sure they're very distraught. So basically the family's wrong. I hope the guy who tagged them, the family that tagged her, and takes this back now. She is shitting on your family, my dude. She's saying basically, oh, they're just angry. They'll calm down soon. They're very distraught. Oh, yeah. Okay. The article I read did not mention any of these findings. Oh, maybe you should read another one, stupid. Waiting for autopsy results. Oh, yeah, totally. So how do you know it was a medical problem if you're waiting autopsy results? I don't.
The medical problem was that he had a concussion the day before in an unsanctioned fight or sparring exercise. And then Jennifer Penton lied about it, and she's facing perjury charges now too. So great hot take, Coffindoffer. I don't know where the thing he says about Jennifer McCabe is, but we've already heard it a million times. He said the same thing. He said it in the other 10 shows that we've watched. I don't know. That's a great question. How is she wrong about everything? Great question. All right, back to the papers. I'll just read this to you because I have the next thing pulled up already. Actually, I don't, because it doesn't exist anymore. They've either cited the wrong thing or linked the wrong thing, or it's been taken down since this complaint came out. So here it is. On October 18th, 2024, Reed publicly acknowledged for the first time her longstanding relationship with Carney. In an interview given to Dateline NBC, Reed admitted to speaking with Carney on the phone almost every day for like 20 minutes. Okay. That is footnote 44, which is supposed to be a Boston.com article. But when you click on that link, you get this. Page not found. This page isn't the first thing to get lost in Boston. So great footnote that points to nothing. The first thing that they say purports Karen Reed colluding with Aidan Carney to defame them doesn't exist. Great. All right. And by the way, it's not illegal, or you can't be held civilly liable for speaking to a reporter as a criminal defendant. We had another page not found in our first one. Thank you for pointing that out, Leah or Jenna. On January 20th of 2025, Carney published part 466 of his Canton cover-up series. In response to a claim by one of McCabe's friends that she was harassed by a, quote, turtle rider, the name for Carney's followers, in public, Carney stated, the fact that Jennifer McCabe has to cover her face in public like this because everywhere she goes, people immediately see her face and recognize her as a cop killer is a great thing. Let's point out, January 20th of 2025 is after trial number 1 and before trial number 2. And we did a poll the other day, and the poll can cover up 466. Okay, we're going to go to that next. And in the poll, I asked you, because they're trying to show that Aidan Carney and Karen Reed had this campaign of defamation, and that's how everyone knows who Jennifer McCabe is, and that's how everyone knows who Brian Albert is, and Brian Higgins is, and Colin Albert is, and that's why they have such their reputation has been damaged so severely because of what Aidan and allegedly Karen did together. And we did a poll. We had almost 3,000 votes, and something like 78% of you, 79% of you said you didn't hear about this case from Aidan Carney, and you didn't form your opinions because of what Aidan Carney said. And I find that very interesting. All right, this thing is glitching. It's Canton cover-up part 466. Hank Brennan's friend Carrie Lama caught spying on FKR supporters with Jennifer McCabe at Taunton Standout, January 20th of 2025. There's Carrie Mama Lama. She's part of the Forensic 4 YouTube channel that I think was created to defend the Haas defendants. All right, stop freaking out on me. It's going to make it worse. Hold on. I have to go to reader mode. But if I go to reader mode, you might not see the photos. Okay, you will. Okay, here we go. Canton cover-up, part 466. Hank Brennan's friend, Carrie Lama, caught spying on Free Karen Reed supporters with Jennifer McCabe at Taunton Standout. Remember, she also has self-proclaimed herself as Jennifer McCabe's best friend, Carrie Lama. And that was in the Phelps podcast. I forget what the name of the podcast was, but I did suffer through a couple of episodes for you guys just so I could report back on it to you. So if you're watching on replay or later after the stream is over, please let us know in the comments where it is that you formed your opinions of Jennifer McCabe, of the plaintiffs in this case. Brian Albert, Colin Albert, Brian Higgins, and Jennifer McCabe. Were you influenced by Turtleboy's opinions, or did you form your own opinions? There she is, driving by a Taunton Standout. Yesterday, supporters of the Justice for John O'Keefe Free Karen Reed movement took to the streets across the nation to spread awareness about corruption in Norfolk County. As usual, boots on the ground had a heavy presence in Dedham, the epicenter of the Karen Reed trial. There's a bunch of boots on the ground holding signs. Karen Reed was framed, Free Karen Reed. This is January 2025, after the mistrial, before the second trial. Some more boots on the ground, free Karen Reed signs. And this sign right here on this man's, around this man's neck says, "Justice for Officer O'Keefe, Karen Reed, Justin Root, Sandra Birchmore, Enrique Garcia." So these people are outraged about a lot of other things other than Karen Reed. That is Nathan Reed, Karen's brother, showing up. Mike Crawford from the Young Jerks. While Karen's brother Nathan and cousin Kelly were in Dedham, she and her father, Bill Reed, were visiting supporters in Middleborough and New Bedford. Meanwhile, I stopped by to visit supporters in Leominster and Taunton, where I announced I was going on Twitter. And this is a tweet that says, "On my way to Taunton for National Standout Day." And he has a selfie of himself in the car in a Turtleboy hat. When I got there, I was immediately accosted by some crazy dude who couldn't stop talking about his own criminal problems and tried to monopolize my time. This happens a lot. And let me make it clear to anyone thinking of doing this. If you try to tell me about your story at a public event like this in the hopes that I will write about it in your favor, you will be severely disappointed. It all but guarantees I will never take you seriously. So many people have tried to use the very legitimate Karen Reed protest to try to get me to write about their legal issues. If you want me to do that, then send me an email. If I don't respond, then you should take a hint and move on. Anyway, this guy wouldn't leave me alone while I was trying to talk with supporters, take pictures, etc. He gave me a piece of paper showing he was wanted by Attleboro police for threatening to kill a cop. Indeed, Glenn Lamar's criminal record and history of threatening police officers is voluminous. Some pictures that we can't see. Let's see if we can go back for 1 second. No, it's still freaking out. His website must be overloaded with people trying to get this stuff. Oh, it looks like it's just some screenshots of the guy he's talking about's police reports, which we don't need to read for purposes of this footnote. Let me make this clear right now. I am not anti-police at all. That's not why I've taken up the cause of Karen Reed's case. I am anti-corrupt cop, and the cops involved in Karen Reed's case have proven they are corrupt. My default isn't to assume that all cops are like Michael Proctor. In fact, every cop I personally know thinks Proctor is a scumbag. Glenn Lamar thought that I'd feel sympathy for him because he clearly hates police. I don't. He followed me around the event like a crazy person until I politely told him to leave me alone and send me an email. Anyway, while I was there, Mr. Lamar apparently saw Jennifer McCabe parked in a car with her friend Carrie Lama, spying on the Free Karen Reed supporters. Lama is a pediatric nurse who I wrote about in April after she vocally supported JLR, Jonathan Lee Riches, a convicted felon who spent more than a decade in prison and has expressed support for mass shooters. Carrie Lama was featured on M. William Phelps' failed podcast, 34 Fairview Road, and shared a hilarious made-up story about how she was brought to tears when Matt McCabe brought coffee out to the trash man. I remember that. And had a 15-minute conversation with the trash man because he's such a great person. Phelps actually put that on his podcast, accompanied by sad piano music. Lama was apparently confronted by Lamar, who she erroneously lumped in with the Free Karen Reed supporters who wanted nothing to do with them, and quickly posted about it on Twitter. She claimed that she went to the Taunton Green in order to do a standout for John O'Keefe after Free Karen Reed supporters finished, but was too frightened after the incident and left. And here's a tweet from Mama Llama. A few friends and I planned to stand out for John in Taunton after a Free Karen Reed finished their national standout, but an insane turtle rider drove us away. Frightening. I guess only pink people are allowed at Taunton Green. Stay safe, normal people. Oh, and then Kate Peter. Mafia Massel said, I guess I should turn around. We're not doing it today. F word, all caps. This is January 19th, 2025. Back to Aiden's voice. 1. The only people standing out for John O'Keefe are Free Karen Reed supporters, many of who many of whom held signs demanding justice for his death. Carrie Lama is close friends with the people who murdered John O'Keefe. 2, why was Kate Peter heading to a place she knew I would be at despite having an order against her? 3, why did Carrie Lama and Jen McCabe choose this protest out of the dozens of protests, including several much closer to her home in Stoughton, to show up at? 4, there is a 0.0% chance they had any intention of actually protesting for John. They were spying, got caught, and immediately played the victim. 5, how weak is their dedication to the cause of justice for John O'Keefe if they'd give up and go home because some guy recognized them? FKR supporters stand out for John in all temperatures and are not the least bit deterred by the McAlbert Mafia's threats of violence. Is this really Glenn Lamar? Glenn Lamar says he never threatened a police officer. Well, apparently you scared Carrie Lama and Jen McCabe away. So that's something. Could be someone just pretending to be Glenn Lamar. I don't know. This is the first time I've ever heard about you, if that's really you, or even this incident. Carrie Lama and Jen McCabe immediately left after being noticed and confronted by Glenn Lamar, who then alerted FKR supporters about what had just happened. He asked for their phone numbers so he could send his video, but because no one wanted to give this crazy dude their number, someone just took a video of his video from his phone. So it came out bad. But you can see Lama and McCabe covering her face as they abandoned their planned justice for JJ Standout. No matter what happens, the fact that Jennifer McCabe has to cover her face in public like this, because everywhere she goes, people immediately see her face and recognize her as a cop killer, is a great thing. Obviously, we want to see her arrested, prosecuted, and sent to federal prison. But at the very least, the shame she must feel anytime she goes out in public is a small victory for John O'Keefe, the man she helped murder. There may also be a tie between Carrie Lama and Special Prosecutor Hank Brennan. On September 3rd, 2024, ABC 2020 posted that they were going to do a show on the Karen Reed trial. Look who liked it. There's a post from ABC 2020 that reads, Karen Reed accused of killing her boyfriend, a Boston police officer. The 2020 interview and exclusive personal video. The all-new event special premieres Friday night at 9, 8 Central, and stream on Hulu. Hank Brennan liked it. Turtleboy commented, Karen Reed, never heard of her. Back to Aiden's voice. Spanky Brennan, he has since removed his Facebook page, but a mutual friend who was Facebook friends with him at the time captured this screenshot in September. However, look who liked his new profile picture when he changed it on July 25th. Let's see. Hank Brennan updated his profile picture. And it was liked. Oh, it was loved. It wasn't just liked. It was loved by Carrie Lama. Carrie Lama. This was 2 months before he was named as special prosecutor, which means Carrie Lama is a personal friend of Brennan's. Lama is also close friends with Jennifer McCabe. Clearly, Brennan did not come into this case unbiased and had been following it for months prior. Not coincidentally, many of Brennan's motions have come as a direct result of tips given to him by random Twitter trolls like Carrie Lama. But none of this is going to matter in April because Karen Reed is factually innocent and will never be convicted. There will never be justice for John O'Keefe without justice for Karen Reed. Dun, dun, dun. I mean, if more people recognize Carrie Lama now, she can thank her friend Jennifer McCabe for putting her in the complaint. This is a footnote to the complaint, not just pulling this stuff out of thin air. Paragraph 98. On April 24th of 2025, ABC released an episode of Impact by Nightline in anticipation of Reed's trial, which featured interviews with Reed and Jackson. In it, Reed's attorney Jackson stated, referring to the plaintiffs, quote, there are people in that house that are actually responsible for his death and who murdered him. And there are others in the house who are covering up that murder. Footnote 46. Jackson also specifically refers to McCabe as being involved in a cover-up. Quote, something was going on with John laying in that snow in that front yard. That means that this was a cover-up. John was murdered inside that house. His body was placed outside, and Jennifer McCabe knows that. Footnote 46. Secrets in the snow. Let's see if this even comes up at all. Oh. I mean, did they even like check these footnotes before they linked them in here? I got a 404 message once again. Oops. We don't have that page, but we can help you find something great to watch. Guess it's not on Hulu anymore. Oops. F. The retrial and acquittal of Karen Reed. They're not suing Alan Jackson, and they can't sue Alan Jackson because he's got litigation privilege. Anything he says in defense of his client is protected speech. Okay. So I don't know. F. The retrial and acquittal of Karen Reed. They're just throwing all this in here to see what sticks. And some of the causes of action may stick, which we will see at the end when we finally have a chance to analyze it under the defamation laws of Massachusetts. Hold, please. On April 1st, 2025, the second trial of Karen Reed began with jury selection. On April 23rd, 2025, O'Keefe's mother testified. Carney reacted on a weekday live show by stating, quote, she's on the side of evil. Footnote 47. He argued that O'Keefe's mother is, quote, proudly friends with the people who quite obviously killed her son. Like, if that were my mother and I was killed, my mother would be looking for answers. And she wouldn't be like, yeah, I'm just going to be easily manipulated. I mean, Jennifer McCabe is a master manipulator. She's real good at fooling stupid people. And she's very lucky. Oops. And she's very lucky that the guy she helped kill John O'Keefe was surrounded by a lot of stupid people. Like, there's a lot of stupid people in John's life. Peggy O'Keefe is not a plaintiff to this lawsuit. So I don't know what that's about. But again, that sounds like an opinion to me. What is not an opinion, what is an actual fact, is that Jennifer McCabe, did she start the Peggy's Angel group? Is friends with and has become very close to Jennifer McCabe. That is not a lie. See if I can quickly find any of this in this episode 755, which is 3 hours and 20 minutes long. It goes over the testimony of Timothy Nuttall, Carrie Roberts, let's watch a little bit. You know what? Let's watch his take on Carrie Roberts, because remember, Carrie Roberts just gave an interview. If any of you watched it, Carrie Roberts just did an interview with Catherine Loftus, who goes by Note My Objection. Let's watch a little bit of this. This will take us back to the days of yore. Might renew your outrage a little bit more too. This is Carrie Roberts from trial 2.
going on here?
Well, as your son, then you went to drop off your daughter for the play date.
Well, she was 13, so it wasn't a play date.
Whatever,
I know.
I don't have a 13-year-old. What a date, whatever.
Yeah, so she went over to her friend's house. Yes.
Okay. But you took Jennifer McCabe with you
Yes, because I was driving her home.
back to her house without her kids?
Yes, she was going home.
Were you going to go back to the O'Keefe's and pick up her kids and then take all of them home?
She picked Jen up. You picked her up to bring her home. Wait, where were they? Were they at the O'Keefe's? What the fuck is going on here? What the fuck is going on here with this story? Like, she is so convinced, like she knows that the Jen McCabe going to Lank's house. She does not want to admit that that's shady.
Remember
She
this?
can't admit that Jen is shady. She can't do it because once she starts doing that, she starts thinking like, holy fuck, have I been played this whole time? She does not want to confront that reality. So she's trying to make this seem innocuous. Like, this is no big deal. This is perfectly normal. What's happening here? Bitch, it ain't normal. You got played. You got played. She went to Michael Lank's house to talk to Michael Lank. Not to talk to his wife, not to bring the kids and like, no, stupid. What are you doing?
I didn't have a plan. I mean, Patrick,
Okay.
nephew was my son's best friend.
Got it.
So he wanted to be with him.
Okay. Did you, I think you just answered this, but I want to make sure I'm clear about it. You didn't take separate cars. You all went in the same car. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Did anybody stop by or go by 34 Fairview during that roundabout?
No,
Nobody stopped off at 34 Fairview either on the way or on the way back?
no. I don't believe so. That wouldn't be the route in which to get to my house.
Right. Exactly. You indicated that you stayed, even though you were dropping off your daughter, you and Miss McCabe stayed at Sergeant Lank's house for some 45 minutes. Does that sound about right?
Yeah.
And Sergeant Lank's wife, you indicated, was in the backseat of your car?
Yes.
Did y'all ever go inside the house?
Jen went in to go to the bathroom.
Was Sergeant Lank there?
I don't know. I didn't go in.
You didn't have any communications with Sergeant Lank?
Don't know.
I'm sorry.
You didn't have any communications with Sergeant Lank and Mike Lank on that trip?
No, I did not.
But you don't know whether or not Jen did?
I don't know whether or not Jen did. She went in the house to go to the bathroom.
Okay.
I mean, what is this scenario? So you went over the house, and I think her name is Trish Lank, gets in the car and just sits in the back of the car. And then Jen's like, I gotta take a shit. And she goes into the house, but we don't know if Mike Lank's inside. We don't know. She's just taking a shit. And then instead of Trish Lank inviting them into her house, they're like, let's sit in your car for some fucking reason. Yeah, okay. Except when Jen needed to drop a deuce. All right.
You've indicated that there have been occurrences in which Jennifer McCabe has asked you to come.
Is it possible that people formulated opinions about Jennifer McCabe from watching the trial themselves? This is just what we're trying to prove here.
Contact the DA's office on her behalf.
think it was
ask a
shady?
question here or there, get some information, correct?
To Steve Nelson, yes.
Okay. How many times, just the number of times, the volume, would you say that Ms. McCabe has asked you to reach out to the DA's office in one particular or another?
I don't think very many.
What does that mean? Of the 50 times that you've had
No,
communications?
maybe like 4. Not many, to my knowledge.
When you would, on these 4 occasions or 4 or so occasions, when you would reach out to the DA's office, gather information, whatever that information may be, would you then report that information back to Ms. McCabe?
Yes.
I'm with you on that. That's what worries me, Richie.
You obviously understand the
And
importance.
that's what worries me, Richie. Is just like I'm watching the jury, and there's 18 of them, and I'm like, are they what are they picking up on here? Just from Ronnie's exit interview, like none of this shit mattered at all to the jury. And it's like this is a lot to follow for the jury, and I wonder if they get it, you know. But
So providing statements to law enforcement that are free of influence of other people, other witnesses. Is that right?
Say it again.
You understand the importance of providing information to law enforcement as a witness to law enforcement, free of influence from other people.
Yeah.
In other words, you want to be as accurate and as independent as possible.
Yes.
And that's because if your statement is somehow, or if your communications with law enforcement are somehow influenced by others, it might call into question the credibility of the person providing the statement. Objection.
Can you answer that question, Ms. Roberts?
You have provided in this case,
Can
Ms.
you
Roberts.
answer
There's been several of them. The first time you told your story to law enforcement was on January 29th. We've already established that, correct?
Say that again.
It was on January 29th, the first time you relayed your story to law enforcement.
Yes.
And that was to Trooper Dunn and Trooper DeChico. That's the name I couldn't remember.
I don't remember.
But you do remember Trooper Dunn.
I remember 2 troopers. I don't know their name.
Okay. Where did that interview take place?
In my dining room.
And who was with you when you gave that interview? If anybody?
My husband was home. I don't think I think my daughter was home at that point. My husband was home. I don't know if the kids were home.
Nobody else from outside the family?
No.
Okay. Who contacted you about doing that interview? How did they know to come to you at your home?
I don't remember. They may have just shown up. I don't remember.
Do you remember what time the interview was?
Maybe around dinner time, maybe around 5, 6.
Was it recorded?
I'm sorry?
Was it recorded in any way? Tape recorded running?
I don't think so.
The troopers were taking notes, obviously?
I believe so.
During your conversation with, and I'm jumping around a bit, so I apologize. During your conversation or conversations with Mr. Brennan and the DA's, members of the DA's office in preparation for your testimony, were any of those interviews recorded?
No.
Was anybody taking notes?
No.
No, none of the DA's were actually taking notes, the ADA's?
I didn't look around the table to see if anyone was taking notes, but I didn't see them taking notes.
No pads and pens on the table?
There's a lot of stuff on the table, but I didn't see anybody taking notes.
Okay. You received a phone call just before that interview started at 5:25 p.m., correct?
This
Around 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. Is this the night of the 29th, you mean?
This is the night.
By the way, I pieced this together when I went through Jen McCabe's call log and the thing that, like, holy shit, Jen McCabe spoke to her for like 30 minutes right before Carrie was interviewed by the police.
Oh,
Right before. It's fucking creepy when you look at Jennifer McCabe's call
Mhm.
log. Talk about controlling. And then she testifies today that, oh yeah, I talked to her right before I came here. Of course you did. Exactly. Stupid. Don't say that.
I'm jumping back to the night of the 29th.
Yeah, I'm not following you very well.
That's okay. On the 29th,
Yeah.
you were interviewed around 5:25 p.m. They just
so many people have commented this. Sumo is the latest to comment this. I never would have heard of Turtleboy if they hadn't mentioned his name on the stand at the trial. And it made people curious.
a little bit before that.
Yep.
You received a phone call just before that, correct?
I do not know.
Isn't it true that Jen McCabe called you and spoke to you just before that,
I spoke to Jen McCabe the entire day.
including just before that interview?
I don't know.
Did you tell Jen McCabe that you were about to be interviewed?
No.
Did you tell her at some point did you text her and tell her that the officers had arrived?
I don't think so.
Did she text you back and say, call me right after?
I don't know.
During the course of that interview,
People are formulating their opinions of Jennifer McCabe by watching Carrie Roberts' testimony. Am I wrong? Did you? So many of you had no idea who Turtleboy was. They're going to have a hard time proving this and proving damages too. But let's keep going and listen to Carrie Roberts be cross-examined about her conversations and dealings with Jennifer McCabe. And the two of them were not friends before this. Didn't they go shopping for sneakers once with John O'Keefe 8 years before his murder because he got a discount at I don't know, Reebok or something? She had met Jennifer McCabe one time, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong.
the incident was still pretty fresh in your mind, during the course of that interview, when the incident was still pretty fresh in your mind, you indicated that at about 5 a.m. you got a call from Karen Reed indicating that John never came home and that she was worried, correct?
Correct.
You also indicated that she was worried that John may be walking and may have gotten hit by a plow. You relayed that to the officers.
Yes.
You indicated that you met up with Karen Reed and Jennifer McCabe at Jennifer McCabe's house, and Karen was hysterical and worried that something had happened to John.
Yes.
You also indicated that once you were at 34 Fairview, once y'all had made your way over to 34 Fairview, Karen saw John and ran to him, although you and Jennifer didn't see him initially, correct?
That's correct.
You said that Karen was repeating the phrase, is he dead, over and over. Is that right?
That is correct.
You also indicated that if anything happened to John, she'd kill herself, correct?
That's what she said to me.
So the objection is sustained.
Did you indicate at any time, I'm sorry, let me ask a different,
I don't know.
would it refresh your recollection to look at that, Jen, that if there's anything further that you could recall that would be useful, please provide it. Please give it to at that time.
I don't know.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at that January 29th report?
Sure.
Of course.
Were you informed that you were
Remember also, we shouldn't talk about this part, that after Karen called her, Carrie Roberts called Canton PD and spoke to Sergeant Sean Good. Told him the story about how her friend's boyfriend was missing and she thinks, I don't know, she thinks something might happen to him. Did you get any reports of a guy? Was anybody taken to the hospital? Anything like that? She didn't sound real concerned about it. She wasn't freaking out about it. And it was Sean Good that she spoke to. They were joking about a blizzard party. He was like, I don't know, I wasn't invited because I'm here, I'm working. We still don't know why Sean Good has been suspended from Canton PD, but the only thing we know is that it happened right after the total phone extraction of Proctor was leaked with all of his data, everything, going back to 2012. So may have something to do with this case, may just have something to do with some things that he was talking to Proctor about or in group messages, some inappropriate things we don't know yet. But it's very interesting that Carrie spoke to Sean Good, and then he was also the one that took the 911 call from Jennifer McCabe when they found John's body.
Trooper Dunn, Chico, they indicated after you gave your statement that if you wish to provide anything additional, now's the time to do it. Objection.
Sustained.
Were you informed that you were limited on time in that interview? Meaning, we got to get this done. We're leaving. We're out of time.
No.
They didn't cut you off, correct?
No.
They didn't tell you that they had a limited amount of information that they wanted and then they were just going to leave, correct?
I don't remember. I don't recall.
As a matter of fact, they told you that anything you wanted to provide to them, provide it. Give them as much detail as you could, correct?
I don't recall.
You just read the last statement that these troopers indicated, correct? If there's anything further she can recall that would be useful, please provide that information. Yeah.
Sustained.
May we approach?
Yes.
Thank you, Friend of Dog, for gifting 10
recall.
memberships.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, listen to her.
Having looked at the
No,
report,
no, bring it to her and show it to her again.
she's just, it's the same thing that I just showed her. Having looked at the report, does that refresh your recollection about what Trooper Dunn and Chico told you at the end of the interview?
I don't recall. It's not refreshing. I'm not remembering it. Even reading it, I'm not remembering it.
I see.
Like, that's just fucking crazy. Like, she shows the police report and like, here's what they said that you said. Does this refresh your memory? No, it doesn't. Like, what am I supposed to do with that? Okay.
Well, they're prepped. They're well prepped to say, if it doesn't refresh your recollection and you say it doesn't refresh your recollection, then they're not allowed to use it. They're not allowed to use it.
Well, here's your phone call records of you calling each other at 2:22 in the morning. Do you remember doing that? No. Must have been a butt dial. Do you remember saying this? No, I don't remember saying. It's just amazing what they can get away with. Like, what? But you clearly did say that. It's in the report.
Okay, fair enough. So as you sit here, the details about what you told or what those two officers told you are not fresh in your mind, and nothing's refreshing your recollection about that.
Right.
Okay, but you do remember the basics of what I just described in that conversation with those two troopers.
I mean, they asked me what happened. I told them, but I was also in shock.
You never said during the course of that interview
Shock and
that
Mara.
my client called you at 5 o'clock in the morning just hours earlier and said he's dead and then hung up, correct?
Never
No,
mentioned that.
I don't believe I said it at that point. I did not remember that until a couple of days.
You didn't remember that? You didn't remember? This is supposed to be a devastating event for you. A devastating event for you. Your dear friend of how long has been murdered, and you didn't remember to tell the police that Karen called you before 5 a.m. and said, Carrie, he's dead, he's dead, he's dead. He got hit by a plow, he's dead, and hung up. You forgot that part?
You never said during the course of that interview
Shock and
that
Mara.
my client called you at 5 o'clock in the morning just hours earlier and said he's dead and then hung up, correct?
Never
No,
mentioned that.
I don't believe I said it at that point. I did not remember that until a couple of days later.
I see.
What? This is when I'm like, oh, as soon as she said that, I did not remember that until a couple days later. That she called me at 5 a.m. and told me John's dead. And oh, yeah, I didn't remember that on January 29th. That's not why it's in the report. But then I talked to Jen a lot more and I suddenly remembered it. Everyone listening to this gets it. Like, oh, Jen's getting her to say shit. But the light bulb hasn't gone off in her head yet. That holy shit, I've been played. She can't figure it out. She's too retarded.
He's showing us, and we are watching him in real time come to his rational conclusion about who was involved in his mind and what he believes to be and who he believes to be responsible for the murder of John O'Keefe. And he's pointing out every single inconsistency, just like we did over here on this channel, every single sus thing that happened. 25 years on the job says, what are the odds that Sergeant Suspended got a heads up that it was John at 34 Fairview? I kind of been thinking that. I've been thinking that too.
And in fact, when you were asked about that particular statement, when you asked about that particular series of events, that never came to your mind.
No.
That literally, the first words out of Karen Reed's mouth, according to you now, is he's dead and then hung up.
Correct.
When you heard that, you didn't take that to mean that she killed him.
No.
Of course not. She was panicked, correct?
Yes.
You did add that, one other thing that you didn't add in your initial statement to Trooper Dunn and Trooper Chico is anything about the tail light either, correct?
Not.
Okay. And you also didn't say anything
Nothing about the taillight. Nothing about the call. John's dead.
about any sort of a Google search or the praying that you talked about in the back of the patrol car, anything like that.
No, I don't know. I don't remember.
The second time you were interviewed, that was the February 1st interview. That was with Kathleen Prince and Connor Keith, correct? And you just looked at that report, at least part of that report. Is that right?
Say it again.
Connor Keith and Kathleen Prince, that was on February 1st, 3 days after your initial statement, correct?
I don't remember the date, but I remember meeting with them.
Okay. I want to make sure I get the dates down, so I'm sorry to belabor this, but.
I agree with that, Allison.
Yes. Refresh your record.
Yes. Yes.
What date was it that you got it?
February 1st.
So now the February 1st, 3 days later. What does it
That
say
second
on that
interview
thing?
was conducted at 12 Country Lane, correct?
Yes.
And who again lives at 12 Country Lane?
She's at
Jennifer
Jen's
McCabe.
house. Jen's house.
So the second time you told your memory,
Like, is Jen McCabe's house the state police barracks? Like,
Yes.
This is just where interviews going to happen. Miss Roberts, we're going to need to, talk to you about this murder. Okay, cool. Would you like me to come on into the station and take a report? No, actually, the station is Jen McCabe's house. That's where we meet now for meetings. We don't record anything. We might not even take notes. She'll be in the other room. She swears she's not listening. But everything happens at Jen McCabe's house. Yeah, this is on the up and up though. But sure.
your story to law enforcement, you were literally sitting in Jennifer McCabe's house.
Yes.
And you had met with Jennifer McCabe before your interview, correct?
Yes. We were putting a timeline together.
So you two were actually
Timeline.
prepping. That's a valid term. Prepping for your interview, putting a timeline together, correct?
We were putting a timeline together at the request of Mrs. O'Keefe.
And Jennifer McCabe was helping you with the timeline, and you were helping her with the timeline.
Yes, we were putting together the events of what had happened.
So she was helping you, and you were helping her. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
This is just an amazing admittance. We knew about the timeline from last time, but it's like you were collaboratively working on a group project with Jen in which you were determining times. Previously, none of this happened. And then you did the timeline project with Jen, and the timeline spoke to you. And now it's just like, but it's in my timeline. Like she believes this. I'm convinced she believes this shit because she's fucking retarded. Like there's no other way around it. She's just retarded. She doesn't want to come to terms with the reality that she has surrounded herself with the psychopath. But mark my words, she will someday. Someday she's gonna figure Jen out. It's gonna click. Like Jen's gonna do something to fuck her over someday. She's gonna, she's gonna overhear a conversation that she's not supposed to hear with Jen, in which she's bad mouthing her. Someday it's going to catch up to her. These relationships always fall apart. This is not an equal relationship. This is Jennifer McCabe using this fucking moron, and this moron just being like, no, it was in the timeline. No. Good God. What an idiot.
So both of you were assisting in each other's memories, correct?
Yes.
I remember this, and you remember this, and okay, now I remember this, correct?
Yep.
Obviously, that would help influence your memory. Going over the event with someone else, correct?
Yep.
So what's on that timeline, you would agree, is not completely independent, your memory. It's a combination of your memory and Jennifer McCabe's memory. Isn't that right?
Yes.
So the two of you drew out some sort of a timeline for you to follow during the course of that interview. Is that right?
For me to follow what?
During the course of that February 1st interview, as you were interviewed in Miss McCabe's house. That was the purpose of the timeline, to help you with that interview.
No, that wasn't the purpose of the timeline.
You used it for that purpose, though, obviously.
We did not. I was at Jen's house making a timeline, and the two officers showed up to interview her. I just happened to be there.
Right. And when they interviewed you,
Oh my God. She just happened to be there. We were working on our project, our group project timeline, and the cops just showed up. And so that's why I did the interview there. They just caught me there. Oh yeah. What are the odds?
that timeline in front of you, that's my question.
No, I did not.
Okay. But you had just created it along with Jennifer McCabe.
Some of it.
And then it was after that, that this timeline was coordinated between the two of you, that you actually told your second story to Trooper Prince. And when I say second story, I mean as the second time you were interviewed on February 1st as opposed to January 29th. Is that right?
The trial channel's here. Thank you for.
Did you ever
Thank you
become
for
aware of
doing
text
these.
messages that Jennifer
Sure.
McCabe was sending to others in a group chat talking about you? in that
This
interview?
is great.
No.
You were never told or became aware that she sent text messages to a group as she listened in on your interview?
No, I don't think she could listen in. She wasn't anywhere near me.
You weren't aware that or are you aware as you sit here that she sent a text message that said she's telling them everything, all this stuff?
Sustained.
Have you ever been provided a text message or told about a text message that perhaps Jennifer McCabe was sending to a group?
No.
Listening to your suggesting that she was listening to your interview?
No.
Oh, she's realizing in real time. Jennifer McCabe was talking about her behind her back. The look on her eye, her face. Oh, tell your daughter, Amy B. You're welcome.
Do you believe her? Do you believe her, guys? I could go either way. Again, last trial, we saw that Jennifer McCabe, because of the FBI investigation, these text messages were revealed showing that Jennifer McCabe was listening in on Carrie's interview at her house and sending a message back to Matt McCabe, Nicole Albert, and Brian Albert saying she's telling them everything. Okay. That came out at trial. And we are to believe that 9 months later, Carrie is still unaware of this, that she was being that Jennifer McCabe was eavesdropping on her. I got to be perfectly honest with you. I could go either way on this one. She might be telling the truth because I think you're underestimating how retarded she is. She might be that retarded that she did not watch Jennifer McCabe's entire thing. Like Jennifer McCabe might have told her, don't even watch it. Don't even watch it. Like she can control Carrie. She can do whatever she wants to Carrie. And she probably doesn't want Carrie knowing that. So there is a chance, there is a world in which Jennifer McCabe told Carrie, don't watch my testimony. And it's too heartbreaking. I don't want you to, and Cher's like, okay. I don't know. I think it could, probably not. She's probably lying. I'm probably overthinking this one, but I don't know. That's wild if she just didn't watch any of Jen McCabe's testimony, because that's what this requires. If she doesn't know about that group text message, if she's just finding out about this for the first time, then that means that she didn't watch Jennifer McCabe's testimony at the last trial. I find that hard to believe, but also she's so retarded that maybe, I'm just saying.
The third time you told your story was later that night.
Yeah, I'm probably overthinking it.
With Trooper Proctor?
I'm probably overthinking it. I know.
Requested to speak to Trooper Proctor because I had remembered the very first time I spoke with Karen that morning, and I wanted to make sure it was recorded.
Okay, that wasn't my question. My question was, did you have another telephonic conversation with Trooper Proctor? Yes or no?
You said that night, but it wasn't that night.
When was it?
I think it was earlier that day.
Okay,
yeah, fuck it. She's lying. She watched it. She definitely watched it. And maybe she's.
Yeah, I hate the R word too. The closed captions won't even spell it out. But he's thinking in real time. He's showing us his thought process in real time and why he thinks that these people are the murderers and covered up the murder of Boston police officer John O'Keefe and all the reasons why. And then it takes her 3 times to get her story straight, even though they're building a timeline all this time. I want to see if they get to the point where she lied in the grand jury. Oh, here's a picture of King David and Karen and Liza Little. I think this is back in the olden days.
Yes.
Okay. Did you take a look at this document?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that there were 2 text messages at around the time of your interview with those 2 troopers?
No.
Do you recall, as you sit here, texting Miss McCabe that the state troopers were arriving or they're just getting there?
No.
Do you recall Miss McCabe texting you anything back about calling me after?
No.
Did you, in fact, different question, did you?
This is wild. I just don't recall texting. How do you talk your way out of that one? The calls, you could just be like, those are butt dials. Are they butt texts too? Did your ass write out complete sentences and hit fucking enter? What? How do you not remember a text message? It's right fucking there. Jesus Christ.
I called Miss McCabe right after the interview and talked to her.
I don't know.
Have you ever testified that at the scene, Miss Reed was seated in the back of a patrol car along with Jennifer McCabe, and you were standing just outside the car?
Okay, this is important. So let's listen to this again. This is where she gets caught in her lie, I think, to the grand jury. This is a huge problem. Remember, Jennifer Penton Massachusetts State Police trooper, has just been indicted for perjury for lying about the fact that she said she wasn't told that Enrique Delgado Garcia had sustained concussion-like symptoms the day before the big fight. This is enraging me again, too. So listen to this. Have you ever testified?
Have you ever testified that at the scene, Miss Reed was seated in the back of a patrol car along with Jennifer McCabe, and you were standing just outside the car, and there was an interaction among the three?
Yes.
Have you ever testified, or have you ever stated in any particular, that
I'm with
during that interaction, Karen asked the three of you to pray?
Yes.
Have you ever said or testified that during that interaction where you're seated, where they are seated in the back of the patrol car, and Ms. Reed asked you to pray, that Ms. Reed said to Jennifer McCabe, Google hypothermia?
No.
You've never said that?
I've never said that.
Really?
You testified at the grand jury on April.
I mean, that was pretty clear. She said, I never said that. I never said that when we were all praying, that Ms. Reed said to Jennifer McCabe, Google hypothermia. She says she never said that.
No.
You've never said that?
I've never said that.
Really?
You testified at the grand jury on April 26th. Is that right? April 26th, 2022?
I do not know.
Right? Does that sound right? April 26th, 2022?
I have no idea.
Late April 2022, does that sound right?
I don't know. It was 2022.
You testified under oath, correct?
Yes.
So the same oath that you swore here?
Yes.
The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and no perjury. Is that right?
Yep.
Is it your testimony that you have never said that Karen told Jen to Google hypothermia, or that you don't recall saying that?
I don't recall saying that.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a portion of your grand jury testimony from that day?
It might.
May I approach?
Here's why this is so important. Here's why this is so important. The 227 search, Haas Long to Dying Cold, had not yet been made public. Tell me if I'm wrong. By April 6th of 2022. Yes or no? Had the 227 search, Haas Long to Dying Cold, been made public by April 6th of 2022 when she testified in front of the grand jury? No. Alan Jackson wasn't even on the case yet. Aidan Carney had not reported about this case. He wouldn't go on to report about this case until a year later. Thank you, Emily C. It was made public April 16th of 2023. She says she never said it, but apparently Alan Jackson has the receipts that she said it in April of 2022. And this is in large part why maybe Karen Reed's charges were upgraded to second-degree murder from vehicular manslaughter. And so why did Carrie Roberts testify that she heard Karen Reed tell Jen McCabe to Google hypothermia that morning? Who told her to say that? Did Jennifer McCabe know that that search was in her phone and it had to be explained away? And somebody other than herself had to explain it? Was it in the timeline? This, in my opinion, is one of the most damning pieces of evidence against Jennifer McCabe. So go on with your bad self, Jen McCabe. File this lawsuit. Attach this as an exhibit to your lawsuit for defamation. Nobody knew about the 227 search except for you. And whoever else you told about it, like maybe your brother-in-law, Brian Albert, Boston police officer Brian Albert. So where'd you get this information from if it didn't really happen? Listen, this is a problem. This is a big problem. And the defense, Karen Reed and A.D. Carney, can use this in their own defense because nobody knew about the 227 search except Jennifer McCabe and whoever she told about it. So let's listen to Carrie's reasoning, her excuse for her April 6th of 2022 grand jury testimony, and why people with a brain might have come to the conclusion that Jennifer McCabe had something to do with this. Here you go. Take that back a moment. Okay, that's why it's important. Now I want to hear you. I want you to hear it again. Here we go.
At the scene, McCabe, right after the interview, and talk to her.
I don't know.
She's calling Jennifer McCabe after her interviews.
Have you ever testified that at the scene, Miss Reed was seated in the back of a patrol car along with Jennifer McCabe, and you were standing just outside the car, and there was an interaction among the three?
Yes.
Have you ever testified, or have you ever said, stated in any particular, that
I'm with
during that interaction, Karen asked the three of you to pray?
Yes.
Have you ever said or testified that during that interaction where you're seated, where they are seated in the back of the patrol car, and Ms. Reed asked you to pray, that Ms. Reed said to Jennifer McCabe, Google hypothermia?
No.
You've never said that.
I've never said that.
Really?
You testified at the grand jury on April 26th. Is that right? April 26th, 2022?
I do not
Is that
know.
right? Does that sound right? April 26th, 2022?
I have no idea.
Late April 2022, does that sound right?
I don't know. It was 2022.
You testified under oath, correct?
Yes.
So the same oath that you swore here?
Yes.
Is that true? Truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and no perjury. Is that right?
Yep.
Is it your testimony that you have never said that Karen told Jen to Google hypothermia, or that you don't recall saying that?
I don't recall saying that.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a portion of your grand jury testimony from that day?
It might.
May I approach?
Yes.
You testified under oath at the grand jury that at some point Karen was in back of the police cruiser, correct?
Yep.
Objection.
No, I'll allow that question.
Does that refresh your recollection as to what you told the grand jury?
Yes.
And isn't it true that at some point during the course of your testimony under oath, you said that Karen was in the back of the police cruiser?
Yes.
And then you went on to describe that Karen and Jen and I were standing outside, and she made us all start holding hands and starting to pray.
Yes.
I mean, what the she being Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
And at this point, they had lifted John up and taken him onto the gurney, correct? That's
I don't
what you
know.
described.
I don't recall.
I'm going to do this again, just so we're clear.
Yep. I say I think. So I'm not positive. Okay. Yes.
This is the
And you testified
this
because
is
you think, at least that's what you're
this is the Commonwealth grand jury, I believe. This is in April 26th of 2022.
telling the grand jurors. You think that was the point at which they lifted John up
Yes.
and moved him into the ambulance, correct? Is that right?
Yes.
And then you were asked the question, what, if anything, did she, Ms. Reed, ask Ms. McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard, correct? Objection.
Do you recall that? I did not hear the question about Google being asked.
That's not my question. May I ask? May I inquire?
Just repeat that question.
Sure. Is it true that
You can hear Hank Brennan freaking out. Objection, objection, objection. He's smart enough to figure this out. Listen.
what, if anything, did she, Ms. Reed, ask Ms. McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard, correct? Objection.
Do you recall that? I did not hear the question about Google being asked.
That's not my question. May I ask? May I inquire?
Just repeat that question.
Sure. Is it true that you were next asked by Mr. Lowley in front of the ground zero, quote, what, if anything, did she, Ms. Reed, ask Ms. McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard?
That you
End quote.
heard.
Remember being asked that question?
No.
That you heard.
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection? That was the question you were asked.
Yes.
That you heard.
And in response to that question, you stated, quote, at one point she asked her to Google hypothermia and how long Google hypothermia, correct?
Mhm.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Google hypothermia, and then how long Google hypothermia, like she corrected herself after the how long part. Wow. I think, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Aiden got interested in this case when he learned about the 227 search. And that is why the first time it was public was in April of 2023, which was the first time that he wrote an article about this case. Yes, this is why Karen's charges were upgraded. Yes. She doesn't remember. Her face is telling us everything. It's got subtitles. Alan Jackson is reading directly from the grand jury transcript from April 6th of 2022. She doesn't remember, but it's hard to not remember when you're presented with the transcript. Here you go. One more time.
That was the question you were asked.
Yes.
That you heard.
And in response to that question, you stated, quote, at one point she asked her to Google hypothermia and how long Google hypothermia, correct?
Mhm.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
That was very detailed, you agree, but that's a very detailed and specific recount of an event. You recounted where you were, back of a cruiser, or they were in the back of a cruiser, correct?
Yep.
You recorded the time. It was right around the time that you thought they were lifting John up and scooping him up onto the gurney, correct?
Yep. I thought it was about that time. I wasn't sure.
Location.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that answer. You were talking over each other.
That's my mistake.
What was your answer, Ms.
I
Roberts?
thought it was about the time they lifted him up, but I wasn't sure.
You were very detailed about who was there. It was you. It was Jen. It was my client, Carrie,
Yes.
correct? Is that right?
Yes.
You're so detailed that you talked about where you were standing next to the cruiser open door, correct?
Yes.
What the others were doing, holding hands and praying, is that right?
Yes.
And the actual words used. You're as detailed about all of that as the actual words used. She asked her to Google hypothermia and how long, then you stopped, Google hypothermia, end quote, correct?
Correct.
You will agree, at least for that purpose, you painted a very, very detailed picture in front of the grand jury, didn't you?
Yep.
Except it's not true, is it?
I did not hear her ask that. I was told she was asked that. In
The
the
answer to my question, Ms. Roberts, not your question.
I didn't hear her ask that. I was told that she asked that. Number one, who told you? And second of all, why did you testify that you heard it? Remember, there were 3 searches found in the phone extraction of Jen McCabe. 227, Haas long to dying cold. Then there was one around 623. How long? TIDIENCIKD. And then at 624, I think, I'm not sure of the exact times. Again, Haas long to dying cold. Because the original search of 227 was spelled the same way. And if she remembered that she made it at 623 to 624, she had to quickly make it again, thinking that she could outsmart Celebrate, Axiom, all of them. She was told that that happened. She lied in front of the grand jury. And to all the reasonable people out there, remember this testimony and remember thinking, is that Jennifer McCabe's consciousness of guilt? Did Jennifer McCabe tell her to say that? You can come to your own conclusions here. I'm not going to tell you what to think. But keep listening.
It's just like it's all. If she was smart, this would all be clicking to her. She's like, yeah, I was told that Karen asked Jen to Google hypothermia by Jen. I was told that by Jen. Wait a minute. Someday I really hope it just clicks for her one day. Like, holy shit. It was Jen all along. She's been doing, holy fuck. She was always there, wasn't she? It's like she can't figure it out. She can't figure it out.
What you told the grand jurors was not true. You never heard her, my client, ask anyone to Google anything, did you?
I did not.
And yet that's what you testified to under oath, under the penalty of perjury, in front of the grand jury, didn't you?
I did.
And the reason you did that, the reason that you said that false statement is because someone told you to say it. Correct? Object.
Is that? I'm going to let her answer.
Nobody told me to say it. I knew it happened at that time.
How did you
which is
know
why I
you
said
knew
it.
it happened? How did you know it happened, Ms. Roberts, if no one told you it happened?
Because we wrote a timeline. We already spoke about
So
that.
the timeline that Jennifer McCabe helped you with, that influenced your testimony in front of the grand
The
jury.
timeline spoke to her.
Obviously.
I was telling what happened in the back of the cruiser.
The timeline that you wrote,
So when you ask a question, let her answer, okay?
the timeline you wrote, that Jennifer McCabe's help influenced your testimony to testify in front of the grand jury to the statement that you never heard. Correct?
Yes.
You were later asked about that statement in another investigation. I'm sorry, by another investigator or 7 investigators. Correct?
I don't know.
Were you interviewed by a different law enforcement agency, a separate law enforcement agency from the Massachusetts State Police at any time?
Yes.
And you were told that to lie to those agents would be a crime, correct?
Yes.
Punishable by prison, correct?
Yep.
I was not told that.
They asked you whether or not you heard Karen Reed ever say anything to Jennifer McCabe about Googling anything, correct?
I don't know.
Isn't it true that you told them what you've just now told us, which is, I did not hear Karen Reed ask Jennifer McCabe to conduct any Google searches?
I don't recall.
It will refresh your recollection to look at the copy of that interview on that report?
FBI.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ms. Roberts, do you recognize that as being a report on an interview that you conducted?
I've never seen this before, but
Understood.
I've
You may
never
never have seen it, but does it remind you that that's
Yes.
a report of a conversation you had with another law enforcement agency? I'm going to ask you to turn to page 7
This is the
of the
Fed.
report.
Yeah.
And if you look, there's a small paragraph, about 2 paragraphs up from the bottom. I think I might put a little blue dot by it, but I'm not sure. Please read that to yourself.
This is the Feds, I believe.
Correct.
This is the Feds.
Done?
Yep.
Thank you. May I approach?
yes.
Thank you. Stars. Ms. Roberts, does that refresh your recollection about what you told these investigators?
Yes.
And what you told them was you, quote, did not hear Karen Reed ask Jennifer McCabe to conduct any Google
That is
search.
correct.
And you went on to say, you saw McCabe on her phone.
I'll allow it.
You saw McCabe on her phone, but you did not hear Karen ask Jennifer to Google anything.
Correct.
So what you told the grand jurors was in fact false.
I misunderstood Mr. Lally question.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Brennan, any questions?
Thank you. Thank you.
Wow. Wow. McAlberts are nuts to put a spotlight on this, says D. Miller. The ice cream truck interview. Wow. Do you think that people watching the second trial may have come to their own conclusions about Jennifer McCabe's involvement in the shenanigans and the murder and the cover-up of the murder of John O'Keefe? Because those of us with common sense and an understanding of physics and injuries and science know that John O'Keefe was not hit by a car, and therefore, by process of elimination, something else happened to him. And this is February 6, 2022. She testified that way in front of the grand jury under oath that she heard Karen Reed tell Jen McCabe to Google hypothermia. And then it's trial number 2. I just knew that it happened. I didn't really hear her say that. Wow. Thank you, Jen McCabe, for footnoting this entire YouTube presentation of Turtleboy so that we could just stumble upon this part of it. Again. Effing again. Cupcakes for Justice loves Bang Bang and TikTok. Cupcakes for Justice says, let me know when we find defamation. We're finding a lot of other stuff. We're finding a lot of other stuff that so far is good for the defense. Iceman says, Mel, does the judge have to watch possibly hours of his shows to get the quotes? That seems a little ridiculous to me. They're going to have to timestamp it at some point, but this is illegal pleading. And so all of this stuff that is footnoted, it's not timestamped. If they're going to amend their pleading to put some timestamps on it, that would certainly help the judge, because if there's a motion to dismiss on the pleadings, the judge is going to have to take everything in the pleadings and in the complaint as true in order to decide on a motion to dismiss. Thank you, Iceman. Kath says, isn't Bev in Plymouth now? Find that interesting. She's in Plymouth now. This is in Barnstable County, 2 different counties. Thanks for being here for 9 months, girl. Jacqueline says that the fact that Kay Peter admitted she knew she lied about what she said about Colin qualify as defamation. Well, yeah, but they haven't sued her. They haven't sued Kate Peter. She's on their side. Thanks, Jacqueline, for your 5. Chrissy says, Melanie, my family member is retired BPD. He introduced us to Turtleboy, but we, like so many locals at the time, already suspected things were not what they seemed. Thank you, Chrissy Mel, for your 10. Graham Tam says, I have concerns about the House Gang of 4 having shady connections in Barnstable. That's why they filed there. Thanks for helping me get through cleaning day. Oh, thank you for your 10, Graham Tam. My pleasure. Melissa P says, since the McAlbert fools continue to dox me on their fake organization, I think I should file a civil suit against all of them. It works both ways. We've all said what Turtleboy said. Where are our lawsuits? Well, I don't know. I read a statement from somebody on their behalf yesterday that says that they're still investigating and they may intend to be suing some more people. So thank you for your 10. Sue says, it wasn't until after trial 1 that I even knew what LawTube was, never mind what a Turtleboy was. It was the words out of the McAlberts' mouths, and those words alone that led me to see them as guilty. See, you can see that from all the way across the pond. Thank you, Sue, for your super chat. Melissa P says, I watched the first trial with 0 social media or Turtleboy. Thank you. Beth Ellen, I'm not sure this lawsuit is the flex they think it is. If the judge actually reviews the footnotes, it looks really bad for them. Right. Why does Carrie Roberts just say out of the blue in front of the grand jury that she heard Karen ask Jen to Google hypothermia? Is it twofold? Is it because Jennifer McCabe knows she's got to have an explanation for the Google search that's going to inevitably be found in her phone, maybe? And is it also to try and make Karen Reed look more guilty? If she told Jen McCabe to say that after the body was found? Huh. Thanks, Beth. Edward says, remember, Peter Tragos and Emily Baker watch trials cold. No pretrial motion work or hearings. How does Jen explain those two? Just more turtle sheep? Oh, yeah. Maybe. I don't know. I haven't heard her say anything about them directly, but I think that's a rhetorical question. Lindsay says, it's also interesting that Jen McCabe never mentions the Google search until she finds out they are taking her phone from Trooper Prince. She doesn't mention it until February 3rd, I believe. Thank you, Lindsay. Kay Willis is a realtor. She's gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much, Kay. Lorelai says, Jen used her to cover for the Hoslong. We all see it. Why can't she? Jomar says, please hit the like button, everyone. Thank you, Jomar, for being here for 8 months. Virtual Juror says, I don't recall. I don't know. I don't remember. It doesn't refresh my recollection. Towing the McAlbert company line. Thank you, Virtual Juror. And Karen DePasquale, thank you for your 20. Says, Melanie, you're hands down doing the best job of covering this. Thank you for all of your very sweet compliments. I love you with all of my heart too. Thank you, Kylie, for your Venmo. Says, I'm an hour behind, but want to say thank you for deep diving through these papers with us. Thank you so much. And Lisa through Venmo says, I know coffee is expensive in New York. Thank you so much. Betsy, I appreciate you so much. Just love you. XOXO. And Evangelina, thank you so much for your Venmo before the show even started. Says, to my favorite law tuber, the audacity of the Haas defendants. Thank you, Evangelina. Carrie's deposition is going to be interesting. And everything that she has said in her recent interviews will also come into play. I haven't watched them, and so I don't really know what she has said. But if you have watched them, either on the Forensic channel, the Forensic 4 channel, or on the interview that she did with Note My Objection, and you think there's anything that she said in either one of those interviews that could hurt her or hurt the plaintiffs, hurt Jennifer McCabe, Brian Albert, Colin Albert, Brian Higgins, feel free to comment with her statements. I want to see the written timeline too. Well, there's that. Thank you for allowing us to stumble upon something that we didn't even know we needed to watch again. But many people think it shows consciousness of guilt, and that perhaps Carrie Roberts was told to say that because she just knew that it happened, because someone told her that it happened. It must have been in the timeline. Here's the part of that live stream that we just watched a portion of with Carrie Roberts. Here's the portion that they quoted from that live stream that we couldn't even find. And it was all about Mrs. O'Keefe. On April 23rd, 2025, O'Keefe's mother testified. Carney reacted on a weekday live show by stating she's on the side of evil. He argued that O'Keefe's mother is proudly friends with the people who quite obviously killed her son. Like, if that were my mother and I was killed, my mother would be looking for answers. And she wouldn't be like, yeah, I'm just going to be easily manipulated. I mean, Jen McCabe is a master manipulator. She's real good at fooling stupid people. And she's very lucky that the guy she helped kill John O'Keefe was surrounded by a lot of stupid people. Like, there's a lot of stupid people in John's life. Well, I mean, I think that we just saw a perfect example of that by watching Carrie Roberts' testimony, in which she realized in real time that she lied and perjured herself in front of the state grand jury on April 6th of 2022, which was before the 227 search was public. It wouldn't become public until a year later. Could reasonable people come to their own conclusions that Jen McCabe is a master manipulator? You tell me. On April 25th, 2025, Carney took to X in response to a post claiming that the Free Karen Reed movement should be ashamed of the way they treated O'Keefe's mother. Carney replied, "Your friends murdered this woman's son. Every pain she's feeling right now is a direct result of the McAlberts and Brian Higgins murdering John O'Keefe. You proudly call these people friends. Nothing you say or think matters at all." Footnote 48. All right. Footnote 48. Where are you? It's a Carrie Mama Llama post from April 23rd, 2025 that he's responding to. And her post says, "Free Karen Reed, every one of you is vile. What you've said about this woman, what you've done to her, shame on you all." And she includes a screenshot from Law and Crimes Coverage, says, "Margaret O'Keefe, mother of John O'Keefe." Aiden retweets it and says, "Your friends murdered this woman's son. Every pain she's feeling right now is a direct result of the McAlberts and Brian Higgins murdering John O'Keefe. You proudly call these people friends. Nothing you say or think matters at all." He said that. It's still up. And I don't know what that's interesting. Moving on to the next footnote. If I could just get this out of the way, hold please. Okay. Despite quite literally engaging in divisive language, Carney later posted on X the idea that the Canton community is divided is a lie that the media spreads to make it sound like there are two equal competing sides to the Karen Reed case. There is no divide. There is the vast majority who know the McAlberts murdered John O'Keefe. And that is footnote 49. Which is a tweet from 2 days later. By Aiden Carney, which reads as follows. The idea that the Canton community is divided is a lie the media spreads to make it sound like there are two equal competing sides to the Karen Reed case. There is no divide. There is the vast majority who knows the McAlberts murdered John O'Keefe. And then there are the people who are friends with the McAlberts. Don't take my word for it. Just ask the people who live on Fairview Road. And then he links this article. Jurors in Karen Reed murder retrial visit Canton home where John O'Keefe was found dead. This is an article from 7 News Boston dated April 25th, 2025. There's a picture of Karen Reed. The article reads, Canton, Massachusetts. The jurors in the Karen Reed murder retrial left the courthouse Friday to view the Canton house where victim John O'Keefe was found dead in January of 2022. Reed is accused of killing O'Keefe, her Boston police officer boyfriend, by hitting him with her car and leaving him to die in a snowbank after a night of drinking. Her lawyers argue she's being framed. Her first trial ended last summer in a mistrial. The scene visit is intended to help the jurors better understand the evidence in the case. Judge Beverly Cannoni told the 18 jurors to be observant, but not to take notes or photos while viewing the home at 34 Fairview Road. Reed's Lexus, which she was driving on the night of O'Keefe's death, was brought back to the house owned by another police officer, Brian Albert, at the time. The best way to summarize a view is that your job is simply to stop and look, Cannoni said. Prosecutors and Reed's lawyers both briefed the jury before they took the tour. I ask you to make a note on the Lexus about the height of the bumper and make note of the height of the right rear taillight. And I also ask you to take note of, on top of the hatchback, there's a part that protrudes, said Special Prosecutor Hank Brennan. Defense attorney David Yannetti also had notes for the jury. We'll be asking you specifically to consider the distance between that second floor front window and the front lawn, the distance between the front doors to the house and that front lawn, the distance between the driveway to the front lawn, and we'll be asking you to take a good look at that Lexus. Just stand next to it to size it up, Yannetti said. Cannoni and the attorneys accompanied the jurors to the scene. Reed herself did not tag along. I don't ever want to go back to 34 Fairview, Reed said, outside of court. Yes, remember the rock? I want to see if they mention the rock. At the scene, a neighbor was stuck behind a police roadblock. Everyone was kept 100 yards away from the home while the jury was present. When asked about the general consensus on Reed's case, the neighbor said he doesn't know people who are split on the issue. Not the people I know. Everyone knows that she's absolutely innocent, the neighbor said. Jurors returned to court afterward to hear from two witnesses, including Jack Becker, the Canton firefighter and paramedic who was called to the scene the night O'Keefe died amid concerns Reed might take her own life. He said Reed assured him she was not suicidal and also made a statement about her last interaction with O'Keefe. Last conversation she had with her husband at the time was an argument, Becker said on the stand. They weren't married. Rita said publicly she was drinking the night O'Keefe died. I had a few cocktails, Reed said in a video. I had a normal amount, like a vodka tonic, every 40 minutes. Brockton pathologist Dr. Gary Fowler, who tested Reed's blood, took the stand after the jury got back to Dedham. The results showed she was legally drunk the next morning. Quote, when it was ordered, it was 9:03 in the morning, said Fowler. And when was it taken, sir? Fowler was asked. The blood test was taken 5 minutes later, he responded. Testimony will continue Monday morning. But wait, there's a video of the neighbor. I think that's what this is.
Out of the Karen Reed retrial, the jurors visiting the scene in Canton today where John O'Keefe's body was found, but Reed did not go along on that trip. The night team Jonathan Hall has the details.
Inside that bus, the judge, the jury, and the lawyers on both sides of the Karen Reed case. One person conspicuously absent on this field trip to the Canton crime scene, the defendant herself, and it was her choice. Why not go on The View?
I don't ever want to go back to 34 Fairview.
Earlier in court, the judge told the jury to be observant, but not to take notes or pictures while viewing the area where victim John O'Keefe lay dying during a snowstorm 3 years ago.
The best way to summarize a view is that your job is to simply stop and look.
And the lawyers asked them to pay attention to specific things. Reed's Lexus was parked right out front.
I'd ask you to make note of the height of the right rear taillight.
Also the size of the yard and the proximity of the fire hydrant at the edge of the yard to this structure. Brian Albert, the former homeowner, testified at the last trial. He slept right through the commotion outside his window.
Consider the distance between that second floor front window and the front lawn.
A neighbor was at a police roadblock. We were all kept 100 yards back with the jury present.
Here's the neighbor. Listen to this. If you haven't seen this before, this is wild. There was a rock found on the lawn, a big rock with some, it was painted and it said Alberts on it. And a lot of the media that was there saw the rock. I don't know if the jury saw the rock. Wait, did they just show it? Did they just show it? Hold on. Let's see if I can zoom in on this.
A neighbor was at a police roadblock. We were all kept 100 yards back.
Between that second floor front
Can you see it in the
window
video?
and the front lawn.
I don't see it.
A neighbor was at a police roadblock. We were all kept 100 yards back with the jury present during the 10 minutes or so they were outside the bus.
We keep hearing people are split. Do you find people are split?
Not the people that I know. Everybody knows that she's absolutely innocent.
Well, the jury just left to board the bus, so now we can get close. State police moving in quickly with a flatbed to get the Lexus out of here. If we come over to this side of the vehicle, you can see where the right rear taillight housing has been removed. The jury returned to Dedham and heard from 2 witnesses, including a firefighter paramedic who was called to this snowy scene amid concerns Reed might take her own life. He says Reed assured him she was not suicidal, but also made a statement about her last interaction with O'Keefe.
Last conversation she had with her husband at the time was an argument.
Also on the stand today, a pathologist who testified about Karen Reed's blood alcohol level. The state says it was high many hours after the incident on Fairview. Testimony continues Monday. In Dedham, Jonathan Hall, 7 News 19.
So when they say in their lawsuit, and this was part of the lawsuit, one of the initial paragraphs in the lawsuit, does anybody else get triggered by Judge Cannoni's voice? This we are fighting for the town to be reunited. This has fractured the town. We'll go back and look at the exact language. People are still wondering about the rock. Let me see if I can see it in this shot here.
And the lawyers asked them to pay.
I didn't see it. Is it here? Oh, there it is. Okay, right here. You guys are eagle-eyed. Somebody, we still don't know who, put a rock right here. See this rock? On the front lawn at 34 Fairview, and it says Alberts on it or something such as like that, right? There it is. That neighbor said, I don't know anybody who's fractured over this. Everyone I know knows she's innocent. I mean, we got to go for the comments. So let's go for the comments here. I know dozens of families in Canton. They all believe that John was beaten to death inside 34 Fairview Road. This goes back to April 25th, 2025. The town is slowly taking back power from the murdering McAlberts and their minions. This is not helping them. Okay. This Aiden's tweet is a footnote, but we have to go for the comments. Next comment. The neighbor went on to say that Chloe has a history of biting people. He also said that before the house was sold, they replaced the flooring in the basement. 2 things I never heard. Next comment. When you get a chance, watch The Young Jerks with Carl Steinbeck on tonight's show. It was so good. He doesn't think Arca will get to testify because Bev will not pick at something because she owes Morrissey a political favor. That's his thoughts. He sees her corruption clear. Next. I have not met or talked to anyone who knows anything about the case who says they even question whether she did it. Mostly because they have a brain. Not one single person thinks she did it unless they have skin in the game. DC says, I'm still wondering how a big-ass SUV in the snow can get up to that speed, then stop on a dime without hitting other cars, getting up into the yard, taking out a mailbox, etc. It's just stupid on its face. Thomas Autonomous commented, is this why BA abruptly sold his house below market value in a tight real estate market that had people offering 10% plus more on asking price as is? Jonathan Bowen says, did you see the video of that woman who was standing on the neighbor's lawn across from 34 Fairview this afternoon? The balls on these people are enormous. As long as they get their shots, they don't care about private property rights. PNW, True Crime Sleuth, comments, Jim Mulver broke the case on Court TV. Love him. He brought up Chloe attacking residents that are on the witness list. And they all say Karen is innocent. Andrea says, it's time for the ones that know and can prove the truth to step up and tell. So, there you go. They put it in the papers. And so we're here for it. Thank you for showing us all the comments on Aiden's ex post that you're using as proof that you're being defamed. Okay. I guess go on with your bad selves, I guess. The comments are everything. Okay. Next. And that footnote, that ex post that we just looked at, they quote in their lawsuit as saying, quote, the idea that the Canton community is divided is a lie. The media spreads to make it sound like there are two equal competing sides to the Karen Reed case. There is no divide. There's the vast majority who know the McAlberts murdered John O'Keefe. And then they quote that tweet, and we watch the news article that's attached there too. And he's not lying. He's not lying. Paragraph 102. Reed herself also published more defamatory statements regarding the plaintiffs during her retrial. Okay, so this is now they're finally getting to Karen Reed and what she did allegedly. On May 1st, 2025, following McCabe's testimony, Reed spoke to reporters outside the courthouse about McCabe, claiming, quote, another witness, another instance of perjury, or instances, I'd say. Referring to McCabe, Reed then said, she's lying. That links to this. This is footnote 50, Boston 25 News. Talking to Karen the day of Jennifer McCabe's testimony. This is the footnote.
What do you think today, Karen, about everything?
Karen, how did Jim McCabe another witness, another instance of perjury, or instances, I'd say. So, change in demeanor? I didn't notice. I did not notice.
How did you feel about
Karen, did you tell Jen to make that Google search that morning at 6:23? I did not tell Jen to make a Google search. I certainly didn't tell her to make the one at 2:27 either.
What stood out to you most today?
We know all the details. We know all the changes in statements. It's just what will her reaction be, and it's just more of the same. Inconsistencies. Every statement's different. Under oath, not under oath. The cops are all wrong. This is very similar to what we saw a year ago.
Do you think that she colluded with Carrie Roberts? Why is she so inconsistent?
Because she's lying.
Do you think she
That's it.
colluded?
Thank you.
Do you think she colluded with Carrie Roberts?
There was influencing going on.
Sounds like opinion to me. No lies detected. She was, in fact, fighting for her life on trial for the second time. But the Haas defendants want you to think, or Jennifer McCabe, I guess specifically, since it was about her, wants you to think that the defamatory statement that we just heard was another witness, another instance of perjury, or instances, I'd say. Well, I mean, we know because we just watched it over again. Carrie Roberts admitted to perjury on the stand. Referring to McCabe, Reed then said, she is lying. Are we all forgetting that Karen Reed was acquitted? That two juries did not find that John O'Keefe was hit by a car? But they're really, really, really trying to tie Karen Reed into this lawsuit. They're trying so hard. Gonna get the next, cue up the next video. Instead of keep putting the document up, I'm just going to read it to you, and it's going to be like a trust me, bro kind of thing. Because flipping back and forth with these documents is a pain in the neck. Then, this is paragraph 103. Then, on May 8th of 2025, Carney went live outside the courthouse wearing a T-shirt with a still of McCabe on the stand. He did have some really good T-shirts. They've also linked his merch shop in here. So for anybody who wants to buy merch, you can find that in one of the footnotes. We looked at it the other day. Linking to footnote 51, which is the video we are about to watch. He explained that he was walking the periphery of the buffer zone and hoped to not be in violation with the shirt on. He went around speaking to protesters outside the courthouse with people coming from as far as California and Georgia. People stopped to take pictures with him, and people handed him money, to which he responded, "People just give me cash. It's nice." Okay, where's the defamation? Don't worry, we're going to watch that video right now. This is Karen Reed retrial, day 12, live outside of court. They want us to watch it because they've attached it. And the date of this is, what did I say this was? May 8th, 2025. But somehow, because he's wearing a T-shirt and people are giving him money, they think that this adds to their cause of action for defamation. Okay, here we go. Listen up. Language trigger warning, just in case.
Are we live? What's happening? What was that? No, I'm just not gonna. I'm gonna walk down this way so they don't bust my balls. I'm gonna walk down this. All right, we live? Good morning.
They say that he's wearing a T-shirt with a still of McCabe on the stand. Okay. At the top, I can read backwards. It says trooper, and then the dirty word for Buchanan, which I don't allow on this channel because don't Google it. And so I think that's probably a picture of Julie Albert, but the complaint says that it's a picture of McCabe on the stand. So let's take a look and see.
Happy Bukkake Day. Woo.
It's Julie Albert on the T-shirt. It's not Jennifer McCabe on the T-shirt. It's Julie Albert. Another bad fact in paragraph 103. We found another bad fact yesterday. I can't even remember what it was because we keep finding them. Oh, yesterday's paragraph, that was incorrect, said that Kate Peter had a restraining order against Aiden Carney. And that was not true. It was the reverse. He had one against her. Wow. Okay. Who wrote this complaint? And did anybody actually watch their own footnotes? That's not Jennifer McCabe on his T-shirt. It's Julie Albert.
Good morning, everyone. Bus stop live check-in. Not from I'm in Dedham right now. I am walking the periphery of the buffer zone. I don't want to be in violation with this shirt on. I don't know. I don't see how it violates it. It just says Trooper Bukkake. I don't think there's anyone named Trooper Bukkake yet. I know there's a Buchanan. I don't know what a Trooper Bukkake is, but anyway, what's going on, guys? I just left the buffer zone area. There's about 100 people down there. Supporters for Karen Reed and justice for John O'Keefe hanging out there. This is what they do every morning. They go there. Karen's team drives in. They see her, and then they go to the other part. So what we're doing right now is I'm walking the periphery of the buffer zone here because I'm on bail. I don't need another charge, some bullshit they're looking for. So I can't even walk by with this shirt on because it's sacred ground in the freaking inside there. Oh, God forbid somebody sees this. Cameraman from NBC came over and was like, yeah, I'd like to get some pictures, but you can't have that shirt on. And I'm like, I don't know what to tell you. It's the only shirt I brought. I can't change the shirt, you know? And like, what's the big deal? I'm just quoting trial testimony. You're allowed to, I don't know what you want me to say. She actually said that in the trial. So yeah, welcome guys to the bus stop live. So now I'm over here. I'm in like the side streets of Dedham. We're going to walk over here. All right. Good morning. Are the comments still there? All right. I can't. The other day when I did this, I couldn't see comments. See if comments come on now. All right. Comment if you can hear me. Turn it inside out. Oh, yeah, I could do that, I suppose, but that's letting the man win. You know, so I'm out of the buffer zone now. I'm safe over here. I'm walking towards the street that intersects Court Street. It brings you to the court. But Fall River Raw's here. Love to see it. All right, guys. So today's Bukkake Day. Trooper Proctor, I'm told, is not going to be called by the prosecution. They are almost done with their case. They just have like their experts and shit. I'd say they'll be done by the end of next week. That's my guesstimate. So as you can see here, you guys down there, that's where the courthouse is by that light down there. You can see like whatever. I don't know where the buffer zone officially ends here, but I'm going to skirt it by doing this little thing over here, walking this way. But freedom to wear whatever you want. You'd think so. But unfortunately, there is no freedom in Norfolk County, and I'm on bail, so I can't. I'm not going to bail for a T-shirt. You know, I'm not going to jail for a T-shirt. It's not worth it, you know? So if I'm going to go to jail, it better be for something good, not a fucking T-shirt, for goddamn. You can hear me? Okay, that's good. So I don't know where the buffer zone ends, if I'm like 200 feet from the courthouse right now. But first of all, the way Dedham is over here, it's like historic. Like all these homes like 300 years old, and they keep them up. It actually looks really cool. You know, you should see it sometime. It's nice. It's very nice here. But you can hear. Okay. All right. Yeah. So it's Bukkake Day. They're not going to be calling Michael Proctor. The prosecution is, in defense fucking better. That guy, if that guy doesn't take the stand, they fucked up, in my opinion. You have to put Michael Proctor on the stand. You can't just say, well, he's not here. So that says something. How's it going? I'm good, thank you. Nice day, huh? Yeah, beautiful.
I'm going to go fill out my iced coffee, but I will be right back. So do not miss me too much. I'll be right back.
Beautiful day. Tomorrow's going to rain? Ah, bummer. So good day to be here. Yeah, so it's going to rain tomorrow, I guess. Just got my Dedham weather report. Okay, I do not want you to go to jail. Well, me and you both. How about that? Can you comment on the video with PM about the plow driver? Who's PM? I don't know who PM is. And what plow driver? I don't get it. What video? Got to be specific with these comments. They don't want him to read those texts a second time, but I do. And the jury should. You know, you just can't stop. Is that the only thing you could have worn today? You're asking for it. Shut the fuck up. Oh, yeah. Well, why can't I wear this shirt? I can't stop what? He's testifying today. I thought it was, whatever. Calm the fuck down. I just can't stop. I'm out of the buffer zone, aren't I? You know? So, anyway. Proctor is, yeah, Peter Murphy's over there. Oh, wait, what did Peter Murphy say? Oh, Peter Murphy. So he says a video about the plow driver. I don't know what you're talking about. About the radio? I don't know what he's talking about. My son saw you at Quinn's on Sunday. Hope you enjoyed your meal of food. I did. And it was, somebody paid for me. It was so nice. Out of nowhere. I'm like, it's nice when that happens. It's like, oh, wow. Shut up is right. Exactly, Jill. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. And is the defense allowed to grill Proctor the way they did last trial if they put him on the stand? That's the ultimate question. I don't know if they're allowed to do that to their own witness. But I suppose they could just have him read the goddamn texts. I don't know. Define grill. Yeah. So look I think this is where they want to set up. So I'll show you guys the situation over here. Check this out. Can I flip this around? All right. So this is High Street in Dedham. It's right in the center of town. This area right here this is convenient. I think we're gonna make this like the base operation right here. It's lovely. There's tables, chairs, foot traffic, all this shit. Now this is the post. I'll show you where the buffer zone begins over here. All right. So you can see the sign up here for buffer zone. I don't want to inflict on the buffer zone. All right. So what we have been doing, see all this like brick here? This could be lined with chairs. Like there's no reason this whole think of how powerful that would be if the whole street is just filled with lawn chairs. The whole sidewalk, you're not blocking the way. You're sitting in your chair. Okay. You're making a powerful message. Karen's team comes in from, I don't know if you guys can see that trooper up there by the crosswalk. That's where her team comes in. All right. And this is where we are entering the buffer zone, right? So this is where free speech goes to die right here. Okay. And as you can see over there, there's Lally walking in with his cheese sandwich. And yeah, this is Dedham District Court. That's where I was sentenced to jail. Bad memories in there. The Norfolk Superior is right kind of diagonal across the street. That's the Registry of Deeds directly across the street from it. All right. And we're going to go right in here now. And so this is the area. This is like a church. This is where we have been setting up. Good morning. How you doing? So it's like a dance studio, Arco dance studio. And as you can see here, they don't want people on the property, which totally get. Totally, how's it going? Hello. But they weren't thinking about these small business owners when they did this buffer zone and like you're forcing people. There's a whole area down there that's like all greenery. But again, we could have chairs this whole way down here, okay? All the way down. You just set up chairs. There's nice shade in here. All right. You want to be able to see the courthouse. Like it's like there's a ghetto. Like you see the center of town, you got to like go down a block through the CVS parking lot and you're like sitting watching Route 1 traffic. It's like that's where you're allowed to go. Like that's gay. Like who wants to do that? Like you might as well sit at home if that's going to happen. You know what I mean? So this is where you're allowed to be free right here. And then if you want, like, so I guess I'd have to turn my shirt inside out. I'm not entirely sure, you know, if I went there. How's it going? How are you?
How are you?
Nice to see you.
Nice to meet you. We're a fan.
Oh, really?
Yes,
Hi, guys. How you doing?
Say hi.
What's your name? Tim?
Tate.
Tate. Hi, Tate. How old are you? 2? You're 2. 2 years old. And what's your name?
Kenzie.
Kenzie. How old are you? Are you 2? Are you twins?
Yeah.
You're twins, and you have blue eyes, and you have brown eyes. That's interesting. What's down there? What do you? A policeman? Yeah. Oh, I like those boots. Who's that?
Paw Patrol.
Which one? Which Paw Patrol is that? Oh, I know. What's his name? And what's his name? Do you know his name?
Aloha.
Is that Chase?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you like Paw Patrol?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And is that your little brother in there?
Yeah.
Is he sleeping? Is he a baby?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's so tired.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you guys have a nice day. It's beautiful out.
Yes, we are a fan.
Yeah. Thank you. Nice to
Good
meet
luck.
you. Thank you. All right. So anyway, yeah, they were cute. Those kids are cute. Oh God, you need to turn your shirt inside out. You don't need to get in trouble. Yeah, when I go in there, I will. But again, I'm on the edge of the buffer zone, so I can stand here all day with my Trooper Bukkake shirt on, all day. You know, I'm not trying to intimidate. I'm just quoting Julie Albert. I didn't think you're allowed to do that. Trooper Paul will arrest you for saying gay. Stop it. I can't believe the prosecution's almost done. That's wild. Yeah. When are they going to prove John was hit by a car? I don't know. I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for that to happen. I haven't seen it yet. Have not seen it yet. All right, what else we got? Is anyone there? Are you able to go in the court anymore? I can go in the court itself. I just can't go in the courtroom because I didn't win the lottery for this week. And I lost it next week. I didn't make it in next week either. I'm not one of the 3 alternates. Me and Jess Machado didn't make it. John DePetro won again. I'm starting to think.
Yeah, remember that there was a lottery for media that could go into the to the courtroom, and he kept losing, and Jess Machado kept losing, and John DePetro, I think, won like every week, and maybe even Grant Smith Ellis. Crazy, right? The whole purpose of this footnote is them saying that he's wearing a shirt with Jennifer McCabe on it. And it's not, it's Julie Albert. And he says it's Julie Albert. Who's in charge of these footnotes? But you know what? You want us to watch it, we're going to watch it. It's only showing how people came from all over the world to support Karen Reed.
I think it might actually be rigged. It might be rigged. Ted Daniel finally won for the first time. He's finally going to get in the courtroom. He hasn't won yet. Even the old biddies know how to say hi to good morning, doctor. No, that was like a mom with her 3 kids pushing them around. Beautiful day. That's my kind of crowd. That's who likes Turtleboy is, well-to-do, healthy-looking moms with 3 kids. Like that's a nice set of twins. Not up here, like actual twins.
I have twins.
Swing by once my boss leaves for the Red Sox game. Yeah, it is a beautiful town. Yeah. Anyway, what else are people saying? Yeah, I did say the Commonwealth is not calling Proctor. I can pretty much guarantee that at this point that they're not going to be calling Michael Proctor. They're going to have Buchanan do it all today. Did you notice that, how they're having other people do the stuff of the troopers? Like, they want to avoid the troopers at all costs. Garino did not testify about any of the shit involving the phone going up and downstairs. Oh, look at this, the Norfolk County Sheriffs. That used to be my old ride. They used to drive me around. Hopefully I never see them again. Hopefully I'm never in that one. I used to ride in the back of that thing from jail to court dates. And they would drop you off here at the Dedham District Court in shackles. They would, kind of drop you off in the back and then get you back in. And then you go right down that street. About 3 miles is the jail. It's a very quick trip to the jail. So they probably just dropped off a passenger there for a court date. All right. Coming tomorrow for the first time. Tomorrow, I don't know about tomorrow. Tomorrow's supposed to fucking pour. That's what the Dedham weatherman just told me that. He's like, it's going to rain tomorrow. So the Dedham weatherman has spoken. Oh, Karen Reed's team is here. Can you guys see them over there? Okay, see that? So you can see the Reed team get out. It's different than last year. They used to be at the church across the way, and she'd walk through her supporters. Now, her supporters kind of have to stand here. But again, Karen Reed is not a celebrity, so we're not like, oh, ooh, and on. See, there's Liza Little getting out. You guys see her? And there's Alan. And Karen rolls with them, so she's probably in that vehicle. She probably got out the other side. Can you see him? There's David Unetti. There's Karen. Oh, no, that's one of the interns. She's got a team of interns now. No. See how they're like not letting people cross? It's like you can't even be like they're not letting anyone near them. It's freaking crazy. Crazy town shit. So there's David Unetti. There's Alan.
King David.
Who else do we got there? There's Bobby A. Fighting Bob. It's one of the law students. There's Karen. Karen's got a black suit on today with the gold buttons. Sharp. Excellent. So there they go. It's so different. Like she used to go through a sea of her people cheering her on, you know, happy for her. Now they get dropped off right there. It's so different. It's so different. And the jury does not even go in this door. The jury goes around the back. We never see, I'm told the jury comes in on a bus. I've never seen it once. I've been here almost every day. I never see the jury here, ever. Ever. So I don't even know, like this whole thing, like we need to protect the jury. We don't see the jury at all. At all. So yeah. Anyway. What else is happening? If the defense calls Proctor and he pleads the fifth, what happens? He can't plead the fifth. Good, how are you doing? Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens today. Thank you. Everybody supports Turtleboy here. Everybody. Although right here, see the cop on the right? The cop on the right there, that's the one that told me that Krusty Panties had a right to be there even though I had a restraining order on her. And it's like, she was here first. It's like, it doesn't matter if she's here first, pal. It's not how it works.
I mean, thanks for attaching this footnote because it's humanizing Aiden Carney to a lot of people who have never seen this side of him. It's showing that he wants to follow the rules and stay outside the buffer zone with the shirt on, which is a shirt of Julie Albert, not Jennifer McCabe.
But
shows he's nice to babies.
Bitch Bab's apology yesterday was half apology was so bad. She's like, I'm sorry. Sometimes I'm a cunt. Sometimes I'm a cunt.
I hate that word.
Can you believe they tried revoking my bail? One of the arguments he made is that he called the judge a cunt. Like
everything that I'm showing you is a footnote in the lawsuit. I'm not just pulling this stuff out of thin air to show you examples of Turtleboy. This is all part of the lawsuit. This is what they have decided to put in their lawsuit as examples of defamation.
How are you? Nice to see you. Yeah, beautiful day. It's supposed to be a nice day out, so yeah. Now you're free. You're free over here. You guys are safe over here now. You can't get arrested for having shit on. It's like I can't even if I walk by this sign with the shirt on, I risk going to jail. Yeah, I'm not going to jail. Like that's embarrassing. If you go to jail for wearing a Trooper Bukkake shirt, I'll be sitting there for 60 days. Like I went with it. This is for a fucking Bukkake shirt.
And it's just not because of what it says. It's because they weren't allowed to wear, and nobody inside the buffer zone was allowed to wear any clothing representing either side.
From down there. See, they go to the other side where I was originally, and they wait for Karenstein to come through, and then they kind of migrate over here like wildebeest and through the buffer. See, you see Scott's American flag over there, and they'll kick him out. There's Deanna, all right, and the lovely.
No, nobody tells Turtleboy what to say, Petunia. Nobody tells Turtleboy what to say. I don't like the word, so if he says it, I'm going to skip through it. The Brits tell me that it's a very common word over there, and it's not as offensive as we find it here. I just hate it. But no, Petunia. Nobody tells Turtleboy what to say. I don't have that kind of relationship with him. And even if I did, he wouldn't listen to me.
Laura Murray. And they are setting up shop. There they are. Hello. Good morning. And they're going to go set up in the greenery area I showed you guys earlier. I want to know what Doolin thought when SP said you called Bev a cunt. Well, what he was trying to do there was to be like, oh, he's talking shit about judges. Like he was hoping that Doolin was like friends with Auntie Bev, but he probably thinks she's a cunt too. So, odds are that she's probably like that with everyone. But good morning. How are you?
Good. I watch you all the time.
Oh, do you?
On YouTube. I'm visiting from San Francisco.
You're visiting from San Francisco?
Yeah, I'm here for work, actually.
Okay, I was going to say, you didn't come just for this, did you?
No, I'm here for work, but I'm flying out tonight, so I thought I'd drop in and show some support before heading out.
Well, thank you. You're here for business or pleasure? Yes, okay.
For business. I work for a law firm, too.
Oh, do you?
I'm based in San Francisco.
Okay.
And I've been following this trial since before the first trial.
Yeah.
I've been following the case.
Yeah, it's crazy, huh?
I'm familiar with you all, and I'm so happy.
What's your name?
Lisa.
Lisa, nice to meet you. Nathan, pleasure. How are you?
Thanks for all the work you're doing here.
Oh, my pleasure,
I'm not even from here, but is so maddening.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody from California says that the government is maddening in Massachusetts, that says something. You know, you know. So it's going to be a good day today. I mean, well, it's going to be an interesting day. This guy's going. Bukaki's going today.
I was able to get a glimpse of her. I was caught in traffic from Boston.
Yeah, it's very different. I was saying last year we used to be able to stand over there, and she would come in and march through people, and it was like cheering her on. Now it's like people stand. Like I can see her coming in, but it's like, you know.
I saw Peggy O'Keefe from her.
Yeah, I'm sure she was pleasant. Yeah, I'm sure she was pleasant. Yeah,
But
yeah.
then I saw Karen and then I see Jackson.
Yeah, they look good. Yeah, they're sharp. They're sharp. Yeah.
Is it okay if I take a picture?
Of course it is. Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. See, they're starting to march down here. Tom CPU's coming in. What's happening? God bless you. I love the shirts. Welcome to the buffer zone, the land of freedom. All right, let's do it.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you.
I'll stick around for a while.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. So now how are you, man? So yeah, people start coming over here now, setting up shop. I got my lawn chair in my car. Go grab that. Was that? Oh, the Georgia. They're in from Georgia. I met them earlier. How are you?
See Karen and everything. It's not just great all the way.
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome. Thank you.
Put that to the fund.
Oh, nice. In my G-string. All right.
Take a photo.
Yes, of course.
That was somebody just giving him money. This is what they pointed out in the lawsuit.
Thank you.
Put that to the fund.
Oh, nice. In my G-string. All right.
Take a photo.
Yes, of course you can.
I wore the wrong color today. I'm
It's
sorry.
all good, brother. Awesome. Thank
Jameson and ginger, or take the kids for ice cream.
you. Thank you. I'll go with the ice cream. Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Everybody's so nice here. Everybody's so nice. You know?
Okay.
Oh, what's up, guys? How are you? Good. How are you doing? I see everybody's so nice. I love it. God bless you. You know. Good morning. Welcome to the buffer zone. Oh, thank you very much. Happy Bukkake Day. What's up, Deanna? How are you? Good, thanks. Of course you can. Yeah, let's do it. Buffer zone picks.
Now you know how we're feeling. I got frustration here. Yeah. Wow.
All right, go.
I'm like, I want my mouth.
In real time, right? In the front row. Yeah.
Come on down. If you guys are in the area, come here. We got a good crowd here. I'm expecting, let's go. Let's get the spirit back up in this bitch. Let's do it.
Wow. No, thank you. Thank you.
Awesome.
Mike, skip at 5:30 to watch us.
Thank you, honey.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Yeah, of course, brother. Let's do it. Buffer zone freedom pictures.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you jump. Yeah,
we're gonna.
it doesn't matter. There we go. Here, jump in the middle. There we go.
Here we go. Hold it. I gotta give you my phone.
It's just showing that people like him. I mean,
Thank
Yeah,
you.
it's.
Yeah, I'll sign it.
Can you make a shirt that says stop it? Yeah, maybe we'll do that. Oh, thank you. More G-string. I love it when they put money in my G-string. People just give me cash. It's nice. It's like no Venmo. Nice. I love it. They don't take their fee when they do it that way. People are so nice. CBS 12 from Rhode Island is looking to interview the supporters. Oh, we're down here. Maybe they should look where we are. I'll be there in spirit from Michigan. Love it.
So that greenery area is getting
so big. Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta take it.
My cousin.
May the force be with you. 4313 says, did this attorney just take a big retainer and laugh? He needs to recoup from the Alex Jones case. He never got a dime. Right. They got a big $1.5 billion verdict. They've never collected. And he also defaulted, so they didn't have to prove liability on that case because Alex Jones admitted everything that he said was a lie. Oh, the Bruins hat is on the Amazon list now. So if you guys want any Bruins hats or no crying on the yacht merch, it's on the Amazon list, newly put there. So the Amazon list, the link is in the show notes below the video. All right. So this pretty much goes the way you would think it goes for about another minute. But what I find interesting is the whole reason that they linked this footnote to the lawsuit is I'm going to put it back up on the screen for you now so that you can see what I'm talking about. Is this paragraph right here. Paragraph 103, which reads, then on May 8th, 2025, Carney went live outside the courthouse wearing a t-shirt with a still of McCabe on the stand. Well, we just watched the footnote, and that was not a picture of Jen McCabe at all. It was a picture of Julie Albert on the stand. He explained that he was walking the periphery of the buffer zone and hoped to not be in violation with the shirt on. Okay, he's a rule follower. He went around speaking to protesters outside the courthouse. I think they were called supporters. With people coming from as far as California and Georgia. People stopped to take pictures with him and people handed him money, to which he responded, people just give me cash. It's nice. Okay, where's the defamation there? In my mind, and in many of your minds, that video that we just watched was an indication of how he can be a nice guy, that people support him, that they just want to stop him on the street and give him money. Giesen says, yeah, I've been pretty ambivalent and avoidant of Turtleboy, and all this is doing is making him endearing. Kraft Haskell's like, OMG, somebody's pranking the civil lawyer or what? And how could the Alberts get Julie Albert wrong? Says Fanta Steve. And they want to take pictures with him. Mrs. Rossi says, is it possible these plaintiffs are being punked by their attorney? I'm beginning to wonder. Thank you for being here for 9 months. Debbie Jo says, Carrie, in NMO interview, I had nothing to do with whatever their conspiracy is. Oh, in Note My Objection, that's what she said. I had nothing to do with whatever their conspiracy is. So there is a conspiracy. Carrie, thank you, Debbie Jo, for your 5. Michelle says, The Rock was a clear threat to the jury, in my opinion. Thank you, Michelle. Fannin, for being here for 22 months. I love you. Marilyn Price says, funny watching Aiden watch him this morning. Oh, I didn't see it. Thank you. Reese says, could this actually be a joke? Has it really been filed with all of this support evidence for Turtleboy? I love you covering this. Thank you. Barry Adams says, Haas Long to identify the complaint and its footnotes as an AI hallucination by plaintiff's counsel. Right. Clamasuz says, I have known Aiden for about 8 years and no one in the world can tell him what to do or what to say or what not to say. I shake my head at him often. LOL. Thank you, Suze. Sasha's dog mom says Karen would never drop John Nebercracker in front of the house where there was no walkway. He was dropped off at the driveway 100%. I think that too. And I think that she dropped him off at the driveway. Remember, there were big cars parked in the driveway. Didn't Jen McCabe drive something like a giant Wagoneer or something? And if he jumped out of the car and he ran up the driveway on the other side of that car, there's a chance that when Ricky D'Antuono and Ryan Nagel and Heather Maxon came in behind her, they wouldn't have seen him get out of the car. Oh, please. But that does remind me, we have a Nebercracker logo. I mean, for the upper corner. Oh, look, there it is. For those of you who don't know the lore behind Nebercracker, Nebercracker was the get off my lawn guy. And I don't even remember what movie that was from. But they did, I think it was Chris Albert and Julie Albert, whose face was on the shirt that Turtleboy was wearing in that video. The parents of Colin Albert nicknamed John O'Keefe Nebercracker. Oh, it's from Monster House. Thank you. Nebercracker because he didn't like them touching his lawn or going on his lawn or something. Wow. There's Nebercracker. We'll keep him up there for a little while. Thank you for your 10, Sasha's dog mom, and for reminding me that I even have that in the rotation. Helen is here from Sweden. She says, Eden is so loved and appreciated by everyone except the McAlberts, Higgy Bear, and their Delulu followers. Imagine if more people would fight for justice like Aiden does. Free Turtleboy. Moving on. It just shows that people traveled from all over the country, in fact, all over the world, to support Karen Reed. And not all of them were brought by Turtleboy and his coverage. We did the poll the other day. If you were outside the courthouse at any time during trial number 2, and you're from somewhere far away, tell us why it is that you wanted to go and be there for a woman that you have never met, to support her. What brought you there? Why did you go there? And if you were there on verdict day, that I would really like. I would really like to hear from you, because Mark Betterow and I were watching it here together on the tubes of you. I was crying. I don't think he cried. I was crying. I mean, seeing how many people were outside the courthouse for a woman they had never met before, because they too were outraged. Not because the Haas defendants were defamed by Karen Reed and Aidan Carney. Footnote 104, Reed knew that her statements regarding McCabe and others, like the same type of statements that she fed to Carney, were untrue and were intended to deflect from her own culpability. During the retrial, the prosecution presented footage of an interview with Reed and Yannetti. During the interview, Reed acknowledged that she previously expressed concern to Yannetti that she was responsible for O'Keefe's death. Quote, and then when I hired David Yannetti, I asked him those questions the night of January 29th. Like, David, what if I, and this is bolded and italicized, what if I ran his foot over? Or what if I clipped him in the knee and he passed out, or went to care for himself and he threw up or passed out? And David said, then yeah, you have some element of culpability. Footnote number 52, which takes us to Boston 25 News. They're saying that her saying this indicates that she knew that she hit John O'Keefe with her car, despite science, physics, injuries.
Very busy Thursday afternoon. Thanks for joining us here on Boston 25 News now at noon. I'm Kel Thompson. We do begin with that breaking news in the Karen Reed case. Jurors now dismissed for the rest of the day after the Commonwealth rests its case in her second murder trial. Boston 25 News reporter Ryan Breslin is live outside the courthouse in Dedham. And Ryan, this means it's her turn now.
A good afternoon to you, Kel. Yeah, that's right. After 6 weeks of testimony, 38 witnesses called by the prosecution, they have rested their case. You can see we are waiting for Karen Reed to come out of Norfolk Superior Court this afternoon right now. She is still inside with her defense team right now, but it also means with the prosecution resting that the defense will now have their opportunity to make a case. One final interview clip of Karen Reed before the prosecution wrapped up this morning. Reed asking herself questions of if she could have hit John O'Keefe.
And then when I hired.
Okay, here's the big clip. Remember, Hank Brennan interspersed these clips throughout the trial of Karen Reed talking to media. Here it is. Here's the big smoking gun.
David Yannetti, I asked him those questions the night of January 29th. Like, David, what if, I don't know, what if I ran his foot over? Or what if I clipped him in the knee and he passed out or went to care for himself and he threw up or passed out? And David said, yeah, then you have some element of culpability.
The final witness on the stand for the prosecution.
Many of you are saying that anytime someone dies, people question themselves. Other people are saying everybody was drunk. She probably didn't know what happened. And others of you say, yeah, originally the local media reported that there was ring camera footage of the incident.
Dr. Judson Welcher. He works for Aperture LLC and says the damage to Reed's Lexus SUV matches John O'Keefe's injuries. The defense questioned Welcher about a laser scan that Welcher conducted using the ring camera at John O'Keefe's home to see if Reed's SUV could have hit O'Keefe's Chevy Traverse, causing her taillight to break. Welcher alleges that the two vehicles touched, but says it was too minor to register in the vehicle system as a collision. Now, today was supposed to be a half day in the trial. With the prosecution resting, the jury has now been sent home. They will be back here at 9:30 tomorrow. For now, live in Dedham, Ryan Breslin for your local station, Boston 25 News.
And we
Okay. Oh. Oh, look. After that video ended, 2 of my videos popped up. One on the left, one on the right, and in the middle, the Julio Fulio murder trial. Is anybody watching the Julio Fulio murder trial? It just started this morning. She said, "What if?" She said, "What?" Okay. Next footnote. Oops. The next footnote is Hank Brennan's entire closing argument. So let's hold that for a second. We're not going to watch that whole entire thing. It's about an hour and 20 minutes long. But we'll watch the portion where he plays the video that they refer to in the complaint. I'll try and search for it. I'll try and scrub for it since it's not timestamped. Moreover, during the Commonwealth's closing argument, the Commonwealth showed a clip from an interview with Reed in the HBO documentary. With a smirk on her face, Reed explains, "The closest I must have said was, 'Did I hit him?' I know I said I hit him, but did I really say it as many times as law enforcement is claiming I said it?" Footnote 53, which is Hank Brennan's closing. Let's see if I can find the portion where they play your interview. Here it is. Found it. Oh, this is interesting. Okay, he's going to talk about the grab ass in the waterfall bar. Let's take a look at this. Thank you, Haas defendants, for footnote number whatever one this is, directing us to Hank Brennan's closing argument and the clip that he plays from one of the documentaries. Right before that, he talks a little bit about the waterfall video. Here we go.
It was brought up the waterfall that there was some type of discord between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe. They knew each other. They were friends. Brian Higgins' conduct of speaking to Karen Reed is not honorable. It's not. But they were friendly. There was no adversarial relationship. There was no anger between them. What we heard is they barely greeted each other. Could we have slide 1, please?
No.
At the waterfall bar, when you see John O'Keefe come in, here's him barely greeting him. That's him and Mr. Higgins, barely greeting each other. Reality sometimes is different than argument. This is a celebratory mood. Take that down, please. Celebratory mood. A bunch of friends. They're playing around. They're hugging. They're grappling. This is a fighting technique for a murder 2 hours later. Is that the story? They're practicing their moves to murder John O'Keefe. In the celebratory mood, you don't see any aggravation or animus between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe. Inevitably, the next morning, Karen Reed is brought to the hospital and they take her blood. Now, the government doesn't have to prove that she was drunk. It is either that she's over the legal limit, 0.0.
Wait a minute. Inevitably, she was brought to the hospital. She wasn't brought to the hospital to take her blood alcohol level. That was an incidental finding. She was taken to the hospital because she had made some suicidal statements and they wanted to section her. So it wasn't inevitably she was brought to the hospital. I don't remember picking up on that the first time I heard it. Let's hear that again. Inevitably the next morning, as if they were taking her in to test her BAC, right? Hold on.
Inevitably, the next morning.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Tina, for pointing this out. Look who's sitting next to Mr. O'Keefe. Watch. It's Mark Diller. I spy Mark Diller. There he is, behind Evan. He was there for every day of this trial, right? Wasn't he? Almost every day. Somebody said, did they really footnote the entire closing argument of Brennan? Yes, yes. Oh, yes, they did.
Inevitably, the next morning, Karen Reed is brought to the hospital and they take her blood. Now, the government doesn't have to prove that she was drunk. It is either that she's over the legal limit, 0.08, or she had enough alcohol to affect her ability to operate a motor vehicle safely, but you will know that she was far beyond the legal limit. After the retrograde analysis, almost 2 to 3 times the legal limit. Almost 2 to 3 times the legal limit. Now, it's been intimated, not come out and said, that maybe she went home and started drinking after she got home. No evidence, mind you.
Oh, does he watch me? Because I said that from the beginning. I see you, Brennan. I said that from the beginning. I have a big problem because they didn't take her blood until like 9 hours later. She could have went home and drank a bottle of vodka at home. It is still questioning. And it is amazing, Allie in Texas. It's funny how you pick up on new things no matter how many times you've watched it before. Is it sparking new outrage in you? Well, Martine from Spain says this makes me so angry.
No evidence. And that somehow that is why she had a high blood alcohol level. It's not appropriate for me to comment on the credibility of another attorney's argument, so I won't do that. But Karen Reed will do that for her. So if we listen to slide 2, she'll tell you exactly what she thinks about that claim.
Oh, cool. Cool.
My alcohol intake's probably about 5 or 6 or 4. The drinks that they were pouring me at McAlberts, which is where I consumed most of the alcohol, was the weakest at the time. It tasted just like old soda water with lime.
I remember watching this in real time when this aired on wherever it aired. What is this? This is from the HBO documentary. And I remember watching this and hearing her, and I just cringed. I was like, oh my God, this is the absolute worst thing she could have said. This is why I never let my clients do interviews before the trial until after an acquittal. This is absolutely, she could not, this was horrible for her, I thought. And she was still acquitted. So listen to this again and tell me what you think. They served the weakest drinks there. That's not a good, it's just not a good thing to say. A Man in the Snow, is that the one?
The drinks that they were pouring me at McAlberts.
But she just admitted to 5 or 6 drinks. Listen, here we go. I was like, oh, stop. This needs to stop talking.
My alcohol intake's probably about 5 or 6 or 4. The drinks that they were pouring me at McAlberts, which is where I consumed most of the alcohol, was the weakest at the time. It tasted just like old soda water with lime.
And this is exactly why her attorneys thought it would be a good idea to add a standalone OUI charge to the verdict sheet. She had never been charged with a standalone OUI. All of her charges involved death and alcohol. But she clearly admitted she had 4, 5, or 6 drinks. And we know that she didn't get to CF McCarthy's until what time? And we know that she left at around midnight. And so within a span of, let's say, 3 hours, she's admitting to 4, 5, or 6 drinks. And you know that sometimes people usually underestimate the amount of drinks they had, right? If we're honest. And there's the man passed out in the snow. You're welcome, Michelle. So it was a very smart thing to do in retrospect for them to put that charge in there because they know that she admitted to this. And so it enabled them to find her guilty of something that didn't involve killing John O'Keefe.
Slide 3, please.
I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway. I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway at 12:15 on January 29th. I mean, it was quiet, the roads were very quiet in Seattle. And I was going, when I've had to during this night drive, I always drove extra slow. I know my alerts aren't as sharp as they should be.
I never would have gotten on the expressway. Yeah, they water down the liquor there, as most cheap bars. You can go and order a drink and then get it tested long before. Yeah, I know. I don't think this is good for her. I'm sorry. I think this was horrible for her. Dave Matthews' neighbor says, so why wasn't anyone else who said they drove home from the bar who is seeing drinking didn't receive DUIs? Well, because none of them were charged with vehicular homicide and then second degree murder. That's why. It's just an argument that doesn't make any sense to me. I did it because everyone else was doing it. Why wasn't anybody? No. It's about Karen Reed. Everyone at trial, everyone in their statement says she didn't appear to be intoxicated, but she's self-snitching right here. Let's just call a spade. She's self-snitching. She's saying the drinks were really weak. I had 4, 5, 6. I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway. I mean, she's clearly saying that she's at least buzzed, right? I mean, it's terrible. Listen. Don't follow the closed captions because they're clearly wrong. It has nothing to do with surgery, and it says surgery.
Quiet in Seattle. And I was going, when I've had to during this night drive, I always drove extra slow. I know my alerts aren't as sharp as they should be. But I shouldn't be driving.
Thank you. Do you think she?
But that's okay, because that's not even the part that they're quoting in the lawsuit. Let's move a little bit further, because what they're quoting in the lawsuit is she's saying the closest I must have said was, did I hit him? So that's a different clip, which I have to scrub through here to find because they don't timestamp anything. Okay, let's see if we can find it. Come on.
$12.59.
We're certainly not going to watch this whole hour and 20-minute thing. Oops, come back.
Voicemail number 3, please. Listen to this.
John, I'm feeling just fucking kid.
No,
Asleep.
the part we're looking for
But she-
again. Hold on. It's not cooperating with me today. Okay, here's a clip of something.
Jen McCabe. You know what she doesn't say when she calls Jen McCabe? Why does Kaylee? She knows call Brian Higgins. At 8 o'clock, she could be sitting. She could have fallen asleep. But he's not answering. He's not calling back. He's not even picking up the phone. And we know what's happening at this point. Panic, drunken denial, it's setting in. And so then we see the healthcare data from Miss Reed's phone. She doesn't move after a little after 1 o'clock. She could be sitting. She could have fallen asleep, but she doesn't move for a while. But she wakes up. She wakes up early the next morning. Take that down, please. And when she wakes up, she doesn't call Jen McCabe and say, where's John? She doesn't call Brian Higgins, has his number, has been texting with him. Hey, was John at a party with you? Did you see John tonight? She knows exactly where she is, and she's frantic. So she wakes up Kaylee, that young girl at the time, and she says, she's panicked, she can't understand words, she's saying, call Jen McCabe, call Jen McCabe. Why is she calling Jen McCabe? She calls Jen McCabe. You know what she doesn't say when she calls Jen McCabe? When did he leave the house? What happened last night? No. She calls and says, I left him at the waterfall. I left him at the waterfall. See, now it's gone from panicked to self-preservation. I left him at the waterfall. And Jen says, left him at the waterfall? We saw you in front of the house. Click. Hangs up. hangs up.
Well, according to Jen, that's what she said. Karen hasn't testified ever, so we don't know what, if anything, Karen said, or if she said that right. She's going to have to give a deposition, so I guess we're going to find out at some point.
So then she calls someone that she doesn't know very well. She calls Carrie Roberts. But now she has to pivot because someone has seen her in the exact spot that John will be found soon. Whether she's the first one there or somebody else, John will be found. Maybe Lucky missed him. It's a snowstorm. You can't see, but someone's going to find him at some point. So she calls Carrie Roberts. It's no longer she left him at the waterfall. She pivots. And she calls, Carrie, Carrie, Carrie. John's dead. I think he got hit by a plow. Why do you think she chose those words? Why did she choose those words? Because she knew that there was a collision with a large motor vehicle, and she had to substitute her 6,000-pound Lexus for another big vehicle. I think he got hit by a plow. And so now we have the introduction of Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts. Phone calls that they probably never, ever wanted. A worse nightmare to get a call like that for what's going to happen, what they're going to see, what they'll never be able to forget. But because the defendant is John O'Keefe's girlfriend, they wake up in the middle of the night in a blizzard out of their kindness, their loyalty, their devotion to John O'Keefe.
Or out of the desire to control the narrative, perhaps. Just spitballing with you.
She calls them and tells them that she wants them to come out. This soccer mom with a perfectly normal life
Normal mom.
gets
just a normal
drawn
mom.
into this whole farce. And she answers that call. She gets out of bed. The spirit and kindness she displays to put herself in that position because someone asked for help, because that's what good people do. Carrie Roberts didn't know Jen McCabe. They both knew John. They met each other once years before. Carrie Roberts separately at that time answers the call, gets out of bed, drives to go help because they have a common denominator, a common bond.
See, he just proved my point. Carrie and Jen didn't know each other at all before John O'Keefe was murdered. They had met once, many years ago. And now they're besties.
John O'Keefe.
You know what they say.
And so you hear,
keep your friends close, keep your enemies closer.
And see at 5:07, the defendant leaves Meadows. She leaves. And Kaylee is behind waiting. And you see her back up, and Judd Welch just showed you all of those demonstrations where you could see the unsettled snow in the back, and after the bump, you can see the pieces missing, no taillight. There's no taillight on the ground, all the white snow. There's no crack, there's no break. It's a nudge. It's a nudge. But
it's a bump.
The taillight has already been broken because when you look at the video, not one little piece, it's still framed, little angle with the light.
All right, we're trying to get to the part where you show Karen's interview that you talk about in this paragraph. Anyone? Here it is.
Driving in Jen's in the passenger seat. And I described this to everyone, so you probably know this before, but John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him.
Thank you. A weird shaped lump in a
Buffalo on a prairie. I didn't like that either. Next, we're still not at the clip that they're talking about in the complaint. Maybe this is it.
cold, hard ground. Remember what Dr. Isaac told us about cold, hard ground? Causes this type of injury all the time. All the time. If we could go to slide 16, please. Remember the glass in the nose? The glass in the nose. See on the bottom left, that's where the Canton Police Department found the glass that he took from the car, from the waterfall. And then exhibit 195, matching glass, on February 3rd.
Glass in the nose thing. People might not have heard this before, so I'll just let it play.
The matching piece of glass was found on the street. The matching piece of glass,
nothing.
the glass that was found with Mr. O'Keefe, was found on the street. He didn't.
Wasn't it proven that that glass matched nothing? I don't know. Was it a different trial that I'm thinking of?
Fall back 8-10 feet from the road. It broke, and then it shattered and went to the street. I would suggest to you it broke at the time of the collision, and he carried the glass with him, leaving the evidence behind, a trail to memorialize what happened to him that night. Remember the straw? I asked you to take a look at that picture when you're leaving the waterfall at 12:12, the black straw in the drink on the street.
It was a coffee straw.
Collision, glass, nose, straw, back, hits his head. Can you play the clip on the left, please? 59.
So when John got out of the car at Brian Albert's house, he took my full vodka soda, which is sitting in the cup holder.
169.
I also didn't like that. When John got out of the car, he took my full vodka soda, which was in the cup holder. Why did she have a full vodka soda in her cup holder? I don't like that. Nobody likes that. But again, that's why she was convicted of drunk driving.
The car at Brian Albert's house, he took my full vodka soda, which is sitting in the cup holder.
169, please.
So John's laying there, his left and his right, and I approached John from the left. That's where the street is. And he had a piece of glass, like perched on his nose, like just wedged like a splinter would be. And I just pulled it, and as soon as I pulled it, it just gushed blood down his face.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think there was some testimony that he brought it in the car. But I also have questions about blood gushing out of his face. Here's another clip. Maybe we'll get to the one they're citing.
So we don't have to rely just on these good people, although you should. You should. You don't have to, because we have a guide, and it's Karen Reed. Slide 17.
So I must have said was, did I have, I know I said I didn't, but did I really say this many times as law enforcement is claiming?
Okay, hold on. This is exactly what they're quoting. And here's what they say. With a smirk on her face, Reed explains, the closest I must have said was, did I hit him? I know I said I hit him, but did I really say it as many times as law enforcement is claiming I said it? There you go.
So I must have said was, did I have, I know I said I hit him, but did I really say this many times as law enforcement is claiming I said it?
Thank you. I know it doesn't fit the theme, the theory, the story, but she tells you herself. She endorses those good people exactly what they had heard. She tells you herself she hit him. It's undeniable, it's unmistakable, it's inconvenient. But the truth has a way of seeping up to the daylight. It can be oppressed and suppressed and pushed down and covered and twisted, but it rises. It rises.
A lot of things rise. All right. They're trying to say that that's a confession. That's a confession that she knew that she hit him, and so therefore, because she knew that she hit him, anytime that she told Aiden Carney that they were murderers, or told him to say that, or she said that they were murderers and that they were lying, she knew that that was a lie because she admitted that she hit him and that she knew that she hit him, and so therefore they can't be responsible because she's responsible. Okay. Paragraph 106. On June 4th, 2025, Carney posted a video recapping day 27 of the Reed retrial. Footnote 54. In response to the testimony of Brian Lucky Loughran, a plow driver who testified on the defense's behalf, footnote 55, Carney said, I run Canton. I'm the mayor of Canton. I'm the most powerful person in Canton. Lucky, you don't have to worry about them anymore. The big wolf is dead. I slayed them. And then in parens, it says the McCabes and Alberts are nothing. Referencing the McCabes and the Alberts, he continued, they're pissing their pants every single day, counting down the days of their freedom, like Jennifer McCabe is every day. She's a free woman. She's grateful for her freedom because she knows that she's going to spend a significant amount of time in federal prison, and it's going to be glorious when that happens. Well, we just looked at a footnote that didn't say what they said that it said, so do that again. Footnote 54. Turtleboy Live, episode 774. Turtleboy did not intimidate Lucky Loughran. Well, unfortunately for them, the 774 is a 4-hour and 15-minute video that I don't have the time to scrub right now. But we do have time to watch the footnote 55, in which it states, it should also be noted that Carney claims credit for identifying Brian Loughran as a potential defense witness in the case. To NBC 10 WJAR, he explained that he identified Lucky Loughran, who was a major witness for the defense in the case, and he interviewed him before the state police did. And then this is what purports to be that clip. And it says NBC 10, blogger Turtleboy speaks out after Karen Reed trial verdict. Let's see if it says what they say that he said. I thought Lucky was an incredibly credible witness, one of the best witnesses at both trials because he had no skin in the game. And in fact, he was friends with and had grown up with the Albert family. And the reason he didn't call to have their car towed is because he didn't want them to get in trouble, because you're not supposed to be parking on residential streets in a snowstorm. Here you go. This is footnote, I forget what we're up to, 50 something.
All right, so you've been very involved in this trial. To see the verdict today, what was your reaction?
It was emotional, man. It was just, it's something I've been dreaming about for a long time. And to actually live it, it hasn't set in yet what happened. It was just, I've been mentally preparing for this day for a long time, for both the worst and the best. And I'm so happy that it was the best.
And how would you characterize what you've done for this trial?
I'd like to think I've shined a spotlight on it, you know, with my journalism and my activism with this. I've exposed several lies that the district attorney has, put out there. And like, for instance, speaking with Lucky Loughran, who is a major witness for the defense in this case, I interviewed him before the state police did. I found him. I found the plow driver who didn't see a body at 2:30 when he went by, who saw a Ford Edge. I found him when the state police couldn't. And 2 days later, they responded to my article by interviewing him themselves because they had.
Okay, no lies detective. No lies detective. He's playing detective because he knows how shoddy the investigation was into the murder of John O'Keefe. This is called journalism. It's called investigation. And is that a lie? Is it a lie? Is he telling the truth when he says, I found him? I found the plow driver, and then a couple days later, they went to interview him. I remember reading the transcript of that interview. The only interview, or one of the very few interviews that was recorded by Proctor and Buchanan, was Lucky's. And for most of the transcript of that interview, they talked about Aiden. They were questioning him about Aiden. Robin, thank you so much. You're 50. She says, I just want to input that when there are multiple law firms involved in different states, then the master of the brief doesn't really know the case, hence this ridiculous brief, which, in my opinion, could actually be dismissed. Love you, Mel, as always. Oh, thank you, Sweet Pea. It's not a brief, it's a lawsuit. They will make a motion, I'm sure, to dismiss. I think there are some causes of action that may survive. I don't think the whole thing's going to be dismissed. Some of it may survive, and it may go to a jury, or it could always be dismissed after discovery, but that will remain to be seen. I don't know much about the judges in Barnstable County, but I do appreciate you so very much, and you're very generous. 50. Okay. He's saying the police didn't find him. I found him. Any lies detected yet? Let's see.
Speaking with Lucky Lochran, with my journalism and my trial, and I'm so happy that it was the best.
And how would you care?
He's saying he shined a light on this. He's not lying. That's true. But everyone who knows about this case and who has their feelings about the people inside the house at 34 Fairview don't feel that way because of things that he said, right? You've told me that.
Characterize what you've done for this trial.
I'd like to think I've shined a spotlight on it, with my journalism and my activism with this. I've exposed several lies that the district attorney has, put out there. And like, for instance, speaking with Lucky Lochran, who is a major witness for the defense in this case, I interviewed him before the state police did. I found him. I found the plow driver who didn't see a body at 2:30 when he went by, who saw a Ford Edge. I found him when the state police couldn't. And 2 days later, they responded to my article by interviewing him themselves because they had no choice. So I like to think that, I put a spotlight on it. I made it sure that made it so that they couldn't hide what they were doing.
Now, in a lot of cases, a lot of high-profile cases, we haven't seen the social media outreach that we saw in this case. Do you feel that you're responsible in some way for the verdict today?
I think I had a little to do with the social media aspect of it. I don't know about the verdict because these are 12 impartial jurors who made this decision. But I'd like to think that some of the evidence that was presented to them in court was a result of my journalism and my influence and my activism online. And so in that regard, and just spreading the word about it, man. Like, I've been doing standouts. We put up billboards all over Norfolk County for Free Karen Reed. I made a video called Framed that's gotten over 1 million views. So it was almost impossible to live in Norfolk County and not know about this case. I spread awareness about it. They wanted this to be in the darkness. They did not want anyone to know what was going on in here. And I made that impossible to them.
Anything else you want to mention? I guess seeing the verdict out, were you outside?
I was inside. I was in the courtroom.
In there. What was it like inside the courtroom?
The most emotional experience I've ever been a part of. It was like an emotional roller coaster. Just seeing Karen Reed and their team in there, how nervous they were. Alan Jackson pacing around like I've never seen him before. Unknown, not knowing what was about to happen. It was crazy. And to finally hear not guilty, was just you realize, oh my God, it's over. Karen Reed is free. It's finally over.
Well, now there's the question, though. Who killed John O'Keefe?
I know who killed John O'Keefe. The people inside Brian Albert's house did. I don't know who exactly delivered the fatal blow, but Brian Albert was in there. Colin Albert was in there. Brian Higgins was in there. And the dog was in there. And quite frankly, every single person inside that house who has remained silent is just as guilty as the people who delivered the fatal blows to John. They did it.
Anything else worth mentioning?
Nope. I think we're good.
Thank you very much.
He said they did it. Hyperbolic opinion. Fact. Karen Reed was acquitted. Something happened to John. Oh, StreamYard just screwed up. I think I just went off the screen for a second, but here we are. Okay, so that was the footnote 56. I think that's what it was, right? The same exact. That was the video that we just watched. NBC 10. Yep, that's exactly it. And they footnote it 2 more times. On June 18th, 2025, immediately following the conclusion of the retrial, Carney was interviewed by NBC 10 in Boston, 56. During the interview, he said, the people who murdered John O'Keefe are out there. They're the McCabes and the Alberts, and John O'Keefe went into their home and never came out of it alive, and they threw him on the lawn like trash. When asked if he felt responsible for the verdict, Carney explained that he was responsible for, quote, the social media aspect of it. 57, which is the same piece that we just watched. He also explained that he'd like to think that some of the evidence that was presented to the jury in court was the result of his journalism and his influence and his activism online. End quote. He also applauded himself for conducting standouts quote, putting up billboards all over Norfolk County for free Karen Reed and making it impossible for people not to know about the case. Carney was also asked, quote, who killed John O'Keefe? To which he responded, the people inside Brian Albert's house, dude. I don't know exactly who delivered the fatal blow, but Brian Albert was in there. Colin Albert was in there. Brian Higgins was in there. And the dog was in there. And quite frankly, every single person inside that house who has remained silent is just as guilty as the people who delivered the fatal blows to John. They did it. We heard him say that. There's no question about what he said. They've got all the receipts about what he said. The question is it defamatory? Could they be considered limited public figures for purposes of this lawsuit? And considering that this was a worldwide trial that was broadcast, it's an argument to make. And I think it's a successful argument to make. And if they're limited public figures, they have to show that he knew that what he was saying was false when he said it. It's a hard thing to get into somebody's head. And I believe that he believes what he's saying. And with Karen Reed being acquitted twice, again, it's an uphill battle, in my opinion. On June 19th, 2025, Carney posted a live YouTube video discussing the retrial. Within the first 10 seconds of Carney being on camera, he remarked that there were already 10,000 people streaming the video. He hustled the listeners to subscribe to his page, and within the first 5 minutes had surpassed 143,000 subscribers to his YouTube channel. I'm sorry, do you not understand how YouTube works? 35 minutes into the program, Carney explained that over 20,000 people were watching the live stream and that it was the biggest show we've ever had. Well, congratulations. You know how many people watch Emily Baker? A lot more than that. His reach, although it's large, is not the largest on YouTube. But here, it's the biggest show we ever had. He explained that if they had a message that they wanted him to read aloud to everyone, they could donate to him using the link attached to the chat, and that they could pay whatever amount of money they want, and they could write a message. For example, an individual by the name of Oksana. Oh, Oksana, you made the papers. I love Oksana. We went to Dave Matthews together. We met at Dave Matthews, actually, in Cancun. Oksana, you sent him $150 to say, you did it, Aiden. You did it. You stared down an entire system built on lies and corruption and intimidation, and you never blinked. Karen Reed walks free. Well, Oksana, you're not wrong. An individual named Allison sent in $10 to say, I can't imagine the pride and emotion you felt seeing all your hard work coming to fruition. Again, Allison, you're not wrong. During the same program, Carney admitted that when the jurors came in after deliberating, but before announcing the verdict, two of the jurors looked to him and smiled at him. He admitted that as if there's something wrong with it. Carney also admitted that he was invited to the celebration dinner with Reed and her defense team after the verdict. At the dinner, Carney and Reed posed for the picture below, mocking Colin Albert. Carney then posted the photograph on X. He acknowledged that he and Reed had spoken about recreating the picture with the same caption over 2 years prior. Okay. Wait, look, and they actually put the picture in their complaint. I mean, it's not exactly the same pose. But Colin Albert always has his fist up in every picture. And I'm not sure who's with him in that picture. Exactly. Do you know who that is? With Colin Albert? Not exactly the same pose. But last two I'd F with, he posted. And there's the picture of him and Karen Reed that I also have on my thumbnail. But you know what? Let's go to the video. Because that's what they want us to do. That is footnote number 58. Let's let Oksana get her flowers. And they say it's right at the beginning. So at least they give us an idea of at where it is in the video. this down. Put that up. But, mocking Colin Albert is not defamation. Here it is. This is from verdict day. June 19th, 2025. Let's go past the intro. He's got a lot of intros for his show. Some are long, some are shorter.
Hey, what's up, people? How's everyone doing tonight? Good, excellent. We got 10,000 people here already. That's great to see. Did something big happen yesterday or something? I don't know. Oh, right.
The day after the verdict. Okay.
Right. We freed Karen Reed. It happened. It's done. Free Karen Reed is in the past, not in the past now, but like past tense. Freed Karen Reed. That's how it is now. So we got a whole new ball. It's over. It's done. Dunsky. Mission accomplished. So anyway, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. If you're new here, my name is Aiden Carney. I am the host of this here program. Hello to the 18 jurors. If you're out there watching this guy, we love you. You are heroes. You're great Americans. God bless you. You did the Lord's work. You did what the last jury full of dumb people couldn't figure out how to do. You ended a grave injustice. You freed an innocent woman. You are heroes forever. And they should build statues of you all because you guys are freaking awesome. And I hope some of you 18 wonderful people are watching this here program tonight. If you didn't know who I was before, welcome. You're going to have a great time here. Make sure you smash that subscribe button. If you shouldn't have been watching me during a trial. I hope you weren't watching me during a trial. It's a big no-no, right? But if you watch me now, that's okay. And it's actually encouraged because you're going to hear the truth now. You're about to find out all types of shit that Auntie Bev hid from you, all types of stuff, right? Oh, wait, you didn't even hear about the butt dials. You didn't even hear about the destruction of the cell phones, nothing like that. You didn't hear Nicole Albert's story about Chloe. Oh, and there's this guy named Tristan Morris. Oh, you didn't meet him. You didn't meet this other gentleman by the name of Joseph Paul. Ho, ho, ho. Or Brian Tully. He was in the parking lot. He was waiting for the victory yesterday. It never came. Oh, and then there's this other thing called the FBI. You ever heard of them? Oh, yeah. Yeah, they were the other agency that they kept referring to. So, you might have seen the signs. The FBI, DOJ hired ARCA. Yes, they did. I bet you guys were trying to figure that out. I wonder who hired them. The answer was FBI. If you had that, then you get a bingo. So good job. Awesome. So we love the jurors here. You guys are heroes. You did the right thing. We were very jaded from the last trial because I interviewed a juror and he seemed like a nice guy. But from what he told me, what was going on in the jury deliberation room, we were all like, oh my God, please don't ever let me get indicted for a crime I didn't commit. And I don't want my life in the hands of people like that. Well, you have restored our faith in the judicial system, in the jury process. You did it. You guys did it. So anyway, yeah, welcome guys. Welcome. So, all right, cool. Yeah. If you're new here, my name is Aiden Carney. I am, what else do we have here? I got a variety of nicknames. You can call me Uncle Turtleboy. You can call me.
And fast forward to the part where he starts reading the super chats because that's what they're trying to make him look like he's lying for money.
But every Tuesday and Thursday night, and go ahead and smash that subscribe button for me there. How many subs are we up to now? We're up to 142,988. Can we get to 143? My Twitter and my YouTube are in this constant war over who's gotten more. Like during the trial, YouTube surpassed Twitter. And in the last day or two, my Twitter is blown up.
They call this hustling his viewers to subscribe to his page. He's hustling them to subscribe to his page. And within the first 5 minutes, he had reached 143,000.
Because everyone's following my Twitter because of the posts from the courtroom. Did you guys know? So I went out to dinner last night. So we need 142,988 subs. 12 more we need for 143,000. I'm just going to refresh real quick. There it is, 143,049.
Wow, he got 12 extra subs. That's not what they say in the papers. And they say, within the first 5 minutes, he hustled the listeners to subscribe to his page and said, oops. He hustled the listeners to subscribe to his page, and within the first 5 minutes had surpassed 143,000 subscribers to his YouTube channel. They don't say that he needed 12 to get to there, but go on with your bad self.
143,049. Okay. Yeah, man, this chat's explosive tonight, man. Explosive. It's gonna be a big one. That's what she said. Anyway, yeah, if it's your first time here, welcome. Welcome, Wants the Truth. It's gonna be dope. Gonna have a great time. All right, cool. Yeah, so sorry I didn't get to do a show last night. I'm sure everyone would have been in the mood for a huge show, but I had to go out to dinner with Karen Reed and her lawyers. Like I'm not turning that down. Nope.
They did mention that. They said that he bragged about it or something. Wait. He admitted that he was invited to the celebration dinner with Reed and her defense team after the verdict. Ooh.
Way. I mean, I didn't even get to say, I'll tell you all about my experience, but I got whisked out of the courtroom like so fast. Like they did not juror, media, you must leave now. Whoa. And then they tunnel us out. Next thing you know, I'm walking out behind DePetro. He's getting booed. It was crazy. And so I didn't, and then Karen came out and I briefly hugged her, but there was no time for nothing. There was no time for nothing. So I'm like, we met up with her team at this steakhouse called, I think, Maestro's in the Seaport, and had a delicious meal of food. There was lobster.
Mastro's?
There was lobster mac and cheese. There was steak. There was mashed potatoes, and there was asparagus, and it was delicious. And I ate it all, and it was awesome. It was a whole meal of food. And who else was there? I got to hang out with the interns. Shout out to the interns who are amazingly talented people who did all the work behind the scenes, putting in the motions in Lemonade and writing a lot of these motions and doing a lot of this work. They did this all for free, right? While going through law school. Like, that's talent, man. These are smart people. When I talk about a team effort, bro, this was a team effort and a half. They apparently took a photo in the courtroom while they were waiting for the verdict, the other courtroom that they were put in. And, I'll tell you all about it. It's just fun, crazy. So I met with them. They were cool. I sat next to the Alessi girls. He has 2 daughters who are wonderful. Got to talk to them for a long time. Bobby Scissorhands was there with his wife.
Scissorhands.
And David Iannetti was there with his wife. We had Alan Jackson, obviously, was there. Karen was there. Karen's parents were there. Karen's brother was there. Adam Goldman. He's did I say that right? I always forget. Is it Goldman or Goldstein? I don't want to fuck it up. Sorry, Adam. I'm blanking on your last name. But anyway, Adam's like my court buddy who I sat next to.
Okay, cool. Let's get to the point where, he reads the super chats as if that's evidence of something else too. Like, are you guys getting any defamation out of this? He reads a couple of super chats. People pay him money. Capitalism, Right. And now Evan works at AJ's law firm. I love the Alessi girls too. I love Laura Alessi too. Spencer says, just remember, murder does not have a statute of limitations. If I was in that house at 34 Fairview, I'd be talking because the first one to talk is going to get the best deal. Division Bell says, this series is the best ever. Love my new cupcake. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Get a new one after 2 years. So thank you so much for being here for 2 years. You're amazing. Nurse Jones says, I'm confused. This is from the House defendants. Yes, these are all footnotes in their complaint. They are suing Karen Reed and Aidan Carney for defamation. It's Jennifer McCabe, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, and Colin Albert. These are the footnotes, and we are watching them. Lee says, your coverage of this is superb. Thank you, Lee, for your 10. I appreciate you so much. And Kelly G says, Kelly JG, I'm on holiday in Seoul, and it's nearly 4 a.m. I'm yet to hear any defamation here. I've never watched a full Turtleboy stream, but I still think John O'Keefe died in 34 Fairview. Thanks, Kelly. Have a good vacation. Oh, here's Gigi. She's here. Says, I'm still sick. I just wanted to stop in and say hi. Does this law firm realize they have successfully humanized Turtleboy? Mel, you're making me laugh, and I need it. Have a great day, everyone. Thanks, Gigi. I hope you feel better. Thank you for your 10. Virgie says, thanks for your awesome show and wearing the Bruins hat. My team always look forward to your analysis of each of the trials you cover. Well, it's 1-1 now. I don't know. Did anybody else get nervous last night when it was 4-0? And then all of a sudden it was 4-2. And I was like, oh man, don't even tell me they're going to choke again. Touchstones and Roses says, is it possible McAlberts got advance notice that Turtleboy's criminal witness intimidation case will be dismissed on May 14th? Triggered decision to go to civil court. No, they were bumping up on the statute of limitations. And so they had to file this. They were coming up on the deadline. They had to file this when they did. I don't know anything about any rumor that his witness intimidation case is going to be dismissed on May 14th. I don't know what you mean by that. But I think that this case is going to be stayed until after his criminal case is over. That is what I do think. Thank you for your 5. I appreciate you. Jacqueline says, we are most of the way done with this. And so far, I'm more convinced that they are guilty. And that's based on their own paperwork. Thanks, Jacqueline, for your 5. Sarah is a new member. Welcome. Pisces is a new member. Welcome. Oops. Junior Cuber says, we see a lot of mocking and shit talking, but I don't see the actual defamation. Thank you for all you do, Melanie. These clips make me more fond of Turtleboy. I mean, is this backfiring on them, do you think? Do you think this is backfiring on them? Do you think it's having the reverse of the intended effect? Ellen says, Melanie, thanks for clicking all the hyperlinks that allegedly lawyers included, which all seem to disprove their claims. I mean, I'm showing you the papers. They're right there. Ellen from Denmark can see it. Bub's mom says, thanks for what you do, Melanie. Thank you for being with me for 7 months. And Jeannie just dancing through lightning says, so glad I'm catching a live with you, Mel. Love you with all my heart. I love you back, Jeannie. Mama Smith says, not seeing defamation. How is this helping them? I mean, I guess they're just assuming that nobody's going to dig deeper and actually look at the stuff that they are footnoting in this lawsuit. It's part of their case. Here he is. He's talking about people. He's talking about people that he met from all over the country.
Find out, let me tell you. But don't be afraid. They're not real. They don't show up anywhere. They're not going to do anything. Bro, we had people flying in from every state in the country. I feel like I met people from, you name it, Kansas, Nebraska, Illinois, Indiana, Wisconsin, Michigan, Montana. I met people from Idaho. I met people from obviously California. I met people from Nevada, Arizona, Texas, tons of people from Texas, tons of people from Florida, North Carolina, Tennessee, Kentucky, Mississippi, Alabama, you name it. I met them all. We flew in from everywhere. And they couldn't even show up from fucking Stoughton. Carrie Roberts lives in Stoughton. She couldn't come to that once. Couldn't come once for justice. That's how little she cares. That's how little she cares. The big red there, Julie Carpenter online, lives in Indiana. Big true crime buff. Where's she at? Did she come once? Did she come once? Oh, I care so much for John O'Keefe that I'm never going to show up once
because I'm too chicken shit afraid to show my face in public, because I'm a coward who hides behind an internet moniker. That's it. Cowards. None of these mofos would ever show up.
This is before they started their YouTube channel. Carrie Lama, Julie Carpenter, Tuesday, Gazette, somebody named Lydia, and Ginny Jams. That's before they started their YouTube channel. So now they're on YouTube supporting the Haas defendants. Sarah says it's like they waited the perfect amount of time after the verdict when everyone has gotten over it and has moved on, and now it's also entertaining again. Thanks, Haas defendants. I mean, it's the Afro Man effect. But you want us to click on it, we're going to click on it. We're going to give this a thorough go over, right? Oh, wait, take that off. Put the papers back up. Okay, we're back at the pictures. On November 2nd, 2025, Carney hosted his weekend live show in which he reacted to a podcast that he had previously appeared on speaking about the Reed case. In the podcast, Carney admitted that he protected Karen Reed, in quotes, and that he lied to Boston Magazine about their relationship. He explained that Reed's team did not want to be publicly associated with him. They wanted him to do the work of getting the story out there about what the McAlberts have done. He admitted that he understood it would be dangerous if her team were publicly tied to him, but that privately they praised him and they fully supported him. Okay, that's footnote 59, which is Turtleboy Live episode 822. Okay, I have that here. But allegedly they say that he's reviewing a podcast that he was on earlier. So let me see if I can quickly scrub to that. This is also when Sean Good was on leave, or when it was announced that he went on leave. Hold on. Well, I'm scrubbing through this and there's something called Kangaroo and Karen. Is that what he's referring to? Because I don't see any other podcasts, and that seems to be like a Spaces thing on Twitter. Hold on. Wait, is this it? Oh, wait, then there's a JFK thing. Was he ever on JFK? Hold on. I don't think so. So I don't know which podcast they're saying that he was on. A podcast that he had previously appeared on speaking about the Reed case. In the podcast, Carney admitted that he protected Karen Reed. Can anybody point me to where in this episode 822 it is? Space with Olivia? Oh, the Lily, is it the Lily True Crime one? You think it was the JFK one? All right, hold on. I don't see him on here though. I don't know. I can't find it. But in any event, they seem to think that somehow that he knew that this stuff wasn't true. You can't have a conspiracy or an agreement to defame the Alberts if Karen knows that it's a lie, but Aiden believes it to be true, right? you would have to show that they both knew it was a lie and that he perpetrated the lie of them being the murderers. But if they both believed it to be true, how are you going to overcome it? Oh, thank you, Kylie. I don't, here's the thing. I don't know about these jewels. Thank you for your $20 guitar. I don't even know. This is gifts. They don't show up on StreamYard. And so I don't know what that means, but I will thank you very much for paying $20 for some sort of guitar to send me. I don't know what that is. I'm going to try and get rid of it, but I have to turn off gifts. And I think if I turn off gifts, that means you can't give memberships either. I don't know what that is. Is the gift memberships in the, oh, super chat or memberships? Wait. And then when you go to the gifting thing, it's like something about jewels. I don't know what it is. You have to pay for it, but it doesn't come up on StreamYard, so I can't see it. And then somebody says they go to YouTube. Thank you, Kylie. But I don't see it on StreamYard. They go to YouTube directly, not the creators. I don't know. What, if anything, says he's a journalist? Every journalist in the U.S. is allowed to protect their sources. And there's no crime in speaking to reporters. If you're a defendant, it doesn't matter if it's the lawyers. It doesn't matter if it's her. It doesn't matter how many times they talked on the phone. None of that matters. Tell me something that matters. YouTube jewels are on every channel. I know, but I can turn it off somehow. I think. In the same video, Carney also admitted that he approached McCabe in the past to ask her questions at the direct request of Reed Jackson and Yannetti. Well, I feel like I have to find this clip now. This is in 822. Another problem that I'm having is, like yesterday when I was going through the transcripts, I was able to search a term in the transcript, and now for some reason it won't search it for me. Like it's not coming up as a search. Let me see something. I don't know. It might be a YouTube glitch right now. It's just not being cooperative. But if I can find that off camera another time, we can come back to it. All right. Paragraph 112. On January 12th, 2026, Reed participated in her first podcast interview since her criminal trial ended with Rotten Mango. When asked, what do you think happened to John O'Keefe? Reed responded that he entered the house at 34 Fairview and much sooner than later met his demise. She bluntly concluded that someone in that house killed John O'Keefe, referring to the plaintiffs. We've watched that. I don't know if we've watched it together, but we all did watch it. Oh, but that's interesting because when I click on it, when I click on the link that they give me, here's what comes up. It's another dead ass link. Couldn't find the page you were looking for. This is either because there's a error in the URL. The page you are looking for has been moved or deleted. Okay. Well, so much for that. But I think most of us watched the Rotten Mango interview, and I wouldn't be surprised if she said that because who cares? She bluntly concluded that someone in the house killed John O'Keefe, referring to the plaintiffs. Okay, someone. Guess what? There were other people who were also in the house that are not plaintiffs in this lawsuit. Many other people. Right? And here is the impact of Carney and Reed's conspiracy. According to the plaintiffs. Every day since April 18th, 2023, when the defamation campaign began, the plaintiffs and their families have been harassed and tormented as a result of Carney's and Reed's unlawful conspiracy to defame them. Well, your families are not part of this lawsuit either. The plaintiffs have become prisoners in their own communities, besieged by Carney and others who have been duped by Carney and Reed to believe that the plaintiffs are murderers. Again, there's a burden shifting here. You're going to have to prove that you're not murderers. And in order to do that, you're going to have to prove that John O'Keefe was killed by a car. And I don't think you're going to find an expert on the planet who's going to say that. Defendants have deliberately employed these false narratives about O'Keefe's murder and the plaintiffs' families as part of a marketing scheme that has brought Carney substantial personal income. Carney has an audience of hundreds of thousands of followers. He has purposely published statements by other people who falsely assert that the plaintiffs are responsible. As a result of the defendant's campaign, the plaintiffs have been forced to endure malicious and cruel abuse at the hands of ruthless and unscrupulous people. Okay, but you're not saying that it's at the hands of Reed and Carney. You're saying it's at the hands of third parties who couldn't apparently come to their own conclusions about their thoughts on you without being brainwashed by Karen and Aiden. On a regular basis, the plaintiffs have faced physical confrontation and harassment at their personal residences, their places of business, and their children's extracurricular activities. The plaintiffs have also sustained a barrage of harassment and verbal assaults on social media. Throughout Reed's trials, Carney and his followers harassed the plaintiffs as they reported to court to serve as witnesses. The harassment was so extreme that the judge ordered a buffer zone around the courthouse to protect those inside. No, that's not why the judge ordered a buffer zone to protect these witnesses. It was so that the jury wouldn't see it. Am I making that up? Carney and his followers chanted "cop killers" as the plaintiffs walked by and shouted "Free Karen Reed" all day. I mean, what's interesting here is we have seen so many footnotes. We've been through at least like 50 or so footnotes, 50 something. And now when it comes down to the meat and potatoes of your complaint, you're not attaching any footnotes. Where are the footnotes now? Where have they gone? Where are the footnotes of these malicious and cruel abuse that you've suffered? Where are the footnotes about the physical confrontations and harassment that you've received at your personal residences? I'm sure you all have Ring cameras. Where's the video of that? Aiden Carney sent me. I'm here to harass you. Where have you been at your personal places of business and your extracurricular activities? Where? Show us some. Show us those footnotes. And prove to us that they were influenced by Karen and Aiden and not their own opinions. 116. The plaintiffs have had to undertake efforts to protect themselves and their identities. Their families, places of business have been targeted. Are they talking about D&E Pizza? Name them. You've been so specific this entire time. And Carney has stalked them at their children's extracurricular activities, causing fear and emotional trauma to the plaintiffs and their families. I hope everyone's had medical treatment to prove those damages. Carney admitted publicly that one of the goals of his false, outrageous, and defamatory statements about the plaintiffs was not only to portray the plaintiffs as those responsible for O'Keefe's murder, but also to taint the jury pool for Reed's trial and to benefit financially from the publicity. Well, in one of the footnotes, there was a YouTube presentation of Aiden's in which one of the jurors who was not picked, who was dismissed, came on his show and talked about it and talked about how, because she knew about the case, she was dismissed. And she told us everything. And she told us how the judge was dismissing people for cause because they knew too much about the case. Thanks for your email, but I can't play it right now because until I vet it and know it, what it is, and that is legit, Larry, I can't. I'll take a look for it later. I do read all the emails that you send me. I can't respond to all of them. Olivia Nile, hi Olivia, says this lawsuit seems to frequently conflate purported harassment with defamation. Right, and it's harassment by third parties too. Gotcha. Okay, Larry. When you send me an email, it'd be great if you also put, in addition to your real name, your username on YouTube so I can connect the two. Also, if you send me like an email and you don't tell me who you are, it gets deleted. It's deleted. Sorry. Not sorry. Here we go. Here's the causes of action. Finally, it took us 35 pages to get there. Count 1. Defamation and defamation per se as to defendant Reed. Well, we didn't see a lot of evidence against Karen Reed, so let's see what they say in their cause of action. In repeatedly publishing false statements asserting or reasonably understood to be asserting that the plaintiffs were responsible for the murder of O'Keefe and a cover-up of their purported role in that murder, Reed published numerous defamatory statements both directly and through her accomplice, Carney. Okay, so they're going to have to prove that they're accomplices now too. Reed's statements were false. The plaintiffs did not murder John O'Keefe, did not participate in any conspiracy to murder O'Keefe, did not engage in any cover-up of O'Keefe's death, and did not frame Reed for murder. Reed knew her statements were false because she was present when O'Keefe was struck by her vehicle, made multiple admissions to first responders that she hit O'Keefe, and acknowledged to her own attorney that she may have had some element of culpability in O'Keefe's death. I don't think she said that. I think he said, if you clipped him, you may have some evidence of culpability, but accuracy is not really important to whoever drafted this complaint because Kate Peter did not have an order against Aidan Carney, number one. And number two, Aidan Carney was not wearing a Jen McCabe t-shirt. It was a Julie Albert t-shirt. These publications were not only individually defamatory, but also part of a continuous course of conduct starting in 2023 and continuing through today, stating, asserting, implying, and suggesting that the plaintiffs were responsible for the murder of O'Keefe and engaged in a cover-up by, in part, framing Reed for O'Keefe's death. The statements contained in the Reed's campaign, it should just say in Reed's because it's not all the Reeds that they're suing. The statement contained in Reed's campaign of harassment and abuse constitute defamation per se. The harmful nature of the defamatory statements is self-evident. The defamatory statements implicate the plaintiffs in heinous criminal conduct. False implications of criminal conduct constitute classic defamation per se. Reed's statements were of and concerning each of the plaintiffs. She repeatedly identified plaintiffs by name, and her audience understood the defamatory statements to refer specifically to the plaintiffs. The defamatory statements were published to third parties, including Carney's hundreds of thousands of followers across multiple social media platforms, blog readers, podcast listeners, and television viewers. Are you blog readers? Who considers yourself to be a blog reader? Reed's defamatory statements have injured the plaintiff's reputation and images and have exposed the plaintiffs to public and private hatred, contempt, and ridicule. Okay. You're going to have, it's kind of difficult to show how great your reputation was before and how it has been damaged because of these things done by Aidan and Karen, and not just because of the way that people, reasonable people, have interpreted your actions surrounding the murder of John O'Keefe, your testimony, your inconsistent statements. Many people have figured that out for themselves. It has nothing to do with Karen and Aidan, and it is their own opinions. These false publications have caused the plaintiffs actual to sustain and substantial damages. Is that a sentence? These false publications have caused the plaintiffs actual to sustain and substantial damages. Reed published her outrageous, cruel, and malicious lies about the plaintiffs negligently with knowledge that the statements were false or with reckless disregard as to whether or not they were true. These acts of defendant Reed resulted in damage to the plaintiffs. Count 2, defamation and defamation per se as to defendant Carney. In repeatedly publishing false statements asserting or reasonably understood to be asserting that the plaintiffs were responsible for the murder of O'Keefe and a cover-up of their purported role in that murder, Carney published numerous defamatory statements. Carney's statements were false. The plaintiffs did not murder John O'Keefe, did not participate in any conspiracy to murder O'Keefe, did not engage in any cover-up of O'Keefe's death, and did not frame Reed for murder. Well, it's hard to prove that you didn't. Yeah, Olivia says, I'm pretty sure Reed didn't publish anything. Well, they're going by her statements outside the courthouse. Carney knew or had reason to know his statements were false because A, he received his information exclusively from Reed and her legal team, who were motivated to deflect blame from Reed. B, he made no independent journalistic effort to verify the accuracy of the murder accusations before publishing them. Well, listen, every single footnote that we looked at showed his process and how much research he did. Petitioning activity. Alice says, are the defamatory statements in the room with us? Because all I see is petitioning activity. C, he repeatedly ignored or dismissed evidence contradicting his narrative. And D, he admitted that he protected Karen Reed and lied about their relationship to conceal the source of his information. He protected Karen Reed from what? From being found guilty of a murder that she didn't commit? These publications were not only individually defamatory, but also a part of a continuous course of conduct starting in 2023 and continuing through today, stating, asserting, implying, and suggesting that the plaintiffs were responsible for the murder of O'Keefe and engaged in a cover-up by, in part, framing Reed for O'Keefe's death. The statements contained in Carney's campaign of harassment and abuse constitute defamation per se. The harmful nature of the defamatory statements is self-evident. The defamatory statements implicate the plaintiffs in heinous criminal conduct. False implications of criminal conduct constitute classic defamation per se. Defamation. Did I say deformation? Defamation. It's definitely becoming an episode. It's a whole other season. Carney's statements were of and concerning each of the plaintiffs. He repeatedly identified plaintiffs by name, and his audiences understood the defamatory statements to refer specifically to the plaintiffs. The defamatory statements were published to third parties, including Carney's hundreds of thousands of followers across multiple social media platforms, blog readers, podcast listeners, and television viewers. Carney made these defamatory statements in an effort to increase his viewership and to profit financially. Carney's defamatory publications readily identified the plaintiffs to hundreds of thousands of people. Carney's defamatory publications were broadcast to hundreds of thousands of people. Carney's defamatory publications have injured plaintiffs' reputations and images and have exposed the plaintiffs to public and private hatred, contempt, and ridicule. These false publications have caused the plaintiffs to sustain actual and substantial damages. In light of his prior experience with similar sorts of negligent, reckless, and false statements, Carney knew that his publications would cause the plaintiffs to suffer harassment and potential violence. Wait, now we're talking about potential violence? They just snuck that on in there, didn't they? Carney broadcast his outrageous, cruel, and malicious lies about the plaintiffs negligently with knowledge that the statements were false or with reckless disregard as to whether or not they were true. These acts of defending Carney resulted in damage to the plaintiffs. Alexandra says they all lost their damn jobs or resigned. What do you mean your reputation was already ruined by your own actions? The first thing to get lost in Boston were John Sox. Thank you, Chelsea Springer, for chiming in. MF says at this point, both Brian Higgins and Brian Albert will have deleted all info from the cloud, so there's nothing incriminating on them. Matt McCabe works in IT and scrubbed it clean. I don't know. Can you scrub the cloud? Is it possible? I'm not a forensics expert. I'm not a cell phone forensics expert. Can you scrub the cloud, or does Apple or Google is the cloud always there? Just because you delete something doesn't mean it's not always there. I don't know the answer to that. Couple of new members. Hi, Millie. Millie, see you. Thanks for becoming a member, and thanks for gifting a membership. And Bridget, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. Mackenzie, thanks for becoming a member. Larry, thanks for becoming a member. Josh says Karen's posts were court motions, right? And anything that's said in court papers, you cannot be sued for as part of litigation privilege. I'm still waiting for the socks too. In fact, there was one of the footnotes that did show a picture, like a big chalk with his socks on. Sheila says, how many times has Turtleboy said that he believes this to his core? His socks were actually black. We saw them on his feet in the hospital. Okay. Count 3, aiding and abetting and defamation per se. As to defendant Reed. Defendant Reed knowingly, recklessly, negligently, and maliciously aided and abetted the foreseeable wrongful and tortious conduct of defendant Carney against the plaintiffs described above, thereby substantially assisting and encouraging such conduct. Among other things, Reed continuously and intentionally provided defendant Carney with non-public and or confidential information about her criminal case and the plaintiffs, whether directly or through an intermediary, to direct, assist, and encourage defendant Carney's tortious conduct. As a direct and proximate result of defendant Reed's wrongful conduct, the plaintiffs have been injured and damaged as described above and are entitled to recover compensatory and punitive damages from defendant Reed. Count 4, aiding and abetting defamation and defamation per se as to defendant Carney. Defendant Carney knowingly, recklessly, negligently, and with legal malice aided and abetted the foreseeable wrongful and tortious conduct of defendant Reed against the plaintiffs described above, thereby substantially assisting and encouraging such conduct. Among other things, Carney continuously and intentionally communicated with Reed and her legal team to secretly gather non-public and or confidential information about Reed's criminal case and the plaintiffs to direct, assist, and encourage defendant Reed's tortious conduct. As a direct and proximate result of Carney's wrongful conduct, the plaintiffs have been injured and damaged as described above and are entitled to recover compensatory and punitive damages from defendant Carney. Count 5, intentional infliction of emotional distress as to Karen Reed. Hang on one sec. I want to see if there's any forensics experts in the chat who can tell me about that. Mouth Bronda says, I've been listening to this for 4 days. I have not yet seen a single piece of evidence of either conspiracy or defamation. Did I miss something? No, we've been here too. Nope. Lisa says, you can't control what a company like Google or forensic investigators may still be able to retain or recover under certain conditions. And the first part of that, Lisa said, Lisa and Cannoli, you can delete a lot of your visible data, but usually cannot guarantee that it disappears without a trace. Darlene says, Google says, yes, police can recover from a scrubbed iCloud. So eat that, McCabe's. Print that. Count 5, intentional infliction of emotional distress as to defendant Reed. In engaging in her campaign of outrageous and false statements about the plaintiffs, Reed intended to inflict emotional distress, or knew or should have known that emotional distress was the likely result of her conduct. Reed's conduct was extreme and outrageous. Reed's conduct was extreme and outrageous because she orchestrated a coordinated campaign to falsely accuse the plaintiffs of murder and conspiracy to frame her, knowing these accusations were false. But did Karen Reed believe them to be true? Was the investigation so shoddy that Karen Reed was merely trying to figure out who murdered her boyfriend? Did many experts say John O'Keefe was not hit by a car and a car did not hit John O'Keefe, including the experts hired by the FBI? Reed deliberately used an intermediary and encrypted communications to funnel false statements to Carney for maximum public dissemination. So, who cares about the intermediary and the signal messages? And I believe that Karen Reed believes them to be true, these statements. What do you believe? Hired a private investigator previously associated with Harvey Weinstein to confront the plaintiffs? I'm sorry. Every single defense firm out there has a private investigator either on staff or on retainer, on speed dial. Okay? But throw Harvey Weinstein in there to make it seem like it's something heinous. And celebrated the destruction of plaintiffs' reputations while monetizing the result publicly. How did Karen Reed monetize any of this? Karen Reed is in excess of $5 million in debt. The only persons who celebrated the destruction of anything were maybe two of the plaintiffs who celebrated the destruction of their phones one day before a preservation order or something such as like that. I'm summarizing. Harvey's got nothing to do with it. Reed's conduct exceeded all bounds of decency because she knowingly destroyed their reputations and lives of innocent people to deflect attention away from her own culpability in O'Keefe's death. I mean, would it be wild if during the course of this litigation and all of the discovery that's going to come from it, if it's not dismissed on a motion to dismiss in lieu of an answer, would it be wild if Karen Reed and Aidan Carney were able to prove who indeed did kill John O'Keefe? I mean, are there some people out there who might know the truth, who might just want to come forward and be like, enough already? Here's what so-and-so told me happened. Yeah, it's hearsay, but it could lead to additional evidence about what really happened inside or maybe outside that house. Reed's conduct was the cause of plaintiff's distress. It's called defending yourself. The emotional distress sustained by the plaintiffs was severe. As a direct and proximate result of Reed's conduct, the plaintiffs suffered severe emotional distress, including but not limited to anxiety, fear for their personal safety and the safety of their families, damage to personal and professional relationships, and the inability to participate in normal daily activities without fear of harassment or confrontation. Third-party culprit is a defense. It is allowed to be used. I mean, most judges would allow it. I think in trial number 2, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I don't remember. In trial number 1, they were allowed to point to Brian Albert, Higgins, and Colin. And now I don't remember. But in trial number 2, they were not allowed to point to Colin Albert. I do remember that. The defendant's conduct was so outrageous in character and so extreme in degree as to go beyond all possible bounds of decency and to be regarded as atrocious and utterly intolerable in a civilized community. And that is the test. That the things that Karen Reed said about these plaintiffs was so outrageous in character and so extreme in degree as to go beyond all possible bounds of decency and to be regarded as atrocious and utterly intolerable in a civilized community. You can ask me whether or not I mean, you can let me know whether or not you think the things that they say that Karen Reed allegedly said, which we didn't find much in the complaint, go beyond all possible bounds of decency. The plaintiffs have suffered actual and substantial damages as a direct and proximate result of Reed's conduct. And then the same count, intentional infliction of emotional distress against Aiden Carney. Horseface says, I want to sue for emotional distress. I don't know where that went. It kind of flew by. What's done for evil will turn into good. I believe that, says Green Eyed Southern. Look what we already found. Marie says, you know what else is utterly intolerable and malicious? Framing somebody for murder. I'll play the Bang Bang song for you again. I will. I've got it queued up. Don't worry. Don't you worry, Mackenzie. Horseface says, I want to sue for the emotional distress of listening to 4 days of their crap. We learned a lot, though, didn't we? Didn't we learn a lot? Grayspace is suing for emotional distress because he had to listen to Hank's closing again. He or she. There was a lot of self-snitching going on. And discovery in a case like this is incredibly broad. Intentional infliction of emotional distress. Again, he knew or should have known that emotional distress would result. His conduct was extreme and outrageous because he published over 545 blog posts and countless videos falsely accusing plaintiffs of murder. He stalked and confronted plaintiffs at their homes, workplaces, and children's extracurricular activities. He publicly released plaintiffs' personal identifying information, including social security numbers, home addresses, and phone numbers. He organized mobs to gather outside of plaintiffs' homes. Mobs. Was anybody there? Were you part of the mob? He called plaintiffs derogatory names, including cop, killer, pig, and horseface. F. That's protected speech. F. Left harassing voicemails for plaintiffs and their family members. And G. Encourages followers to harass and confront plaintiffs. Carney's sustained multi-year harassment campaign designed to torment the plaintiffs and profit from their misery constitutes conduct that exceeds all bounds of decency. Carney's conduct was the cause of the plaintiff's distress. The emotional distress sustained by the plaintiffs was severe. As a direct and proximate result of Carney's conduct, the plaintiffs suffered severe and emotional distress, including but not limited to anxiety, fear of their personal safety and the safety of their families, depression, humiliation, damage to personal and professional relationships, and the inability to participate in normal daily activities without fear of harassment or confrontation. Carney's conduct was so outrageous in character and so extreme in degree as to go beyond all possible bounds of decency and to be regarded as atrocious and utterly intolerable in a civilized community. In light of his prior experience with similar types of negligent, false, and reckless statements, defendant Carney knew that his publications would cause the plaintiffs to suffer harassment and potential violence. I'm running out of gas. Hold on. Oh, Mullen-Law says, I love that you go through all the papers. It's exhausting. It is exhausting, Lori. It's really exhausting. Bev's Inverted Morals says, wow, this lawsuit has shown me the light with all the facts. I switch sides. Karen is obviously guilty, and Aiden does whatever she says, though he never knew her and has at home. I hate turtles. Horseface says, I didn't see one video where he told people to harass the witnesses. And then there's an aiding and abetting intentional infliction of emotional distress as to Karen Reed. And then there's aiding and abetting intentional infliction of emotional distress as to Carney. And then negligent infliction of emotional distress as to defendant Karen Reed. And as to defendant Carney. Count 11, aiding and abetting negligent infliction of emotional distress as to defendant Reed. Grace is like, that doesn't sound real. Lori, are you healer? Is that a real cause of action in Massachusetts? Count 12, aiding and abetting negligent infliction of emotional distress. I mean, let's just throw it all out there and see what sticks. Civil conspiracy as to defendants Carney and Reed. The defendants, acting in concert with each other, conspired by concerted action to pursue a campaign of defamation, harassment, abuse, and intimidation, resulting in severe emotional distress on the plaintiffs, which included numerous unlawful acts or lawful acts by unlawful means, as described above. The defendants formed an agreement, whether express or implied, to defame the plaintiffs, and through their intentional, reckless, and negligent conduct to inflict severe emotional distress on them. This agreement is evidenced by A, Reed's use of intermediaries and encrypted communications to funnel information and false statements to Carney. B, Carney's admission that he received information and direction from Reed and her legal team. C, Reed's praise and encouragement of Carney's defamatory publications. D, their coordinated timing of publications to coincide with court proceedings. E, their shared financial and strategic interests in the defamation campaign. And F, Reed's and Carney's joint efforts to conceal their relationship from the public. In furtherance of their scheme to defame, harass, abuse, and intimidate the plaintiffs, the defendants committed overt acts which were otherwise willful and were otherwise willful participants in joint activity. The defendant's misconduct was undertaken with malice, willfulness, recklessness, and negligent indifference to the right of others. These acts of the defendants resulted in damage to the plaintiffs. Here's an interesting, very creative argument here. Count 14 as to defendant Carney. Carney, in the course of trade or commerce, unethically, oppressively, immorally, and unscrupulously developed, propagated, and disseminated outrageous and malicious lies about the plaintiffs and their family members, and he did so for profit. Carney operates a commercial enterprise through which he monetizes content by selling subscriptions, merchandise featuring the plaintiffs' names and likenesses, and advertising, and by soliciting donations. Carney's defamatory statements about the plaintiffs were integral to his commercial business model and were designed to attract paying customers and generate revenue. This campaign of lies, abuse, and harassment was a deceptive and unfair practice and offended public policy. We represent the lollipop kids. Carney's conduct constitutes unfair methods of competition and unfair or deceptive acts or practices in the conduct of trade or commerce within the meaning of Massachusetts General Law 93A, Section 2. Carney's reprehensible conduct caused substantial injury to the plaintiffs that is not outweighed by any countervailing benefits to consumers or competition, and that the plaintiffs themselves could not have reasonably avoided. Carney's monetization of defamatory content about private individuals constitutes an unfair business practice. Plaintiffs are consumers, and Carney's actions cause them to suffer significant damages to, among other things, money or property. Carney's conduct was a foreseeable cause of and a substantial factor causing the plaintiff's injuries. Carney broadcasts his outrageous, cruel, and malicious lies about the plaintiffs negligently or with knowledge that the statements were false or with reckless disregard as to whether or not they were true. Carney's conduct was willful and knowing, entitling the plaintiffs to an award of double or treble damages pursuant to 93A, Section 9. Carney deliberately built a commercial enterprise around defaming the plaintiffs, knowing his statements were false or acting with reckless disregard for their truth or falsity. Are they saying his entire commercial enterprise is all about them? These acts of the defendant resulted in damage to the plaintiffs. Plaintiffs, through their counsel, served a demand letter on Carney at least 30 days prior to the filing of this complaint, detailing the underlying the facts of this cause of action with reasonable specificity. Did Aiden ever get a demand letter? Because I feel like if he did, he would have mentioned it. Right. Big Blue Chicken says he wasn't monetized on YouTube until after, so there was no membership there, only on his website, but he'd monetized the Turtle Club way before Karen. Right, and they have Yuri Buchanan out there fundraising for them. The joke's on the lot of them. He did? Oh, he did, and he kept quiet. Okay, all right. Good on him for keeping quiet. Here's what we want in paragraph 6, or Roman 6. Wherefore, for the reasons set forth above, the plaintiffs respectfully request that the court grant the following relief. A, enter judgment in favor of the plaintiffs on all counts. Award damages. B, award damages in an amount to be determined at trial, but to exceed at least this court's jurisdictional limit, including double or treble damages pursuant to Chapter 93A. That's why they want that in there. That's why they want 93A in there, because then they can double or triple their damages. Award punitive damages in an amount to be determined at trial. Award the plaintiff's reasonable attorney's fees, costs, expenses of this litigation, and prejudgment interest. Award any other legal, equitable, and declaratory relief as the court deems just and proper. They also would like a trial by jury dated in Boston, Massachusetts, the 16th day of April, 2026. Jennifer McCabe, Brian Higgins, Colin Albert, and Brian Higgins. By James Tuxbury. You might recognize that name because he represents all of them also in the federal court action, the action that they removed to federal court, in which Karen Reed sued everybody. And Christopher Maddie, Pro Hoc Vice forthcoming, Koskoff, and Beater. He did represent some of the plaintiffs, at least in the case against Alex Jones by the Sandy Hook plaintiffs. Leslie Chavez says, Melanie, listening to this entire suit, it seems the lawyer who drafted this is truly on Karen Reed's side. He told the McAlberts he would hang them out to dry, secretly imagining them blowing in the wind. Carrie B says he's been exposing terrible people for over a decade. They're not special. Oops. This is where the freeze comes in. Other than perhaps being the worst of the bunch. Okay, hold please. All right. Let me see if we should pull up the anti-slap statute. But that is going to be the biggest hurdle for the plaintiffs in this case, is going to be overcoming an anti-slap motion. It is MGL 231, section 59H. The anti-slap law is designed to protect people like Karen Reed and Aiden Carney from lawsuits aimed at chilling their right to petition or free speech on matters of public concern. I would submit to you that Karen Reed's trials, both of them, were matters of public concern. And it wasn't just because Karen Reed was fighting for her life and John O'Keefe was not hit by a car, and because of what Aiden Carney said. It is because people like you followed the evidence, watched the court hearings, read court documents, read the police reports. We looked at all of the things together and came to your own conclusions. If Karen Reed and Aiden Carney can show that this lawsuit is based on petitioning activity. See, the only reason I know about this turtle that just appeared on my screen right now is because it's on my phone. But whoever sent that to me, like, now I can't find it. It's gone. I guess that was one of the jewels. All right. So like Angel Fire sent a turtle that was drinking a bottle of water and said, stay hydrated. And then Carrie said, sent headliner. I don't know what that means. These gifts they don't show up. They don't play with StreamYard. So I'm really sorry, guys. Don't pay for those gifts, please. Please don't pay because I can't thank you because I can't see them unless I'm looking at my phone when it pops out. So hold please. Now, if the defendants, Karen Reed and Aiden Carney, can show that all of the things that they said are based on petitioning activity, public commentary on a high-profile criminal trial, then the burden shifts to the plaintiffs, the Haas defendants, to prove that the statements made by defendants, i.e. calling them murderers, etc., have no basis in fact or law and actually caused injuries. So how are they going to prove they did not murder John O'Keefe when much of the evidence points to maybe they did? Maybe they knew about it. Maybe they covered it up. It's cute. It's cute, but I just don't know. I can't thank you. That's the problem. Also, part of this case is going to hinge on whether or not the court determines that Jen McCabe, Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, Colin Albert are public figures. And if the court determines that they are public figures or limited public figures because of their notoriety from this trial, which is worldwide or was worldwide, both of them, then they have to prove actual malice. And actual malice, in order to prove actual malice, you have to prove that Karen Reed and Aiden Carney knew that the information was false or that they acted with reckless disregard for the truth. And I submit to you that Aiden Carney and Karen Reed believed with every bone in their body that the things that they were saying about the plaintiffs were true. Good point. Aries Girl says John O'Keefe was also a Boston police officer. It is a public concern and justice for him as well. Blessed Mima says, sweet Melanie, don't pay for gifts. I can't thank you. I can't. My mother always told me I have to write thank you notes for everything, and I always thank you. All right, get this thing out of here. It's too bright. Now, if the court does not determine that they are limited public figures or public figures in any way, shape, or form, and that they are actually private citizens, in that case, the plaintiffs would only need to prove negligence, that these statements were made negligently without actual malice. But, you know, it's my opinion that based on the extensive media coverage of this case, both trials, pre-trial, up until today, that, and it's international, it's worldwide, that a judge may rule that these individuals, Jennifer McCabe, Brian Higgins, Colin Albert, Brian Albert, have become limited purpose public figures. I feel like Gubitosi with my air quotes. And if they are found limited purpose public figures, that raises the bar for them trying to win this lawsuit. In addition, Massachusetts law provides very strong protection. Well, I mean, from following these cases, you might not think so. For free speech, statements of opinion. So if Aiden Carney's statements or Karen Reed's statements are framed as I have been saying, rhetorical hyperbole or hyperbolic or exaggeratory or opinions based on disclosed facts, all of the things and all the analysis that has been done and all of the investigation behind the scenes by both of them, then those statements are generally protected under the First Amendment of the United States of America and can't be the basis for a defamation suit. Okay. Go back to my notes for a second. One of the things that is in the plaintiff's favor is that they strategically drafted this lawsuit to argue that this was not legitimate petitioning activity because they are alleging that there is a coordinated scheme here to, quote, subvert, in their paragraph 1 of their complaint, subvert and prejudice the criminal justice process. How did they get to this coordinated scheme? And what is the evidence that they're going to use to show a coordinated scheme in addition to the intermediary? The signal messages. The signal messages. How did they get the signal messages? Because they weren't out there. They weren't in Karen Reed's phone. They got them from the dump of Aiden's phone. That was released to the public. So as I've been screaming from the rooftops, all those people out there who thought that they were, doing a great thing for Karen Reed by releasing Aiden Carney's phone extraction. Apparently there were some signal messages from Karen that popped up somehow as notifications on his phone that may, could a jury determine or a judge determine, well, they were using this hidden signal app. And so, clearly they didn't want anybody to know what they were doing. And let's at least do discovery on this because of the signal messages. So all the people that thought they were helping Karen Reed were not. It's actually very damaging to her and may be one of the things that can help the plaintiffs overcome a motion to dismiss. There are some recent SJC rulings. There's one from 2024. In which it has been decided by the SJC that if a judge finds that the statements were made as part of a legitimate public interest defense, the plaintiffs must prove that the statements had no reasonable basis in fact. And the problem that they're going to have is that Karen Reed was acquitted twice. And based on the testimony, based on other witnesses' testimonies, based on inconsistent statements, based on changing stories and timelines, could a judge find that the things that Aiden Carney mostly said, because Karen Reed didn't say a lot, according to the footnotes here anyway, had no reasonable basis in fact. The fact that she was acquitted twice does not play well in their favor. We talked about actual malice. If a court finds these plaintiffs to be limited purpose public figures, and they are trying, they tried in the complaint to show that there was actual malice by saying that Karen Reed made conflicting statements about I hit him. Her confessions. And so therefore, because she confessed, she knew she hit him, but she didn't really. But she knew she hit him. She knew she killed him. But so therefore, everything she's saying about them having something to do with this is therefore a lie. I don't think you're going to overcome that. Oh yeah, please smash the like button. Thank you, Melissa. With regard to the intentional infliction of emotional distress claims, those are very difficult to prove because they have to show that the conduct was so extreme and outrageous as to be intolerable in a civilized community. In support of this, they argue that Carney had a sustained multi-year harassment campaign, including stalking children's lacrosse games and doxing their social security numbers. And while defamation does have certain First Amendment protections, harassment often does not. So if a jury finds that Carney's behavior crossed the line from reporting to stalking, then this count has a higher probability of survival than the pure defamation counts. So we will see. With regard to the Consumer Protection Act cause of action, the 93A action, they are alleging that Carney's publications, that his blog, is a commercial enterprise that monetized defamatory content. As we pointed out, he wasn't even monetized on YouTube for quite some time. But in my opinion, this is an uphill battle. It usually requires a business to consumer relationship, and using it for a defamation claim is a novel approach that Massachusetts courts often view skeptically unless a clear trade or commerce violation exists. And what I think is they put it in there so that they could try to get double and triple damages. So we'll see. We'll see if the defamation claims can survive an anti-slap motion. We'll see. Some of the causes of action have a pretty good chance of getting dismissed. Civil conspiracy, they're going to have to prove, the whole signal coordination stuff. And I don't know if they've got all the messages, just some things that popped up on Aiden's phone. I don't think that the commerce, the 93A claims are going to survive. But the intentional infliction of emotional distress may survive, because that's focused on their conduct and not necessarily their speech. And so we're going to have to see. I don't think it's a slam dunk case to get thrown out. I think it's a headache for everyone involved. But I think there are a lot of people out there in the public like you who have come to your own conclusions. And so there's also the Afro Man effect, These people didn't want to go quietly into the night and let everyone forget about them. By bringing this lawsuit, it may renew interest in this case from a lot of people, by a lot of people who didn't know a whole lot about the lore and the backstory and the other things that the jury did not hear about in both Karen Reed trials. So you tell me what you think. Definitely will backfire, says Tucker's mom. Sherilyn says, what we haven't realized in all this is how much money this is going to cost both Karen and Aiden. How can anyone be expected to pay for this insanity? It's going to cost a lot of money. A lot of money. Lindsay says, why no defamation suit against Steve Scanlon? Isn't he actually the one that initiated this whole conspiracy? I think he backed off of his statement. He's never testified, and so there's no testimony under oath from him. So I don't know that there's any proof that he said it. So they're not going to sue him. Another problem is going to be collecting. Some insurance adjusters have told me that sometimes homeowners coverage will kick in for defamation lawsuits. I don't know. I've never seen that as a endorsement on my own homeowners policy. I don't think. Thanks, Mel, for taking the time on this, says Jen. She smashed the like button. Did you? Cross-examination says, we all know Krusty did the footnotes and research. Ms. Bouquet says, motion for Tiny Desk song. Thanks for all you do, Mel. We'll see, Mrs. Bouquet. I don't know. I'd have to find it. I'm getting exhausted. Harassment isn't defamation, says Nurse Jones. But the harassment part of this might cross over into the intentional infliction of emotional distress. Do you see what I'm saying? You can permanently delete data from the cloud. It's a matter of the carrier retaining it if they can, says MF. Maybe they contacted the carrier to delete it. I don't know. Thank you for your 5. Bridget says, I'm an hour and 40 minutes behind, but I found Attorney Melanie Little by Boozy Beauty, and then I heard of Turtleboy from both of these fantastic women. Thank you both. Free Turtle, and I hope Karen wins everything. Thank you, Bridget, for your 20. We'll see. Right. People are saying, didn't they make themselves public figures by going on ABC? Jeannie says, yep, they believed it then, and they still believe it now. Just like us, Karen is innocent. Free Turtleboy. Love you, Mel. Thanks, Jeannie, for tuning in from across the pond. New Jersey Kathy says, world's dumbest lawsuit. Thanks, Kathy. I mean, if you were on a jury, how would you look at this? Judy for Justice says, wasn't she technically acquitted 3 times since the second jury submitted 2 verdicts? Thanks for going over these papers, Mel. Love your coverage. What do you mean? The second jury submitted 2 verdicts? Oh, then there's a laughy emoji. Oh, okay. I see what you did there. Thanks for your super chat and for tuning in from Canada. Jules says, we're now calling it aiding and abetting. Aiding and abetting. I see what you did there, Jules, along with motions and lemonade. Thanks for all you do. Shop and Tan for me says, thanks for doing such a great job, Melanie. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much for being here. It took us 4 episodes to get through it, but I feel like we're finally through it. We finally did it. We did it. Oh, is Boozy here? Hi, Boozy. Yeah, Mike Easter did say that. I've talked about that a couple of times on Justice Serve, that you can subpoena Google to show who searched that exact term on that data and at what time. And he says that he did. I mean, that he would have done that had he been involved in this investigation. Beth says defamation would probably be a separate endorsement or part of an umbrella policy. I mean, the discovery in this case is going to be wild. If it gets past the anti-SLAPP motion, it's going to be wild because if they are found to be limited public figures and they have to show that they indeed did not murder John O'Keefe, and we've talked about this before. Hi, Boozy Beauty. Love you. How can Colin Albert prove that he wasn't involved? Well, he can prove it by getting his Life 360 data to show where he was at what time, and he can use it by, and he can prove it by a real extraction of his phone, other than those screenshots that we saw the other day and one of the footnotes that they forced us to look through. But it was fun doing it, don't you think? A real extraction of his phone, showing the real messages on January 28th and 29th. So if the burden shifts to them to prove they did not have anything to do with the murder of John O'Keefe, they're going to have a hard time doing that. Right? Thank you, Christina, who says, thanks for going over all of this with us. I suddenly lost my sweet dog, Daisy. Oh, I'm so sorry. And this helped me to try and get my mind off of it. I'm so sorry. That's terrible. I'm really, really, really sorry. Sending you all the healing vibes. Lindsay says, well, that's not going to work because his father totally blew up his timeline of leaving 34 Fairview at 12:10, like he claimed, right? Notice how Chris Albert is not a plaintiff to this lawsuit. I mean, Chris Albert might have been able to show some economic damages by proving that his profits at D&E Pizza might have decreased and he wasn't making as much money and nobody was coming to his pizzeria after the things that Aiden said, trashing his pizzeria and calling him things like saying he had mediocre chicken parm, right? But he didn't. So it's an interesting choice of plaintiffs. I don't know why they want to drag Colin Albert into this. Dolly Fan says, I think they filed this suit knowing they would probably lose, but just want Turtleboy and Karen to have to pay out for their defense, which in my opinion, they think is winning. Right. But if Karen Reed and Aiden Carney are able to get the lawsuit dismissed through anti-SLAPP, then the plaintiffs would have to pay them their attorney's fees and costs. And so that's a problem. I see where you're going with that. Care Bear says he's not showing any paperwork from the pizza place. Right? Blood pizza, right? Mediocre chicken parm. I don't know. I just know what you guys tell me. Yeah, that people say they don't want to pull the financials. I mean, they had to file it. They were bumping up against the statute of limitations. And so if they didn't file it, they would be forever barred from doing so. Kenneth Boston says sham lawsuit to deflect the possible 2027 Norfolk County grand jury indictment of plaintiffs. Yeah, but will it matter? Sympathy for the kid. That's why. Yeah, but there's no sympathy for the kid. Well, I don't think there's going to be sympathy for the kid. Once, it comes out that he during his testimony, he said he's never, ever been in a fight. He's never, ever been in a fight. There's video of him being in fights. There's video of it. Tell me what you learned by going through the footnotes that you might not have learned had you just read the lawsuit. Tell me the most interesting, and also you can tell me in the comments, but tell me, like right now, as we're speaking, what are the most interesting things that you learned from going through mostly all of the footnotes? I think there were one or two that were just 4 hours long that I couldn't find the timestamp of. Lindsay said that Colin lied multiple times under oath, all provable lies. Deb wants to know, did Carrie Roberts get charged for perjury to the grand jury? No. Lori says this is going to help Aiden's criminal trial. I also think the first motion that will probably be made is a motion to stay discovery in this lawsuit until after the resolution of Aiden's criminal charges. And that will likely be granted, just as it was in the Karen Reed, the wrongful death action by the O'Keefes against Karen Reed. She made a motion to stay the case until after her case was over. That was granted by the Plymouth County judge. Don't remember exactly who. Staffy said the most interesting part of the footnotes was Helena Rafferty, right? And she was crying during that speech. That was wild. Pinky says, I learned that they don't have a case. Random YouTube watcher says, I learned the McAlberts Higgins are still ridiculous. Boozy Beauty says they might also not have chosen Chris Albert, given he was an easily proven public figure. Selectman, yeah. Yeah. Who left skid marks when he didn't run again. Also, so interesting that he ran to be part of the town select board after the murder of John O'Keefe, and the Canton Select Board is the boss of the Canton PD. Like, it's so incestuous. Amanda said the video outside the pizza shop where they are threatening Turtleboy and have been awful to his girlfriend, will that be allowed in? Was that in the footnotes? I mean, we are so far away from a trial here that we don't even know what the issues are going to be, what's going to survive, what's not going to survive. But I don't think that was in the footnotes. And so without seeing the video, I mean, civil discovery and civil evidence rules are much more lax than criminal. And so if something's relevant, typically it can be allowed unless there's an exception or an objection. That is an exception. Carrie says, can they produce a geofence via an expert? Cops should have gotten a warrant for every phone in that damn house to rule people out even. Lots of things could happen. Almost anything can happen. Andrea says, I learned that the McAlberts and Higgins are 100% guilty of a murder and a cover-up. I mean, do you think that more people are going to become interested in this case? Do you think that more people are going to, I'm retired. I'd rather sit right here. Thank you, Summer Coffee, Trials and Cupcakes. I'd rather sit right here with you. Do you think more people are going to become interested? Do you think this is going to blow up? Like what happened in Afro Man when he got sued by the cops and then he needed to make merch to make money to pay for the damages they did to his house. And then the cops sued him. And now everyone knows who those cops are. Oh, yes. We learned that Officer O'Keefe was reporting drug activity in the One Meadows neighborhood. We did learn that too. Yes, we did. Tiffany learned that Aiden needs to add the pink puffy shirt with the ruffles to his wardrobe. Cherie from Australia says, Rafferty confirming drug issue and Chris Albert yelling at Colleen O'Neill in the car park. Christina says, how soon do Turtleboy and Karen need to respond to this? Typically within 30 days. They can ask for an extension. And usually the plaintiff's attorney will allow it as a courtesy. Ann Smith says, I'm sure this has been asked, but could Bev be the judge again? Well, this is in Barnstable County and she's in Plymouth, so highly unlikely. John Courtney also learned that Chris Albert killed a man. Oh, flyer keeper. Mom Life says Brian Albert was on Boston Finest. Doesn't that make him a public figure? That's a good argument to be made. In addition to the other arguments of how they became public figures by testifying in the trials that were broadcast worldwide. Journey's a piece says, here's the thing. If you want people to stop thinking you did something nefarious, stop whining about it. Otherwise, it will get worse. Music to My Soul said, assuming this case is stayed until Aiden's criminal trial is over and assuming Aiden is found not guilty in that, would that help him with this trial? No, because Civil cases are just a preponderance of the evidence, which means you just have to, these are the scales of justice like this, you just have to tip it a little tiny bit to one side to win in civil court. And as we know, criminal standard is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. So not really, no. Thank you, though. I love you, too. I love you, New Hampshire, Katie. Thank you so very much. What incident initiated the statute of the 3-year statute of limitation? I think it was Aiden publishing his first story, and that was somewhere around April. Don't quote me on the exact date, April 18th, 2023. And so they were bumping right up on the 3-year statute of limitations from that article. Polly says, I wonder what other sports moms think of all this, the ones that aren't besties with Jen, but have to deal with her for the team stuff. That's a great point. Yep. And they did the Dateline in 2020. They went on there. That's true. All right. What do you want to talk about tomorrow? What do you want to talk about tomorrow? Let me know in the comments what you want to talk about tomorrow. I'm going to play out the Bang Bang song. Trigger warn you for language, but I do love this song. Written by our friend Varys, and my voice is in there, and I learn it, and my voice is very tired now. So I'm going to let this play for a moment. If I am on a public television, please take it down, because there's the F word in here, and I usually don't do that on my channel, but I'm going to do it anyway. All right, here's one more. The Quiet Wild UK. Melanie, will the McAlberts be put on the stand now and questioned with all this evidence again to try and get a guilty? There's no guilty in civil court. There's libel and not libel. And if this survives a motion to dismiss, they are the plaintiffs. They will have to testify on their own behalf because they have the burden of proof to prove their case. And you know what I'm saying? Oh, right. New Aaron Spencer motions. Thank you. I have that. I also have the indictment and all the papers on Anna Kepner's stepbrother, who, by the way, raped her before her death on the cruise ship. You want to do that? And also, I have David's criminal complaint, and it's gruesome. You want to have a chill stream tomorrow? Well, give me something chill to talk about. Unfortunately, not a lot of chill stuff in true crime, but we can do chill. I can do chill. Yeah, I was horrified to learn that about Anna, too. And he's still not in jail. They're trying to revoke his bail and get him in jail. They're trying to. There's some motions that have been made because that case is in federal court because it happened on a cruise ship. It's not the SS Cupcake. Nope. It is not. All right. Enjoy Bang Bang on the way out. Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy. Above all, stay safe. Don't believe everything you read on the internet. Comment when this is over. Share the stream out. Do all the things. Hype, like. Thank the moderators because I love them with all my heart. Here you go. Here's Bang Bang by our friend Varys.
I'll call this Bang Bang. Seriously? Do it. I will fuck you up. I will beat your ass. I will fuck you up. Pull up, bitch. I will fuck you up. I will beat your ass. I will fuck you up.
Objection. Objection. Objection.
I will fuck you up. KO. Bang bang. I will fuck you up. You're a bitch, bro. I will fuck you up. I will beat your ass. I will fuck you up. Right?
Yeah.
The bang bang, the bang bang, pull up. The bang bang, the bang bang, pull up. Bang bang. Right?
Yeah.
The bang bang, the bang bang, pull up. The bang bang, the bang bang, pull up. Bang bang. Do it, do it, do it, do it. The bang bang, the bang bang. Do it, do it, do it, do it. The bang bang. Do it, do it, do it, do it. The bang bang, the bang bang. Do it, do it, do it, do it. The bang bang, the bang bang.
All right, Mr. Lally, next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth calls Trooper Michael Proctor to the stand. Please state your name and spell your last name for the jury.
Michael Proctor, Proctor.
Screw you! You're fired!
I will fuck you up. I will beat your ass. I will fuck you up.
I'm going to allow it.
Bang, bang. I will fuck you up. I will beat your ass. I will fuck you up.
I'm going to allow it.
Bang, bang.
The bang bang, the bang bang. Pull up. The bang bang, the bang bang. Pull up.
Bang, bang.
Do it, do it, do it. Right?
Yeah.
The bang bang, the bang bang. Pull up. The bang bang, the bang bang. Pull up.
Bang, bang.
Do it, do it, do it. Do it, do it, do it, do it.
We ain't got no quit.
We ain't got no quit.
We ain't got no quit.
We are outraged.
The bang bang, the bang bang.
We ain't got no quit.
We ain't got no quit.
We ain't got no quit.
We are outraged.
Bang, bang.
Do it, do it, do it.
We ain't got no quit.
We ain't got no quit.
We ain't got no quit.
We are outraged.
I'm a hustler.
Pull up, pull up. KO.
We ain't got no quit.
We ain't got no quit.
We ain't got no quit.
We are outraged.
I am outraged.
We ain't got no quit.
We ain't got no quit.
We ain't got no quit.
We are outraged.
Do it, do it, do it, do it.
Love you guys. Smash the like button. Thank your moderators. Tip your servers. I'll be here all week. Make sure your notifications are set so that you will get them. I just learned something interesting too from YouTube. Here's the thing. They put this in like a creators only video that they're not sending out notifications to people. They're not sending out notifications to people on purpose because they find out that, or they think that if they're sending out notifications because you have them set for a lot of your favorite YouTubers, that you'll turn notifications off altogether. And so you're not getting your notifications. So just keep checking back. I don't know why. I don't know why they think that's a good idea at all, but I love you and I'll see you guys soon. Peace. Peace.